Chapter 968. Destiny Manifestation Technique. It could manifest one's own death tribulation. The creatures on the cardinal heaven side were all frightened. They all recognized the figure on the black cloud. It was a cardinal heaven. In other words, Crimson Hair Great Sovereign would die in the hands of a cardinal heaven. What about them? Crimson Hair Great Sovereign was their leader. Thinking of this, the nearly 10 billion creatures were all terrified. Cardinal Heaven was tyrannical and cruel. They had seen it with their own eyes. They didn't have the confidence to think that the Cardinal Heaven wouldn't kill them. Nonsense. Just kill. Slaughtering the star's domain. The Cardinal Heaven will definitely reward us. A Nine Halls Great Sovereign furiously shouted. His whole body was wrapped in lightning. Holding billions of lightning bolts in his hands, he charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smiled contemptuously. It seemed that these guys' hearts were already shaken. He immediately shouted, "How long are you going to watch? Come out and help me destroy them." Just as his voice fell, the great sovereign wrapped in lightning suddenly stopped. His expression froze. He was petrified at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whoosh! All the creatures were frightened, including the star's domain side. What happened? They saw a figure appear on top of the stone great sovereign's head out of thin air. It was Shen Yanxing. She slammed down with her palm, smashing him into pieces and turning him into ashes. Interesting. The corner of Shen Yanxing's mouth rose as her figure disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already behind another Nine Halls great sovereign. It was the same palm, but this great sovereign was first petrified and then turned into ashes. He was directly killed. Shen Yanxing moved continuously, killing the Nine Halls great sovereigns with one palm strike after another. Boom! The Cardinal Heaven army retreated in fear, staying away from the battlefield. Even the great sovereigns did the same. Who is that woman? Impossible. What did I see? Oh my God! Run! That's a Nine Halls great sovereign. He died just like that? No wonder the Sword Emperor is so arrogant. He has someone behind him. The creatures were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to fight anymore. The star's domain side was stunned. Some of them had seen Shen Yanxing and knew that she was a special existence. She could meet Zhou Xuanji directly. At first, they thought that Shen Yanxing was Zhou Xuanji's lover. Only now did they know that this woman was Zhou Xuanji's backer. No wonder she was so arrogant and domineering. She was really strong. Those creatures who almost offended Shen Yanxing all had cold sweat on their foreheads. Xiao Jingheng lamented. How powerful. Master is always able to attract such experts to his side. Zhao Tsongjian, Lin Changge, and Chen Bantian nodded. Jin Chang and the other authoritative figures of the myriad stars domain were all in shock. Speechless, he stared at Shen Yanxing and frowned. No one knew what he was thinking. In less than 10 breaths, except for the red-haired Great Supreme, all the 9 courts Great Supreme were killed. Shen Yanxing turned her attention to the other Great Supreme. A one-sided slaughter unfolded. Zhou Xuanji began to watch the show. He discovered that Shen Yanxing's speed wasn't any slower than his Shen Wu. Was it purely the speed of his physical body? Or was it a divine ability? He was once again interested in Shen Yanxing. Cardinal Heaven subordinates, listen up. You have already lost. If you escape, you will definitely die. Join the star's domain and I will let bygones be bygones. If you fight for me, I will give you a safe place to live and let you be reborn. Zhou Xuanji suddenly spoke. His voice was loud and full of provocation. The creatures who were running stopped when they heard this. They all knew how the Cardinal Heaven treated their defeated subordinates. They were really going to kill them. For a moment, nearly half of the creatures stopped running. In this situation, they didn't dare to have any other ambitions. They just wanted to live. A great sovereign turned around in horror and cried, "I am willing to surrender. Don't kill me." Shen Yanxing was too fast. He understood that he couldn't escape. If the great sovereign surrenders, don't kill them. Keep them alive. As long as they kneel down, it means that they have surrendered. Don't kill them. Zhou Xuanji shouted, hoping that Shen Yanxing would give him face. Shen Yanxing didn't disappoint him. She directly skipped over all the great sovereigns who knelt down. In this way, more and more great sovereigns chose to surrender. The war was over. Looking at the creatures kneeling in front of them, The people of the myriad stars domain all felt their blood boiling. The Sword Emperor is invincible. Ha ha ha, he didn't lie to us. This battle is too easy. Our stars domain is going to rise. If we absorb them, our strength will soar. I think we can also swallow the dragon consort domain. The cry of victory soon spread to the stars domain. In a short while, there were only kneeling creatures left in this universe. Shen Yanqing smiled and no longer chased them. Instead, she flew back to the stars domain to rest. No one dared to block her flight. Zhou Xuanji, carrying the muddle-headed great sovereign, disappeared. He didn't need to deal with the rest of the situation himself. All the great sovereigns who could threaten Jinchang were dead. None of the remaining great sovereigns were stronger than him. After returning to the Star's Palace, Zhou Xuanji began to absorb the divine energy of the red-haired great sovereign. This guy was a great sovereign of the 9 courts. Zhou Xuanji might be able to break through to the great sovereign of the 6 courts in one fell swoop. The red-haired great sovereign was still in a state of fear. It wasn't that the fate manifestation technique was too strong, but that the cardinal heaven made him too afraid. After 3 days, Jinchang arranged for the defeated ones to be scattered to various courts, completely breaking them up. Zhou Xuanji kept his promise and didn't humiliate them. This made them breathe a sigh of relief and rejoice. In fact, after joining the cardinal heaven, they regretted it. They followed the cardinal heaven and fought non-stop every day. They had no time to rest. Once they were defeated, they would die. The cardinal heaven hated traitors so much that they would send a large number of subordinates to hunt them down. So they didn't dare to escape. Today they were defeated. They had no choice but to betray the cardinal heaven. Zhou Xuanji transmitted his voice to Jinchang to arrange the use of these creatures. Jinchang didn't meet him, but he knew about his plan. Jinchang was very excited about this. He could feel that Zhou Xuanji really trusted him and even put him in an important position. His position hadn't been replaced by Zhou Xuanji's original subordinates. This battle spread throughout the Northern Endless Realm. The Sword Emperor's name shook the Northern Endless Realm again. All the nearby domains sent people to the Stars domain to curry favor with him. The lords of various forces in the Northern Endless Realm knew how powerful the Stars domain was. In the Northern Endless Realm, there weren't many forces that could defeat a Cardinal Heaven army like this. After Longsong domain learned about this, his heart skipped a beat. They had also defeated a Cardinal Heaven army before. But that lineup couldn't be compared to this battle. Daozong Xian even came to visit Zhou Xuanji in person. Inside the Star's Palace, Daozong Xian looked at Zhou Xuanji with fear in his eyes. He saw the red-haired great sovereign lying at Zhou Xuanji's feet. His sovereign's divine power was being absorbed by Zhou Xuanji continuously. Such an ending, Daozong Xian took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Sword Emperor, we haven't seen each other for such a short time. I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Chapter 969. Stepping on the red-haired great sovereign, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, "Dao brother, we are really embarrassing ourselves. We are still inferior to your dragon follower domain." "Can't beat him?" Daozong almost cursed inwardly. The dragon follower domain could not stop Ten-Nine Hall's great paragons. But he still smiled and shook his head. "You're too modest. What do you plan to do next?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Do what you should do. Our pace will be the same as before. Of course, if the Cardinal Heaven still wants to target us, the war will continue." Daozong Xian had always turned a blind eye to the development of the multi-star realm, because he thought that it was seeking death. However, the appearance of Shen Yanqing made him feel a sense of crisis. With such a powerful backer, what would Zhou Xuanji do next? It must be to swallow up the dragon follower domain. After all, he had done this before. Although Daozong Xian was on good terms with him, it was only on the surface. The two of them did not have a deeper relationship. This time Daozong Xian came to test Zhou Xuanji's stance. He took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Is that so? If there's anything you need help with, Sword Emperor, you can tell me anytime." Zhou Xuanji leaned forward and said meaningfully, "Since this is the case, then I will accept it. I have something that I need your help with." "Here it comes." Daozong's heart skipped a beat, but he nodded with a smile. "It's said that there's a Cardinal Heaven army's base nearby. Your dragon consort domain can go and destroy them. Of course, if you can't defeat them, you can retreat. The main goal is to probe their strength. It's best if you can destroy them, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He spoke very kindly, without any intention of threatening her. Daozong wanted to refuse, but he was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would fly into a rage out of humiliation. If Zhou Xuanji asked that mysterious woman for help, wouldn't he be dead for sure? He took a deep breath, cupped his fists and said, "Don't worry, I will personally lead the army." Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily and asked, "Do you want to stay as a guest?" The corner of Daozong Xian's mouth twitched and he said, "There's no need for that. I'm here to congratulate you and it's time for me to leave. Continue with your cultivation." With that, he immediately bowed and turned to leave. He moved very quickly, fearing that Zhou Xuanji would change his mind and force him to stay. Zhou Xuanji smiled. Seeing how fearful Daozong Xian was, he felt wonderful. However, all of this was thanks to Shen Yanxing. It was not reliable enough. He still had to work hard to cultivate and rely on his own strength. After thinking about it, he closed his eyes and continued to absorb the supreme god force of the red-haired great sovereign. 1 month later, Zhou Xuanji absorbed all of Crimson Hair Great Sovereign's divine power and broke through to the Sixth Court Great Sovereign. Scarlet-haired Great Supreme Being was also destroyed in body and soul, no longer existing. The breakthrough in Zhou Xuanji's cultivation caused the 2 faded fate pearls to resonate. They flew out of Zhou Xuanji's body and intertwined above his head. "This is..." Zhou Xuanji looked over with narrowed eyes. Colorful lights were flashing in the star's palace, looking extremely resplendent. 2 extremely powerful forces were produced from the faded fate pearl. They collided with each other and fused together. Soon they shot out 2 beams of light and entered Zhou Xuanji's body. These were 2 strange energies. They were very similar, but there were also differences. His faded fate pearl was milder, but the power of the red faded fate pearl was more sinister, causing him to shiver all over. He did not resist and used the invading immortal body to absorb the 2 energies. Somehow he seemed to have sensed something. He took out a pitch-black longsword. This sword was called the Coercive Sword. It required the cultivation of the 6 court great sovereigns to use. It had never appeared before. The Coercive Sword's form was domineering. It was like a blade emerging from a black claw's palm, constantly releasing black qi like raging flames. The black qi dissipated as soon as it left the blade. With the Coercive Sword in hand, Zhou Xuanji began practicing. The sword technique he was practicing was not organized, but because of his solid foundation in the sword's Tao, it looked like a profound sword technique. Enlightenment. Under the power of the 2 faded fate pearls, Zhou Xuanji began to comprehend the sword technique. It was a wonderful and comfortable feeling. Zhou Xuanji did not resist but recalled all his sword techniques. The star's palace trembled as the sword wind blew. The million astral guards outside also sensed a tremendous power. They subconsciously looked up and saw the astral hall trembling. All of them revealed expressions of awe and reverence. The Sword Emperor was breaking through again. Too powerful. I heard that the Sword Emperor is not even 10,000 years old. Really? I heard it from the creatures of the Kunlun Origin Court. The Kunlun Origin Court is indeed the origin of all things. They can even produce such a peerless genius. Ha ha ha, this is a blessing for us. If we follow him, maybe one day we will all be able to leave our names in history. The Star Guards were discussing. After the previous war, they all had fanatical worship for Zhou Xuanji. Even if it was Shen Yanxing who turned the tide, Zhou Xuanji could attract Shen Yanxing. It was also a kind of strength. The strong would never associate with the weak. The news about the Sword Emperor's breakthrough began to spread wildly in the star's domain. Everyone was in awe. Such an expert could continue to break through. What reason did they have not to work hard? Inside a small star, Shen Yanxing was cultivating under a peach tree when she suddenly looked up. Her eyes were locked on the star's palace as her pupils dilated. "What aura is that?" she murmured, furrowing her brows. She had long known that Zhou Xuanji had many secrets, but she couldn't see through them. She probed with her divine will, but a powerful force isolated her divine will outside the star's palace. This made her even more curious. But she didn't go there so as not to interfere with Zhou Xuanji's breakthrough. Her eyes flickered as she sighed softly. It seems that he is getting closer and closer to that goal. At the same time, Inside the star's palace, Zhou Xuanji was focused on practicing his sword. He had gradually comprehended a new divine ability. It integrated all his Sword Dao divine abilities, and the core was the divine Rainbow Lord Dao. He wanted to create a Sword Dao divine ability of his own. This divine ability was about to be completed. He suddenly put away his sword and sat down in front of his throne. He held the suppressive divine sword in his right hand and held it in front of him. The blade reflected his eyes. His eyes were so cold. This divine ability will be called Sword Emperor Absolute. Zhou Xuanji murmured with a smile. The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose as he murmured. Although he had yet to unleash the full power of the Sword Emperor Absolute, he was confident that this would be his most powerful killer move. No one among great sovereigns could block this divine ability. He looked at the two faded fate pearls floating above his head. His eyes flickered as his heart was filled with curiosity. What was that power just now? It felt no worse than the ancestral voice. It should be said that it was another kind of ancestral voice that could lead him to create. The ancestral voice could only promote the cultivation of living beings. Both were infinitely mysterious. He raised his hand and took the two faded fate pearls into his hand before he began to observe them seriously. The two faded fate pearls had changed. A sword shadow was imprinted on their surface. The shape was very similar to the suppressive divine sword. Chapter 970. Zhou Xuanji held the two faded fate pearls and observed them for a long time. In the end, he was unable to fully comprehend the faded fate pearls. He put away the two faded fortune pearls, stood up, and walked out of Star Hall. He had already broken through to the 6 Hall's Grand Supremes and comprehended the Absolute Sword Emperor. Next, it was time for him to personally manage the star's domain. After incorporating billions of Cardinal Heaven soldiers, the multi-star domain was in a state of expansion. Fortunately, there were enough court realms in the All-Stars domain enough to break them up. Adding on Zhou Xuanji's prestige, not many surrendered people dared to act recklessly. Once they were discovered, Jin Chang would execute them immediately. He used this method to tell the newcomers that fairness was not indulgence. Zhou Xuanji gathered the rulers of the various courts. They were in the starry sky below the star's palace. The majority of those who came were great supreme beings. They were very puzzled. Could it be that the Sword Emperor was going to hold a meeting here? Weren't they afraid that their plan would be leaked? Zhou Xuanji stood above everyone, and his legendary swords weaved together, forming a throne of swords. He sat on the throne and looked down at everyone. Jin Chang was the first to kneel and pay his respects. The others also understood and knelt down. "Greetings, Sword Emperor," everyone said in unison. They couldn't help but feel excited in their hearts. Although they did not understand why Zhou Xuanji was doing this, at this moment, a wave of indescribable hot-bloodedness infected them. They seemed to see the rise of the multi-star domain, dominating the northern boundless continent, and Zhou Xuanji sitting on the supreme throne. At that time their status would also rise. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the rest were kneeling among them. They were the most excited. Zhou Xuanji said, "I will talk about some of the arrangements for the multi-star domain." Everyone quieted down, anticipating what he would say. Cardinal Heaven experts are rampant and ruthless. They have already attacked us once and will definitely take revenge in the future. We can't just sit and wait for death. I hope that all living beings in the astral domains will work hard to cultivate and become stronger with the goal of protecting the astral domains. In addition, we have to expand and save those domains that are in fear. Zhou Xuanji spoke in a measured tone as he explained his plan. He wasn't afraid of being heard by all living beings. Instead, he intentionally let all living beings hear him. He governed with benevolence and chose to expand outwards in the name of benevolence. He was absolutely not afraid of being called a hypocrite. On the contrary, many creatures were pleasantly surprised. This was because many of their loved ones and close friends were still fleeing in the northern endless lands. If Zhou Xuanji could carry the banner of resisting the Cardinal Heaven in the northern boundless continent, it would be like taking advantage of the situation. Everyone would obey him. More and more creatures flew out of their respective worlds and looked up at Zhou Xuanji as he spoke. No one dared to interrupt, and they listened attentively to Zhou Xuanji's orders. If they wanted to expand, they had to stabilize their internal affairs. If the internal situation was chaotic, How could they pacify the external situation? After speaking for 2 hours, Zhou Xuanji finally finished. 100 years later, I will preach to all living beings. After saying this, Zhou Xuanji disappeared. From the beginning to the end, he didn't ask for the opinions of the Grand Supremes. Being autocratic might have many drawbacks, but it could unite people's hearts. Zhou Xuanji was willing to listen to their opinions, but that was in private. To the outside world, he had to show his strength. The stronger he was, the more confidence his subordinates would have in facing their enemies. As soon as he left, everyone started talking excitedly. That's awesome. This is what we should do. The Sword Emperor is the first Almighty who dares to publicly announce that he wants to contend with a Cardinal Heaven expert. Northern Limitless needs us. Ha ha ha, following the Sword Emperor is so cool. Let's annex the Dragon Follower domain first. I've been unhappy with them for a long time. The Grand Supremes discussed among themselves. After a long while, they left one after another. The news quickly spread to all realms in the multi-star domain. Some nearby scouts from the god domains also panicked and fled back to pass on the news. Zhou Xuanji was not only declaring war on Cardinal Heaven but also the entire Northern Limitless. However, to those creatures that were fleeing in all directions, this would be a blessing. Every Limitless had a powerful barrier that was very difficult to cross. Those who stayed in the Northern Limitless could only wait to be slaughtered by Cardinal Heaven experts. In the turbulence of time and space, Zhou Xuanji moved forward with the suppressive legendary sword in his hand. He was looking for the restriction that Shen Yanqing had mentioned. He swung his sword forward, and his sword chi swept across. Golden talismans appeared out of thin air, densely covering the surroundings. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but raise his brow. So many? He immediately destroyed these golden talismans and continued forward. Relying on his own divine energy, Zhou Xuanji forced all the restrictions to reveal themselves. These golden talismans didn't contain any destructive power. They could even be said to be very weak. But because of this, Zhou Xuanji felt strange. Who was it? It should be the evil emperor's subordinate. A clear voice came from behind him. Zhou Xuanji turned around and saw Wu Yan standing behind him. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and said, I thought you were mute. Wu Yan didn't have a mouth, but he had delicate features and didn't look out of place at all. He replied, It wasn't convenient for me to speak before. But now that you are being targeted by the evil emperor, I must stand out. Evil emperor. This name was like thunder to Zhou Xuanji's ears. The most powerful overlord in the Northern Limitless was the evil emperor. It was because of the evil emperor that the sovereign geniuses couldn't dominate the Northern Limitless. Zhou Xuanji asked, Why is he targeting me? Am I not helping him share the pressure? Wu Yan stared into his eyes and replied, The evil emperor's domineeringness and pride aren't any weaker than Cardinal Heaven. It could even be said that the 4 overlords are the same. They can't tolerate even a grain of sand in their eyes. You might already be a threat to him. He doesn't need help. He thinks that he can destroy a Cardinal Heaven by himself. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but frown. He often heard of the evil emperor's name, but he wasn't clear about the evil emperor's strength. Some people said that he was comparable to the post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens, while others said that he was far inferior to a Cardinal Heaven. He couldn't even destroy a Cardinal Heaven who hadn't recovered to his peak. But there was also a saying that he had surpassed Cardinal Heaven, and was just waiting for a Cardinal Heaven to recover to his peak. Only then would he have a pinnacle showdown, stepping on the corpse of the post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens to become the most powerful. No matter which one it was, the evil emperor wasn't someone Zhou Xuanji could deal with. Zhou Xuanji asked, Then what do you think I should do? Wu Yan replied, Get rid of these marks first. At the same time, send some people to guard it. Otherwise, once the evil emperor is free, he can directly kill us through these marks. He can destroy the star's domain with a single palm. Even Shen Yanqing can't resist it. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitched. The evil emperor is so powerful? He can destroy the star's domain with a single palm. This is too exaggerated. The divine ability you just comprehended is very amazing. If you study it carefully, you can step into the undying realm. In the future, you can even compete with the 4 undying overlords, Wu Yan said meaningfully. Zhou Xuanji looked at him deeply. This kid can even see through the Sword Emperor? It seems that Wu Yan has been observing him. What is your purpose? Zhou Xuanji asked, changing the topic. Chapter 971. Speechless replied. I've said it before, I'm here to assist you. The Golden River Kuan Windriding banner was a greeting gift. You can trust me. If I'm plotting against you, there are many opportunities to destroy the multitude star territory. After saying this, he bowed to Zhou Xuanji again. Zhou Xuanji said meaningfully, then help me remove these marks. There was no end to the space-time turbulence. He had no idea how many golden seals the evil emperor's men had left behind. Speechless did not refuse. He raised his right hand, and countless beams of light flew out from his palm. Boom! 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 One by one, the invisible golden imprints were struck, and after appearing, they immediately dissipated. Zhou Xuanji could not help but think to himself, this fellow was so sensitive to these golden marks. Could it be that he was related to the evil emperor? When he thought of this, he became even more wary of Wordless. He flew ahead without saying a word, and Zhou Xuanji closely followed behind. 10 hours later, Wu Yan finally managed to remove all of the golden marks. They flew for a very long time. Zhou Xuanji felt quite shocked in his heart. With so many golden marks, how many people had the evil emperor sent? The scariest thing was that he hadn't noticed it before. It seemed that he couldn't just focus on cultivation in the future. He had to be more vigilant. He immediately created dozens of doppelgangers. The doppelgangers quickly flew in different directions and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Speechless squinted his eyes and said, your clone is not bad. In terms of stability, it's rare. Zhou Xuanji could not deny it. Let's go, it's time to go back, he said, waving his hand. The two of them teleported back to the astral field. After returning to the Star Hall, Zhou Xuanji began to think about how to deal with the dual pressure from the evil emperor and Cardinal Heaven. Right now, the two overlords seemed to be competing with each other. But in reality, it was just a stalemate. Either side had the ability to free up a hand to destroy him. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and summoned Little Supreme Sword. Demonic Emperor. When Little Sovereign heard this, his eyelids twitched wildly and he fell into silence. Looking at his expression, it was clear that he was also filled with reverence for the demonic emperor. By the way, what is the imperishable realm? I have a subordinate named Wu Yan who said that I have a chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with the evil emperor and step into the imperishable realm. Zhou Xuanji asked. Seeing his expression, Zhou Xuanji knew that he could not think of a solution, so it was better to ask something else. Little Sovereign's eyes widened as he asked in astonishment, how can you step into the immortal realm? What did you get? He had only been asleep for a short period of time, and this kid had made such a huge leap? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, I created a divine ability. As he finished speaking, he took out the divine sword of coercion. His eyes were instantly filled with purple light, and everything became silent. Little Sovereign was stunned and inexplicably creeped out. Even though Zhou Xuanji had not acted yet, he felt like he was going to die. The Hall of Stars fell into a strange atmosphere. Little Sovereign gulped and cautiously asked, what is this magical power called? Absolute Sword Emperor. Zhou Xuanji said with a pleased smile. He had not truly used the Sword Emperor Absolute technique because if he did, it would definitely be a disaster. Good name. It suits you very well. Little Sovereign exclaimed in admiration. The purple light in Zhou Xuanji's eyes faded, and the murderous atmosphere disappeared. He took a deep breath and said, the imperishable realm is a realm that surpasses the Grand Supreme Realm. It's said that it's impossible to break through that realm with just cultivation. It requires great fortune or great divine ability to break through it with force. Above Grand Supreme, Zhou Xuanji thought about it. The evil emperor must be in existence that surpassed the Grand Sovereign. Otherwise, how could he compete with a Cardinal Heaven? However, he didn't know how the realms above the Grand Supreme were divided. Little Sovereign reminded him, you better behave for the time being. Otherwise, your enemies will not just be Cardinal Heaven. Zhou Xuanji nodded. Some plans didn't need to be publicized. 100 years later, Zhou Xuanji began preaching for the stars domain. Everyone had been looking forward to this preaching for a long time. Zhou Xuanji's preaching had already become famous in the North Infinity long ago. However, most of the powerful cultivators didn't take it seriously. Those ancient existences wouldn't even guess that he was preaching the ancestral voice. Not to mention the North Infinity, only the ancestral Buddha would preach in all directions. When Zhou Xuanji uttered the first note, everyone's soul trembled. All the realms turned silent. Everyone began to listen to Zhou Xuanji's preaching seriously. No matter how high one's cultivation was, they would quickly fall into a state of epiphany when they heard the ancestral voice. In a pavilion, Wordless stood in front of the window sill, looking at the starry sky in the distance. He mumbled, "Ancestral voice, how many great opportunities are you hiding?" A rare look of shock appeared in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect Zhou Xuanji to know the ancestral voice at all. Next, he meditated on the spot and began to enjoy the ancestral voice. He wouldn't refuse an opportunity that was delivered to his doorstep. This preaching lasted for a long time. Zhou Xuanji only ended the preaching after making sure that every creature had gained something. The Sword Emperor is merciful. All of the creatures of the court realm began to shout these words. They were extremely excited. After listening to this sermon, all of the problems they faced in their cultivation were easily solved. Most of the creatures even broke through as a result. It could be said that the entire world was celebrating. In their opinion, such a magical preaching must have consumed a lot of their cultivation. Therefore, they were very moved and worshipped Zhou Xuanji even more. Zhou Xuanji was about to rest in the hall when Shan Yanqing barged in. She arrived before Zhou Xuanji in one step and asked, "What's the origin of that kid without a mouth?" Her expression was serious. Her eyes were sharp and filled with hidden anger. "What's wrong with him?" Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion. Although Wordless was mysterious, he shouldn't be a match for Shan Yanqing. Shan Yanqing gritted her teeth and said, "He has the extreme Dao Qi. He is from the East Infinity royal family." East Infinity? Zhou Xuanji frowned. He had already offended the Northern Endless Evil Emperor and the Western Endless Ancient Geniuses, and now he had also offended the Eastern Endless Ancient Geniuses? Shan Yanqing sighed. "I didn't notice it before, but when you were preaching, he was cultivating and leaked the aura of the extreme path. The Eastern Infinity royal family are all monsters. You've been targeted by them. You're in big trouble." She blamed herself. It was normal that Zhou Xuanji did not recognize him, but she had experienced so much in the endless universe. Why did she not notice him earlier? "He said he's here to help me. He might not be an enemy, right?" Zhou Xuanji said hesitantly. Although he had been in the limelight recently, he had not yet reached the level of an overlord who could threaten the world. "Help you? That is to win you over. When you grow up, if you don't choose a side, the Eastern Endless Imperial family will definitely make a move against you." Shan Yanqing frowned. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Since you said that you will grow up, then there is still some time, right? Don't panic." Shan Yanqing came in such a hurry that he was shocked. Hearing this, Shan Yanqing felt that it made sense. The reputation of the Eastern Infinity royal family was too great, which made her panic. She tried to calm down and said, "You are right, but we must keep an eye on that guy. His cultivation is not very strong, but the Eastern Infinity royal family behind him is a family that has been passed down since the ancient sovereign era. We must not provoke them." Zhou Xuanji was surprised and said, "According to what you said, isn't the Eastern Infinity the strongest endless?" Chapter 972. It can't be said to be the strongest. It can only be said that it has the deepest foundation, Shan Yanqing replied, shaking her head. Zhou Xuanji was even more surprised when he heard this. This Eastern Infinity isn't the strongest. Doesn't this mean that Northern Infinity is the weakest? Shan Yanqing said seriously, "It's difficult to tell who is strong and who is weak. It's impossible for the weak to survive for so long. Today's Four Infinity is more powerful than all living beings imagine. The four overlords have the potential to compete for the post-ancient sovereign three heavens. It's just that the world is advocating their ancestors." This wasn't the first time Zhou Xuanji had heard such words. There were always some powerhouses who were promoting the current generation. Zhou Xuanji listened to it, but whether he believed it or not was another matter. Since he is already here, let's take things as they come. You stay in the stars domain and help me keep an eye on him, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, staring at Shan Yanqing. Shan Yanqing rolled her eyes at him and said meaningfully, I'm not helping you for free. If you ask me like this, you will owe me more and more. Understand? Zhou Xuanji shrugged, smiling but didn't say anything. Shan Yanqing smiled and turned to leave. After she left the Star's Palace, Zhou Xuanji's smile froze. Cardinal Heaven, Evil Emperor, Eastern Infinity Royal Family. It's really a gathering of stars. Zhou Xuanji raised the corner of his mouth and murmured, You want to use me as a chess piece? If the chess piece is too big, it will crush me to death. He didn't feel any pressure. On the contrary, he felt that the current situation was very good. Wordless came to assist him. Didn't it mean that the Eastern Infinity Royal Family wanted to support him? Then, he would have one more bargaining chip when facing the evil Emperor in Cardinal Heaven. He took out the 2 faded fate pearls and continued to comprehend. Undying Realm. What kind of realm is this? In the starry sky filled with black chi, countless meteorites were flying like sand in the wind. A row of mysterious existences in black robes stood in the air. There were a total of 17 figures. Their heads were wisps of smoke, making it impossible to distinguish their true faces. They were looking up in the same direction. There was a beam of light with thunder and lightning. There was a huge figure vaguely in the beam of light. It was like a world-destroying demon god. It was incomparably majestic, and its terrifying aura filled the universe with pressure. The star's domain has an undying existence that surpasses Great Sovereign? A hoarse voice rang out, its tone cold. A black-robed man replied, Yes, that person is a mortal ancestor god. She has the aura of the graveyard of gods. All these years, there has been a mortal ancestor god hunting Grand Supremes. Maybe it's her. The black-robed man at the side added, Not only that, there is also the extreme Dao Qi in the multitude star domain, and the Eastern Infinity Royal Family is also within it. It's best if we don't interfere and let the Cardinal Heaven Masters deal with the multitude star domain, thereby angering the Eastern Infinity Royal Family. The others followed suit. That's right, we can use someone else to do our dirty work. The Eastern Endless Imperial Family has always disliked Cardinal Heaven experts. Hunyuan Heaven also wants to intervene in the boundless north. We are surrounded by enemies and this is our chance. Speaking of which, it's strange. What kind of background does the Sword Emperor have? Is it because he's the Kunlun Origin Court's sovereign that he could attract the Eastern Endless Imperial Family? We also have a Kunlun Origin Court supremacy under us. Why don't we send him to persuade the Sword Emperor, and rope him over to His Majesty's side? The black-robed men discussed among themselves. The silhouette in the beam of light listened quietly and did not speak. After they quietened down, the silhouette in the beam of light said, Send the Kunlun Origin Court supremacy. You will arrange everything. This emperor is very tired and needs to rest. In the future, do not disturb this emperor if there is no especially important information. Understand? A murderous aura emanated from the beam of light, causing the black-robed men to sway continuously. They immediately bowed and disappeared from where they were. Ever since Zhou Xuanji knew that Wu Yin came from the Eastern Infinity Royal Family, he had been talking to Wu Yin intentionally or unintentionally. He asked about how to govern the multitude star domain. Wu Yin was very smart and could always think of many strategies for him. Zhou Xuanji passed down the strategies that he thought were good and implemented them immediately. From beginning to end, he did not promote Wu Yin at all. Speechless did not have any complaints. He looked like a loyal and honest person. This day, Daozong Xian came to visit him. The two gathered in the multitude star palace. Looking at him, who was high above, Daozong Xian sighed and said, I lost. How many elites did you send? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. Just me alone, Daozong Xian said straightforwardly. He was the most powerful being in the Dragon Follower domain. His loss meant that the Dragon Follower domain lost. Tell me about it. Zhou Xuanji maintained his smile. He didn't find it strange. After all, it was a Cardinal Heaven base that attracted countless believers to worship it. Even though the Cardinal Heaven was domineering, there was still an endless stream of living beings. They thought that joining the Cardinal Heaven would grant them eternal life. If they could not win, they would join. Serve the Cardinal Heaven. No matter how brutal the cardinal heaven was, they would not kill until he was the only one left in northern infinity. Everyone knew that the cardinal heaven's true goal was to create a great era like the primeval sovereign era. Any greatness needed to be revered. Daozong Xian began to talk about the specific situation of the base. It was a gigantic island, one that was even bigger than the Great Thousand World. A cardinal heaven statue stood on the island, which contained a strand of the cardinal heaven's consciousness. Daozong Xian was defeated by that strand of consciousness. Fortunately, it was just a strand of consciousness, or else he would not have been able to escape. According to his observation, many void beasts and powerful cultivators were hiding on the island. There were restrictions outside the island, and only great sovereigns could enter. Even if one entered, one would not be able to escape without the cultivation of the 7 courts' great sovereigns. There were no rules on the island. In other words, the island was a training ground. Those who entered had to fight continuously if they wanted to survive. Those who knew this secret would be killed by the cardinal heaven's consciousness if they had any intention of betraying. If not for Daozong Xian's powerful cultivation, he would not have been able to escape. You stayed there for 100 years? Zhou Xuanji asked with a strange expression. Looking at Daozong Xian's expression, it was hard to imagine that he had been through all this. Zhou Xuanji thought that he would be back soon. Daozong Xian nodded and said, all in all, if that island was released, the Dragon Follower domain, Star's domain, and all the nearby domains would be flattened. He still felt a lingering fear when he mentioned this. Even the great sovereigns of the 9 courts were so scared. It showed how terrifying that island was. Zhou Xuanji asked in astonishment. If so, what is the cardinal heaven waiting for? Daozong Xian shook his head. He was also confused about this. Zhou Xuanji immediately sent a telepathic message to Wuyan. Soon Wuyan came to the Star's Palace. After hearing about it, Wuyan said, it should be some kind of formation. As far as I know, there is more than one island like this. They are scattered across the endless worlds. Daozong Xian sized him up and was curious about who this brat was. Sword Emperor, this is your serendipity. Don't you know how to absorb the sovereign's divine power, and have mastered a speed divine ability? You can go there, Wuyan said meaningfully. Chapter 973. Wuyan's suggestion caused Zhou Xuanji to narrow his eyes. It was not that he had not thought of this, but Wuyan's suggestion surprised him. This kid knew him very well. Daozong shook his head and said, no, that place is too dangerous. I suggest the Sword Emperor not go. He was not trying to persuade Zhou Xuanji sincerely. It was just that he and Zhou Xuanji were in the same boat. If anything happened to Zhou Xuanji, the Dragon Follower domain would not have a good ending either. He had already defied the will of Cardinal Heaven. Even if he surrendered, Cardinal Heaven would not let him off. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Dao brother, you can go back first. Pay more attention to the spatial turbulence around you. Previously, I discovered that the evil emperor's people were secretly setting up restrictions. Demonic Emperor. Daozong Xian was startled. He immediately bowed and left. He was also afraid of being targeted by the evil emperor. After he left, he looked at Zhou Xuanji speechlessly and said, such a lowly person is not fit to be on your side. Just subdue him. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. Subdue? Can you help me? This kid was really arrogant. The Dragon Pursuit domain was bigger than the Stars domain. All right. Speechless agreed immediately. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji was quite surprised. Could this brat defeat the Supreme of the 9 Halls? Give Xin Yanqing to me, Wu Yan said seriously. Zhou Xuanji's smile froze. He felt that he had been played. The two of them stared at each other, and even the air seemed to freeze. Speechless seemed to feel that it was inappropriate. He said hesitantly, if it's just me, I'll need time. I'll have to integrate into the draconic domain first before making a plan. Go, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile without hesitation. He had already planned to head to a huge training island in the Cardinal Heaven. Before that, he would feel more at ease if he could send Wu Yan out. Nodding silently, Zhang Xian left. Zhou Xuanji summoned Xin Yanqing again. After Xin Yanqing came to the Stars Hall, she asked impatiently, what's the matter? Zhou Xuanji told her what had happened, and that he was going to the massive training island. After I leave, I'll leave the astral domain to you. Wait for my return. Zhou Xuanji stared at Shen Nianqing and said with a serious face. Shen Nianqing frowned and said, Are you sure you want to go there? I know that place. Those who can survive there are all ruthless characters. Those islands are the backup of the Cardinal Heaven experts and are also a deterrent to the various domains. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, What do you think are the chances of me becoming more powerful after I go in? Shen Nianqing began to ponder. She thought back to what Zhou Xuanji had encountered before, and felt that this was an opportunity for Zhou Xuanji. But what she was most annoyed about was that this suggestion came from Wordless. If he succeeded this time, would Zhou Xuanji be even more gullible in the future? That was what worried her the most. She did not have a good impression of the Eastern Endless royal family. Don't worry, I know what to do, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He understood what Shen Nianqing was worried about. She wasn't afraid that he would die, but she was unhappy and speechless. No matter what, Zhou Xuanji had to go. Apart from becoming stronger, he also wanted to learn more about the training island. He felt that Cardinal Heaven definitely had other motives for establishing such an island. The more ostentatious a Cardinal Heaven expert was, the more he wanted to hide something. All right, you're on your own. Come back early, Shen Nianqing said, shaking her head. This kid is always so restless. His growth speed is already very exaggerated, but he always wants to continue to grow stronger quickly. When are you leaving? She asked. Zhou Xuanji got up and replied, Now. Kunlun Origin Court, Jiangsu Court Realm, and Zhanlanting Realm were all in his soul. As long as the people he really cared about were following him, he wouldn't have any worries. In his opinion, leaving his family in the stars domain was far safer than following him. After all, he had the spirit void state. No matter what danger he encountered, he could escape alive. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Zhou Xuanji left the stars domain. Sitting on the legendary sword throne, he shuttled through the space-time tunnel. Ever since he intertwined the legendary swords into a throne, he had liked this legendary sword throne very much. Before leaving, he had already obtained the memories from the spies. He could accurately find the location of the training island. He let the legendary sword throne fly on its own while he played with the two faded fate pearls. Ever since he created the Sword Emperor Absolute, he wanted to taste the mysterious power of the faded fate pearls. The Sword Emperor Absolute could be even more powerful. Zhou Xuanji dared to go to the training island because he wanted to test the power of the Sword Emperor Absolute. In the stars domain, he couldn't use the Sword Emperor Absolute. 2 hours later, he jumped out of the space-time turbulence. The void in front of him was filled with turbid gas, and a boundless giant island that looked like a terrifying giant scorpion was entrenched there. It was obscured by the gray fog, and it was partly visible. Zhou Xuanji could already sense the powerful restrictive aura, which filled the void with pressure. Fortunately, he had trained his physique to the limit when he learned the spirit void state, so he was not afraid of this pressure. A layer of silver sword radiance emanated from his body. Next, he who was sitting on the legendary sword throne turned into a shooting star and broke through the restrictive barrier, charging into the training island. On the massive island, thunderclouds billowed. The mountains on the ground were undulating. This place was also shrouded in fog, covering the sky and the sun. It was extremely gloomy, as though demons were hiding in every corner. Zhou Xuanji stopped and sensed the murderous aura coming from all directions. He raised his brows slightly. It's purgatory indeed. He mumbled to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation. He spread out his divine sense and soon he sensed horrifying figures. Some were humanoid, some were as massive as mountains, and some were like demon gods walking aimlessly between the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xuanji continued flying. He had no destination and only wanted to look around first. Soon he saw a man with messy hair walking on a hill. This man was half naked, and his muscles were like steel. His pants were torn and he swayed as he walked, as though he was severely injured. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and asked, "Are you still conscious?" The man stopped and said slowly, "I'm Du Shen. I'm Du Shen. I'm Du Shen." Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He was crazy indeed. After the thought, he continued to move forward. He wanted to find someone who was conscious to understand the situation here. But just when he flew over, Dushan suddenly turned around and leaped toward him. He was extremely fast. Clang! Zhou Xuanji blocked Dushan's fist with a backhand slash. Both of them were powerful, and the space around them twisted violently. It was on the verge of collapsing. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw that Dushan's eyes were extremely ferocious. There was a face in this guy's pupils. It was not Zhou Xuanji's but someone else's. It was a horrifying and blurry face. Anyone who saw him would instinctively be afraid. But if one looked closely, one would not be able to see his face clearly. Dushan laughed viciously and kicked at Zhou Xuanji, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks. Zhou Xuanji held his sword with one hand and easily blocked all of his punches and kicks with his back to Dushan. Chapter 974. Poison Centipede attacked ferociously, but he could not hurt Zhou Xuanji. This made him even more irritable. "I will tear you into pieces," he roared at the top of his lungs. His body suddenly expanded, and needle-like hairs grew out from the surface of his body. His hair grew even faster. His fingernails grew as long as 10 blades. Zhou Xuanji's eyes focused. He held the suppressive legendary sword in a reverse grip, and his eyes beamed with a violet radiance. Boom! A sword light exploded from his body like a circle that expanded and swept across the surroundings. Poison Centipede was swept by the sword light and shattered into pieces. The dense fog between the heavens and the earth was shredded, and mountains were crushed. Everything within a radius of 100 miles was turned into nothingness. Sword Emperor Extinction. He simply used this trump card divine ability to kill his enemy easily. He waved his left hand, and Poison Centipede's soul appeared in his hand. He stared into Poison Centipede's eyes and hypnotized him. The exterminating divine eyes worked wonders. He used illusions to make Poison Centipede lose himself. After that, Zhou Xuanji began searching through his memories. But after a long while he found nothing. This guy's mind was like a blank piece of paper with nothing in it. Zhou Xuanji frowned and crushed Poison Centipede's soul. He continued ahead, wanting to find a rational creature, so that he could quickly understand this massive training island. Ever since he entered the island, a murderous aura surrounded him. At first he thought it was because there were too many living creatures, but now he sensed that something was wrong. Although this murderous aura was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, the essence of the murderous aura was the same. Came from the same person or thing. Zhou Xuanji felt that this murderous aura might be the key to this massive training island. It could make living creatures lose their minds and turn them into killing machines. He looked calm, but he was actually on high alert, just in case the murderous aura invaded his mind. After flying for a while, he encountered another person, and he raised his brows slightly. This person was Poison Centipede. This guy was staggering on the vast land, exactly the same as the previous scene. "I'm Poison Centipede." The same scene, the same murmur. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and was sure that it was not an illusion. Could it be a twin? Or a clone? Zhou Xuanji thought as he brought Poison Centipede before him, and absorbed his sovereign's divine energy. This fellow did indeed possess the divine power of a supreme being. After he finished absorbing the Poison Centipede, he destroyed it and continued on his journey. Not long after, he encountered another Poison Centipede, who was still walking on the ground in a daze. Zhou Xuanji, who was sitting on the throne, became extremely interested in this phenomenon. Every time he encountered a Poison Centipede, he would grab it and absorb its supreme god force. That was all. He encountered more and more poisonous centipedes, and his cultivation kept increasing. He was even more curious about the identity of Poison Toad. Could it be that Poison Centipede was a clone? Endless? That's fine too. It just so happened that he needed supreme god force. Half a year later, Zhou Xuanji absorbed another Poison Centipede. He had already absorbed over 10,000 Poison Centipedes. Apart from the Poison Centipede, he also encountered other creatures, some strong, some weak. In this place, the weakest was a Grand Supreme. He increasingly felt that Poison Centipede's status on this training island was very special, because he had no other living beings that would repeat. During this period of time, all the living beings he encountered had no memories. They were all muddle-headed like walking corpses. Until one day, he found a dilapidated Taoist temple. Its roof was broken and overgrown with weeds. There was a strange sound of knocking on a wooden fish in the temple. Zhou Xuanji landed in front of the Taoist temple. He gently pushed open the wooden door and saw an old monk inside. Interesting. Why didn't an old monk build a temple? Old senior, how should I address you? He asked. The old monk did not open his eyes. Yuan Cheng, he replied while knocking on the wooden fish. Yuan Cheng? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. There was no such person in the North Limitless, or at least, he had never heard of him. My name is Zhou Xuanji. I'm new here and have yet to encounter a cardinal heaven. I feel that this place is very chaotic. What's the reason? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. His tone was relaxed, neither aggressive nor cowardly. He could not see through Yuan Cheng's cultivation. This guy was very powerful. Yuan Cheng even gave him a sense of unpredictability, like divine pinching star. A cardinal heaven is at work. You have already become a part of this ill-fated fate. You are very unfortunate. Give up struggling. You will soon be captured by the cardinal heaven's murderous desire and become a puppet, Yuan Cheng said calmly. Zhou Xuanji locked onto the words cardinal heaven's murderous desire. So, the murderous desire that pervaded the heavens and earth came from the cardinal heaven. Could it be that strand of will? He fell into deep thought. If he could control that strand of will, could he control this massive training island? Put away your thoughts. It's useless. Even if you escape, the cardinal heaven will hunt you down and never give up, Yuan Cheng continued. Then what is your identity? What are you doing? Zhou Xuanji asked. Yuan Cheng replied. My identity is not important. I'm waiting for death. So straightforward. Zhou Xuanji hesitated. Should he attack Yuan Cheng? It seemed that he would not be able to learn more from Yuan Cheng. He thought about it and chose to give up. This old guy was not simple. He would not touch him for now and check out the other situation first. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and left. Just when he stepped out of the Taoist temple, he heard footsteps behind him. He looked back and saw that Yuan Cheng had caught up with him. He was still knocking on the wooden fish. Yuan Cheng opened his eyes and said softly, Benefactor, I suddenly feel that we are fated. How about I accompany you? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. Aren't you waiting for death? Let me wait for death too. Why are you following me? To seek death together? He was on guard. Could this old guy be plotting something? I thought so at first, but when you turned around just now I had a different premonition, Yuan Cheng said with a smile. There's a calamity in the boundless universe. The old and the new are replacing each other. On the eve of glory, I came here to find a master, but I have already given up on my desire for him. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Not only have you given up, but you can't escape either, right? Yuan Cheng replied with a smile. Yes. But if I can meet a new master who can bring me out, I shouldn't give up, right? Zhou Xuanji smiled. He turned into a stream of sword light and disappeared into the horizon. Yuan Cheng followed after him while knocking on the wooden fish. The two of them turned into two streams of rainbow light and shuttled between the heavens and the earth, piercing through layers of clouds and mist with unstoppable momentum. Zhou Xuanji smiled and disappeared into thin air with God's supreme speed. Yuan Cheng opened his eyes wide suddenly. His gaze was incredibly sharp. Apparently, he was stunned by Zhou Xuanji's God's supreme speed. Zhou Xuanji thought that he had already shaken off Yuan Cheng. He looked back and opened his eyes wide in shock. Yuan Cheng was chasing after him relentlessly. Benefactor, you are not bad, Yuan Cheng said with a smile. Because of his small eyes, he looked like a sly old fox. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and entered God's supreme mode straightaway, disappearing before Yuan Cheng again. Yuan Cheng opened his eyes wide again. Chapter 975. After entering spiritless mode, Zhou Xuanji directly jumped out of the training island. He heaved a sigh of relief when he managed to shake off Yuan Cheng. If this old fellow could even keep up with the spiritless state, that would be too much of a blow. With that thought, he flew back to the training island. Not long after he entered, Yuan Cheng found him. What divine ability did you use just now? Yuan Cheng asked in shock. His body was trembling, and it was obvious that there was an answer in his heart that he did not dare to believe. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and smiled. Didn't you guess it already? Yuan Chang took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. He said with a trembling voice, "Delirious state?" Zhou Xuanji nodded, looking calm and at ease. Thump! Yuan Chang knelt on the ground and cupped his fists. "Yuan Chang is willing to acknowledge you as my master and follow you for all eternity." Zhou Xuanji was stunned. "So casual? I understand the boundless universe very well, and I'm well versed in both the past and present. I once encountered a setback in my cultivation, but I actually have the foundation of the imperishable realm. If you accept me, I can definitely become your right-hand man." Yuan Chang said seriously. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He did not expect this old guy to be so powerful. Could it be that he was boasting? If he was that strong, why couldn't he escape? Even the heart of the Taoist scripture can go out, so why can't an undying realm expert like you? "It's not that I can't go out," Yuan Chang said helplessly. "I just want to explore the secrets of this giant island and see if there are any Cardinal Heaven prodigies who dare to disobey the Cardinal Heaven experts." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said, "Then jump out and let me see." Yuan Chang frowned. He immediately leaped out of the training island. In an instant, thunder and lightning intersected, and the rolling black clouds in the sky surged violently, as if the sky was collapsing. After about 5 breaths of time, a figure pierced through the sea of clouds and came crashing down. Countless thunderbolts interweaved on his body. It was Yuan Chang. The surface of his body was charred black, and he was in a sorry state. He landed in front of Zhou Xuanji and said, "How is it? I didn't lie, right?" Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion, "Why did lightning strike you?" Yuan Chang said helplessly, "I've been targeted by the will of the Cardinal Heaven." He pulled himself together and looked at Zhou Xuanji again, his eyes flashing with a brilliant light. No matter how miserable it was before, he had finally found the master he wanted. The person in front of him had a pure soul, an outstanding cultivation, and was proficient in the spiritless state that grand sovereigns couldn't grasp. He was definitely a peerless genius. Moreover, he was a top-notch existence among the peerless geniuses throughout the ages. He saw something on Zhou Xuanji's body that was difficult to see with the naked eye and divine sense. "All right, follow me first. I want to absorb the sovereign divine energy of the creatures here. Take me to some powerful great sovereigns," Zhou Xuanji said, nodding with a calm expression. Yuan Chang nodded. He didn't think it was inappropriate. All the creatures that came here wanted to follow a Cardinal Heaven expert, so their deaths were not to be regretted. Putting aside morality and righteousness, life and death was a very common thing in the boundless universe. After that, under Yuan Chang's lead, Zhou Xuanji began hunting the great sovereigns on the training island. In a dark and gloomy cave there was a continuous heavy panting sound, as if a terrifying beast was hiding inside. He saw an existence with a snake's body and a human head lying in the water. The water wasn't deep, so it couldn't cover his entire body. His body was covered in countless scales. Half of them were about to fall off, but they were still attached to his flesh. He looked at the entrance of the cave and said with a cold smile, "This aura. Another delicious guy is coming." Whoosh! A gust of cold wind swept out from the entrance of the cave. Next, a woman appeared in front of him. This woman had a graceful figure and was shrouded in black qi. Only her cold and elegant face could be seen. Her long blood-red hair danced wildly in the wind, making her look like a ghost. She stared at the snake-bodied monster and said, "Han Flood Dragon, the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court is here. Do you want to eat him?" "Oh, that aura belongs to the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court?" Han Flood Dragon laughed sinisterly. "Yeah, if you eat him, you can become the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court and be reborn," the blood-red-haired woman said with a nod, a cold glint flickering in her eyes. Han Flood Dragon stared at her and slowly arched his snake body as he said with a smile, "You are so good to me? Spiritual assault, you aren't planning something, right? You and I are both stray dogs who came to worship a Cardinal Heaven. Will you help me?" Boom! He immediately charged toward the blood-red-haired woman called Spiritual Assault. Spiritual Assault's body flickered and moved under the thunderclouds. She turned to look at the rolling mountains below and said with a frown, gritting her teeth, "So stupid." Just when she finished speaking, the mountain below exploded, and Han Flood Dragon charged toward her, swaying his snake tail. The two immediately clashed and unleashed all kinds of divine abilities. The heavens and earth shook, and the mountains and forests were constantly bombarded. The lightning in the sky interweaved toward them. Far away, Zhou Xuanji was absorbing the sovereign's divine energy from a great sovereign. Yuan Cheng was beside the legendary sword throne. The two looked up at the horizon at the same time. Not bad, a good target, Zhou Xuanji said with a soft smile. On the training island, any great sovereign who had a consciousness would attack him first, so he had no qualms about absorbing the divine energy. Yuan Cheng said, "That woman is not simple. She might be the evil emperor's subordinate who is here to explore the secrets of the cardinal heaven. I met her before. She's very powerful." The evil emperor's subordinate? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. This means that there are all kinds of people on this island. There are spies from all kinds of factions? Yuan Cheng nodded and shook his head. The evil emperor is indeed powerful, but he's too arrogant. He had to wait for the cardinal heaven to return to its peak before fighting with him. This caused the cardinal heaven to expand unbridledly. If there are more than 10,000 islands like this, the evil emperor will be dead for sure. Why? These islands are not as simple as training soldiers. The cardinal heavens will absorb the souls here. Once they die, they will become nourishment for the cardinal heaven. His real purpose is the same as what you are doing now. Can't the evil emperor see through it? He definitely sees through it, but he doesn't care. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji was speechless about the evil emperor. How big is this guy's heart? He will be finished sooner or later. Yuan Cheng said meaningfully, "The evil emperor is really powerful. He is qualified to chase after the ancient sovereign. He seems arrogant and conceited, but if he survives this, no one will be able to stop him." Zhou Xuanji became even more curious about the evil emperor. Even someone as reckless as him could make Yuan Cheng praise him endlessly. Just how talented was the evil emperor? Also, they might be waiting for the sovereign's serendipity to appear. Legend has it that once the ancient sovereign three heavens battle, the sovereign's serendipity will descend. Yuan Cheng continued. Speaking of the sovereign's serendipity, his eyes were burning with passion. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Actually, I'm Hongming Heaven. Do you believe me?" Yuan Cheng rolled his eyes at him and shook his wooden fish, saying, "If you are Hongming Heaven, I will eat my treasure." Zhou Xuanji smiled and did not reply. "You can just wait to eat your treasures." Chapter 976. Hongmeng Tian is the most mysterious existence in the post-prime sovereign three heavens. His appearance will determine the future. My guess is that Hongmeng Tian's appearance will be earth-shattering, stirring up endless storms in all directions. Yuan Cheng said with a smile, his face full of anticipation. Zhou Xuanji asked mockingly, "Why? Do you worship Hongmeng Heaven?" Yuan Cheng shook his head and said, "There is no one in this world that I can admire. I am only looking forward to the arrival of that period. When that time comes, dragons and snakes will rise everywhere, and the more chaotic the better. I will help you rise from this chaos. Do you want to become an endless overlord?" The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and his hands kept knocking on the wooden fish. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "What makes you think you can help me reach that height?" Yuan Cheng smiled until his eyes were squinted. He asked with a smile, "I have my talents and you have your talents. Why can't I?" Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. "What abilities do you have?" This old man wasn't as steady and unfathomable as he appeared to be. One could even say that he was a little arrogant. Even the evil emperor wasn't as arrogant as this guy. At the very least, the evil emperor was high up and had the right to look down on everything. What was fate? A nameless old monk dared to say that the world was a chessboard? Zhou Xuanji felt that it was funny. This was even more ridiculous than Zhuge and Longzhong. "Believe me, I will prove myself in the future," Yuan Cheng said in high spirits, as if everything was under his control. Zhou Xuanji, who was absorbing the divine power of the great sovereign under his feet, pondered and said, "How about this, you subdue 100 great sovereigns of the 9 halls for me, right on this island. If you can't even do this, how can you help me dominate this place?" When Yuan Cheng heard this, he almost cursed. He suppressed his embarrassment and said, But everyone here is a vicious and evil person who wants to prove themselves to a cardinal heaven expert. It's very difficult to poach them, let alone the 9 halls supreme beings. 100 supreme masters of the 9 halls. Have you reached the level of the supreme of the 9 halls? Zhou Xuanji shrugged his shoulders and said, if you can't do it, then don't brag. Be honest. The more contributions you make, the more you can brag, understand? Yuan Cheng scoffed. Who says I can't? However, there aren't many rational 9 halls great supremes on this island, and most of them are spies from various forces. Would you dare to use them if you roped them in? He rolled his eyes and continued, how about this? I'll help you subdue 5 of them. They're definitely the strongest strength under the imperishable realm. With their protection, you'll definitely be able to control a domain. Although the Kunlun Origin Court had a special status, its territory was still too small for a domain. Only by mastering a domain could one truly rise to power. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, go ahead. He wasn't afraid that Yuan Cheng would play tricks on him. He had the people of the Eastern Boundless Imperial family and Shen Yanqing under him, so it wouldn't matter if he played some tricks. Yuan Cheng nodded and immediately turned around. But after taking a few steps, he turned back and asked hesitantly, you won't leave me behind, will you? I won't, Zhou Xuanji said unpleasantly. Only then did Yuan Cheng feel relieved. He turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Zhou Xuanji continued to absorb the sovereign divine power. After absorbing it, he continued to search for his next target. His targets were all great sovereigns. Tens of thousands of poisonous centipedes and many great sovereigns were enough for him to catch a glimpse of the tale of the great sovereigns of the 7 courts. Time passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji's name gradually spread on the giant training island. Those who were rational knew about his appearance. Most of the creatures who came to the training island wanted to prove themselves and show their potential to the cardinal heavens. They would frantically search for opponents, but no matter how powerful they were, they would still be injured and find a place to hide. Now they were all waiting for Zhou Xuanji to be injured. Not only that, but Zhou Xuanji's identity also spread. The sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. This identity made more people want to defeat him. A few years later, some powerful cultivators began to look for Zhou Xuanji. He entered a continuous battle. On this day, his opponent was a great sovereign of the 9 courts. It was the frost dragon that wanted to eat Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji, your cultivation has improved a lot. Frost dragon licked his lips and sneered. Zhou Xuanji sat on the throne of legendary swords and said with a smile, I've seen you before. Your ugliness is still fresh in my memory. His opponent showed his murderous aura as soon as he came. Naturally, he didn't need to show him any respect. Frost dragon snorted coldly and pounced at Zhou Xuanji without another word. Gusts of chilly wind were generated by him, forming a pale blue torrent with a majestic aura. Zhou Xuanji raised his imposing might legendary sword and chuckled. Insect, I have long wanted to deal with you. His eyes beamed with a brilliant purple radiance, illuminating the dark world. He turned the imposing might legendary sword in his hand and pointed it downward. A horrifying sword light burst out and swept across everything. Frost Dragon opened his eyes wide and blocked with his arms instinctively. Boom! Before his arms could reach his head, the sword light had already swept across his body with absolute speed. Such speed was comparable to God Supreme's speed. Frost Dragon turned into ashes immediately. A massive amount of Sovereign's divine power flowed into Zhou Xuanji's body, which made him frown. If not for his powerful body, he might have exploded and died. Sword Emperor Absolute. The explosive power of this divine ability was horrifying. It had the Delusion Sword C's divine ability, God Supreme Speed, and the divine Rainbow Monarch Dao's will. Especially the imposing might. The legendary sword contained immense pressure that compressed everything with divine power. No one below the imperishable stage could withstand it. As for the imperishable stage, Zhou Xuanji had not tried it yet. It was almost impossible to explode with multiple powers and wills while using God's supreme speed. But the fated Fate Pearl helped him do it. Zhou Xuanji raised his left hand and sucked Frost Dragon's remnant soul into his hand. After the explosion of the Sword Emperor Absolute, Frost Dragon's body was obliterated, and his soul was torn into pieces. Zhou Xuanji absorbed Frost Dragon's remnant soul with his Soul Kunlun sword. A massive amount of divine power flowed in his body, and he began to suppress and absorb it. At this moment an ear-piercing sound came. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw that it was Spiritual Strike, who fought with Frost Dragon back then. Spiritual Strike was very fast, and she slammed her palm into Zhou Xuanji's body. She smiled, and a wave of insidious energy seeped into Zhou Xuanji's body and wreaked havoc. You can't keep using your divine ability just now, right? Spiritual Strike mocked. The Sword Emperor Absolute was powerful indeed. In that instant, she felt a chill down her spine. But she was confident that with Zhou Xuanji's cultivation, he would not be able to use the Sword Emperor Absolute consecutively in a short period of time. Just when she finished speaking, her right palm was quickly frozen. The icy power spread along her arm to her entire body. Her expression changed drastically. Instinctively, she wanted to get away from Zhou Xuanji, but it was too late. Zhou Xuanji pierced his sword through her throat and absorbed her sovereign's divine power. How can it be? You? Spiritual Strike was in disbelief and could not understand. Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly. The power of rules is useless against me. If you were using pure divine power, it would be easier. The extermination sovereign constitution disregarded all rules. Spiritual Strike immediately turned into a gust of cold wind and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji tossed out the invincible legendary sword and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 977. The spiritual attack kept moving, its body flashing as if it was teleporting. The surrounding world kept changing. No matter which direction she fled in, the killing intent behind her never disappeared, as if it had already locked onto her and would not stop until she was dead. Is that guy really a Grand Sovereign? This was the first time she had encountered such a powerful Great Supreme. She had no choice but to leave the training island. Zhou Xuanji sensed that her aura had disappeared. He waved his left hand and the non-existence legendary sword flew back into his hand. He continued to suppress the rampaging supreme god force in his body. After this battle, he had become much stronger. After a while he moved on. Ever since he parted ways with Yuan Cheng, Zhou Xuanji had not seen him again. He did not know how the old guy was doing. Zhou Xuanji even suspected that this old thing was plotting something. Why did it take so long to subdue 5 supreme of the 9 courts? He sat on the divine sword throne, thinking as he moved forward. The paragons of the 7 courts are almost there. Once they break through, I should make my move. Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw the manifestation of a cardinal heavens hidden at the center of the training island. There was a cardinal heaven statue there. He had been thinking about how to secretly take control of this training island. There were countless experts on the island, and all of them were engaged in a killing spree. Their target was the cardinal heaven expert, and they kept on killing. If Zhou Xuanji pretended to be the will of a cardinal heaven and ordered them to kill the enemy, wouldn't that be equivalent to holding a powerful weapon? He was not afraid of being found out by a cardinal heaven expert. He only needed to deceive the creatures on the island. At this thought, Zhou Xuanji continued to accelerate. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he arrived in front of the statue of a cardinal heaven expert. This statue was tens of thousands of meters tall and was shrouded in mist. It was extremely mysterious. There were hundreds of figures around the statue. They were meditating and cultivating on the wasteland like ascetic monks. Zhou Xuanji's arrival did not attract their attention. The atmosphere was silent, oppressive, and gloomy. Zhou Xuanji did not disturb those creatures. His gaze was locked onto the god statue. He activated his exterminating divine eyes, wanting to see through the inside of the statue. His exterminating divine eyes had always been evolving, and after injecting his divine sense, he could easily see through the essence of things. However, there was a powerful restriction in the statue of a cardinal heaven expert that isolated his divine consciousness. Don't act recklessly. A familiar voice drifted into his ears. He turned his head and saw 6 figures rushing towards him at high speed. The leader was Yuan Cheng. The other 5 were all 9 Hall's great paragons, and their auras were even stronger than the Frost Serpent and Spirit Strike that he had encountered earlier. Yuan Cheng chuckled and said, "My lord, I didn't let you down, did I? These 5 people are all mighty figures who are famous in the north." He began introducing them to Zhou Xuanji. Autark Crimson Firmament, Autark Deep Fear, Autark Solitude, Autark Vastguard, Autark Gale. Let's call them the 5 venerated sword emperors in the future. How about that? Yuancheng winked and smiled with a smug expression. Zhou Xuanji looked at the 5 sovereigns and was a little surprised. It was indeed very strong. All 5 of them had ferocious looks in their eyes. Even though they had been restraining themselves, Zhou Xuanji could sense the murderous intent they were suppressing in their hearts. They were muscular and wore different clothes. The aura that they gave off was like that of ancient demons. Even on this giant training island, Zhou Xuanji rarely encountered powerful cultivators with such an aura. "Greetings, my lord." They spoke simultaneously. Even though they had human bodies, their hair was disheveled and their faces were covered with wounds. When they spoke, it was as if they had enmity with Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "How did he convince you?" Sovereign Shuyu was the first to reply. "We are only seeking a future." Having heard this, Yuancheng felt even more proud and gratified. He had been persuading them for many years, and it was hard to explain the bitterness behind it. "All right, my first mission for you is to clear this place. I want no other living beings within a radius of 10,000 miles, Zhou Xuanji instructed. Right after he spoke, the 5 sovereigns disappeared at the same time. Boom! 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 A battle broke out. A violent aura swept across the surroundings. Zhou Xuanji did not look at the battle but stared at Yuancheng and asked, "You need so much time?" Yuancheng replied, "It's not difficult to subdue them, but it takes energy to convince them wholeheartedly. I made them understand that working for you has a better future than working for the Cardinal Heaven. They are now fighting for themselves." Zhou Xuanji nodded before pointing at the Sovereign Heaven statue and said with a smile, "I want it. What do you think I should do?" Yuancheng squinted his eyes. He was trying to guess what Zhou Xuanji was implying. "I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult. I need to think about it," Yuancheng said as he rubbed his chin. He already understood Zhou Xuanji's intention. However, the other party was the will of a Cardinal Heaven expert. It was indescribably difficult to replace it without alerting the training island. Zhou Xuanji did not disturb him but waited quietly. "You guys. Are you crazy?" Sovereign Crimson Cloud. "You are someone who is infinitely close to the imperishable stage. How can you listen to a great sovereign of the 6 courts? You are pissing me off. You really think I'm afraid of you? Then let's fight." Hundreds of powerful cultivators cursed one after another. The 5 sovereigns displayed their domineering power, and no one could fight them head-on. Even Zhou Xuanji was shocked by the aura they gave off when they used their divine abilities. Soon the powerful cultivators began to flee. There were still some tough cultivators who were still fighting as though they were going to perish together with the 5 sovereigns. Zhou Xuanji flew up to the statue's eyes and looked at the Sovereign Heaven's face seriously for the first time. Although it was only a statue of a god, it still made him feel the arrogance of a god that looked down upon the boundless universe. Zhou Xuanji imagined what kind of aura the Sovereign Heaven would have. About the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the 5 sovereigns either killed or drove away the living beings around them. They returned to Zhou Xuanji expressionlessly. Zhou Xuanji did not look at them but took out his Soul Kunlun sword. He pierced the tip of the sword into the statue's forehead and injected his sovereign's divine energy into the blade. Boom! The statue began to tremble violently, and countless grains of sand slid down from it. Yuancheng's expression changed as he stared at the Soul Kunlun sword. This sword. He had seen many legendary weapons, but Zhou Xuanji's sword was always unfathomable to him. This sword could absorb consciousness. That's right. Zhou Xuanji wanted to forcefully absorb the Sovereign Heaven's consciousness. Yuancheng took a deep breath and waved his hands. Surging divine energy burst out from his body, and a beam of light shot out from his body and quickly turned into a gigantic ball of light that enveloped the Sovereign Heaven God statue and the entire land. The dense fog between the heavens and the earth was stirred and absorbed onto the surface of the ball of light. This divine ability can isolate divine sense, vision, and sound. Unless it is broken, there will be no movement at all. "You can show your power now," Yuancheng said. Yuancheng spoke. As the sound of his voice faded, a violent shockwave erupted from within the Paragon Heavenly God statue, sending all of them flying out. Zhou Xuanji quickly stabilized his body. He looked over and saw a strand of black smoke flying out from the statue's eyes. Chapter 978. The black smoke that came out of the sovereign god statue's eyes quickly formed into a human figure. This figure's body was exactly the same as the statue. It was the will of a sovereign heaven. He quickly materialized and revealed his true appearance. His face was square and dignified, and his eyes were cold and sharp under his blade-like brows. His hair was coiled up under a black crown with gold, and he wore a black robe. The black robe was embroidered with a red phoenix, a golden dragon, and a silver qilin. As the robe fluttered in the wind, an immense pressure descended from the sky, which made Zhou Xuanji and the others look grave. Sovereign. Heaven. Sovereign Zhenhuan mumbled with a complicated expression. His heart began to waver. The other 4 sovereigns felt the same. Their initial goal in coming here was to worship a sovereign heaven. It was just that they had waited for too long, but a sovereign heaven had yet to appear. Sword Emperor, are you really going to oppose me? The sovereign heaven asked coldly as he looked at Zhou Xuanji disdainfully. Just when he spoke, the ground below him froze. Ice covered the surface of the ground and crawled up his body. Yuan Chang was also looking at the sovereign heaven. This was also his first time seeing a sovereign heaven. The appearance of this legend in the boundless universe silenced everyone. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's not that I'm opposing you. You want to kill me, and I'm not allowed to resist?" The sovereign heaven stared at him and said, "If you don't resist, I will let you die easily. If you resist, your fate will be worse than death." Zhou Xuanji's smile grew even wider. It turned out that legends also like to talk nonsense. He immediately activated the sword fusion technique. The legendary sword throne fused into his body, and he entered combat mode. He raised the suppressive legendary sword in his right hand, and the Thousand Realms Banishing Sword in his left. The Thousand Realms Banishing Sword combined 1,000 planes and possessed horrifying power. In terms of destructive power, it was comparable to the suppressive legendary sword. With both swords in hand, he felt that the sovereign heaven was not that terrifying. His eyes glowed with violet light as he walked toward the sovereign heaven. "You are." The sovereign heaven narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Boom." Zhou Xuanji activated the Sword Emperor extinction straight away. Violent divine energy swept across all directions. The sovereign heaven exploded immediately. The 5 sword emperors and Yuan Chang were sent flying away, and the gigantic ball of light shattered. Yuan Chang's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly used his divine ability again, condensing another ball of light to isolate this area. Following this, Zhou Xuanji created an Outer of Soul clone, which directly entered the statue. At the same time, he killed the Paragon Heaven Empress and absorbed a huge amount of divine power. As he suppressed it, he controlled his avatar to replace the statue. What an enormous amount of godly energy! There's hope for him to break through to the 7 Court Supreme stage in one go. Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised in his heart, but he looked calm on the surface. Yuan Chang and the 5 supreme martial artists stared at him, dumbfounded. So strong. That divine art just now, Paragon Crimson Firmament said in a trembling voice. Even they felt pressured by the will of an exalt heaven. However, Zhou Xuanji directly killed it. Now they no longer dared to underestimate Zhou Xuanji. Yuan Chang said excitedly, "Did you see that? I told you that he would be the next boundless overlord. He would be comparable to a cardinal heaven expert, or even surpass them." He was extremely excited. He was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would be afraid when he encountered sovereign heaven experts. Only a supreme genius would feel that kind of fear. The 5 supreme martial artists nodded in unison. They looked at Zhou Xuanji with fanatical eyes. If Zhou Xuanji had any intention of compromising, their faith would be shaken. "Master, aren't you afraid of the revenge of a cardinal heaven expert?" Sovereign Fear asked carefully. He no longer dared to show his displeasure in front of Zhou Xuanji. He looked very humble. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "The revenge has already begun. It's not against me but against the entire northern boundless realm." Yuan Chang came up to him. Holding back his excitement, he rubbed his hands and said, "Your plan is about to come true. Are you ready?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and said with a smile, "This will of a cardinal heaven expert is weaker than I thought. It seems like he did not replenish this will." This incident revealed two pieces of information. First, the cardinal heaven expert on every training island could be weakened. Second, the cardinal heaven experts were very busy and could not afford to maintain their scattered wills. Both pieces of information were beneficial to him. Yuan Chang also thought of this. He burst into laughter and said, "I hope his troubles last longer. Let's quickly take control of this island and then look for other islands." Countless ferocious demons were hiding on every training island. Other than the scouts, all of them were looking forward to the cardinal heaven experts fervently. If the sovereign heaven ordered them to deal with a target, they would surely follow suit. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly before focusing on suppressing the divine energy of a cardinal heaven expert. Stars domain. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Tsongjian were drinking wine in a stone pavilion in the starry sky. This place was very close to the million star guards, and they could see the majestic stars palace at a glance. "Jinghong, when are we going out to explore?" Zhao Tsongjian asked with a smile. Xiao Jinghong swirled his wine cup and replied with a smile, "What's the hurry? Let's wait for revered teacher's arrangement." Zhao Tsongjian sat up straight and said seriously, "We must prove ourselves. Master has always been protecting us. Even though we became great sovereign, he only let us do things that are not life-threatening under his protection." Xiao Jinghong frowned and asked, "What's your plan?" He wanted to make a name for himself in the northern boundless realm and help Zhou Xuanji. Although it was safe to stay in the stars domain, it was not what they wanted. "Let's expand Emperor Sword Court and conquer the court realm. We can't touch the domain, but it shouldn't be difficult for us to touch the court realm," Zhao Tsongjian said excitedly with a smile. Xiao Jinghong hesitated and did not know if he should make a decision. At this moment, Jin Cheng flew above the stone pavilion and arrived before the Stars Palace. He sent a telepathic message into the palace to look for Zhou Xuanji. Soon the gate opened. Zhou Xuanji's extra soul clone was sitting on the throne, handling some of the decisions of the Stars Palace on his behalf. "My lord, the enemy has appeared. There are nearly 1,000 great sovereigns. They did not charge into the Stars domain but sat in a formation. They come with ill intentions." Jin Cheng knelt before Zhou Xuanji and reported in a deep voice. He looked anxious as though he had encountered an extremely urgent danger. Ever since they defeated the Cardinal Heaven army, Jin Cheng was very excited. But after he calmed down, he fell into endless fear. The Cardinal Heaven had never suffered such a crushing defeat. It could even be said to be a humiliation. The pride of the Cardinal Heaven would surely take revenge in more brutal ways. So, when he saw the great sovereigns, he felt that the Cardinal Heaven was making a comeback. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Zhou Xuanji shook his head in a smile and said, "Jin Cheng, what are you afraid of? We will face countless enemies in the future. How can you be so flustered?" Having heard this, Jin Cheng took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. "Don't worry. My original body will be back soon. He has already mastered an even greater power. At that time you will be greatly surprised," Zhou Xuanji said with a mysterious smile. Chapter 979. Stronger Power? Jin Cheng was stunned. His heartbeat quickened as his imagination started to run wild. Zhou Xuanji rarely boasted and always did what he said, so he did not doubt him. "Go down first. You're the great commander of the stars domain. Don't panic all the time. Otherwise, how will the people below look at you?" Zhou Xuanji said earnestly. After that, he waved his hand. "Today I could only bow and leave." Zhou Xuanji's avatar closed his eyes again and continued to empty his mind. On the training island. Boom! 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 Zhou Xuanji meditated in midair, and his aura continuously exploded, shaking the clouds. He was trying to break through to become a paragon of the 7 courts. The 5 supreme martial artists were scattered at the foot of the statue, cultivating on their own. Yuan Cheng, on the other hand, was observing the divine statue with an excited expression. No one knew what he was plotting. Zhou Xuanji was at the final juncture of his breakthrough. He forcefully broke through in one go, and his cultivation underwent a qualitative and quantitative change. The supreme divine energy in his body began to grow exponentially. He heaved a long sigh, his body and mind joyful. He had become stronger again. With his foundation, every time he broke through a realm, his strength would increase tremendously. When he looked at the 5 sword sovereigns again, he suddenly felt that the 5 of them were actually quite ordinary. He shook his head, smiled and looked at the statue. "We should leave," Zhou Xuanji said calmly. His outer of soul doppelganger had already told him that the star domain might be in trouble. He had to hurry back. Yuan Chang came back to his senses and quickly replied, "All right." He was taken aback and asked, "What about this island?" "Don't worry, I can already control this island," Zhou Xuanji said as he smiled. He integrated an extra soul doppelganger into the statue. Only after entering it did he realize how powerful a cardinal heaven expert was. This divine statue could control the entire training island, and all the restrictions on the island were controlled by the divine statue. In addition, its defensive power was extremely high, and grand sovereigns were almost unable to break it. Of course, how many people on this island would dare to disrespect the statue? After resting for the time it took half an incense stick to burn, Zhou Xuanji and the others jumped off the training island. He enveloped Yuan Chang, the Sword Emperor, and the others with his supreme god force before entering the spiritless state. Traveling through the space-time kaleidoscope, Yuan Chang and the 5 supreme martial artists were dumbfounded. This is a space-time turbulence? That's not right. It's so fast. My spiritual will was destroyed the moment it came into contact with it. Oh my God. What kind of divine ability is this? Master actually knows such a divine ability, isn't this a little too? The 6 of them were shocked by the soulless state, especially Yuan Chang, who was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Before, he was already in awe of godly spirit speed, and thought that Zhou Xuanji had hope of cultivating the legendary godly spirit state. However, he did not expect that Zhou Xuanji had already mastered it. Moreover, this was the first time he had experienced such a profound state of mind. They admired Zhou Xuanji even more. The Northern Limitless Realm will be the first chessboard for me to dominate the boundless universe. You guys have to help me play it well. Are you confident? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. Yes. The 6 of them answered in unison without hesitation. Zhou Xuanji continued. Next, I will bring you to my domain. You will soon have a mission, which is to conquer other domains. I want to quickly build up my power. The 6 of them were stunned once more. Domain? Yuan Chang asked in a trembling voice. You already have a domain? He had already tried his best to think highly of Zhou Xuanji, but he still underestimated him. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said softly, Here we are. Having said this, he took Yuan Chang and the other 5 out of the godly spirit state and descended into the stars' hall. Yuan Chang and the 5 sovereigns subconsciously looked around. Their eyes first fell on Zhou Xuanji's outer of soul clone on the throne. Immediately, they spread out their divine will and scanned the stars' domain. The outer of soul clone entered Zhou Xuanji's body as he took a seat. Then, he transmitted his voice to the court lords and commanders of the stars' domain. Soon Yuan Chang flew into the stars' hall with the great sovereigns one after another. Even Xin Yanqing had come. Her gaze fell on Yuan Chang, her eyebrows furrowing. Yuan Chang also saw her. His expression drastically changed. Why is she here? Yuan Chang's heart trembled. He subconsciously lowered his head, not daring to look at Xin Yanqing. The other great sovereigns turned their eyes to the Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns. All of them were secretly shocked. So strong. Both sides began to size each other up. The Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns were also shocked. They had heard of the stars domain before. Before they entered the training island, the stars domain didn't belong to Zhou Xuanji. There were so many great sovereigns in the stars domain. Let me introduce them. They are my newly recruited subordinates. This is Yuan Chang. His cultivation realm once surpassed the great sovereigns of the court realm. The other 5 are the great sovereigns of the 9 courts. They are. Zhou Xuanji began to introduce them one by one. The cultivation of Yuan Chang and the Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns shocked everyone in the stars domain. Where did the Sword Emperor find so many terrifying experts? Any one of them could become the strongest expert in a domain. Zhou Xuanji began to arrange positions for Yuan Chang and the others. Yuan Chang served as his protector. The 5 sovereigns were named the Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns. All of them were directly under his control. Their status was on the same level as Yuan Chang. Yuan Chang didn't have any objections. He was convinced. After all, the other party's cultivation was so high. Moreover, Yuan Chang and the others didn't really seize power. They just had the same status as him. Supreme Crimson Heaven, from now on, you will be the leader of the 5 sovereigns. Your first task is to inspect the surroundings of the star's domain and eradicate the threats, Zhou Xuanji ordered. Upon hearing this, the Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns immediately bowed and disappeared into thin air. Afterward, Zhou Xuanji let everyone rest. Soon there were only 3 people left in the hall. In addition to Zhou Xuanji, there were also Shen Yanqing and Yuan Chang. The atmosphere between the two was very strange. Shen Yanqing kept staring at Yuan Chang. Yuan Chang didn't dare to look at her, let alone leave directly. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "Do you know each other?" He had noticed that something was wrong just now. Yuan Chang was obviously afraid of Shen Yanqing. "We know each other, and our relationship isn't shallow," Shen Yanqing said meaningfully as she walked up to Yuan Chang. Thump! Yuan Chang directly knelt in front of her and cried, "It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. The person who plotted against you was the Eastern Infinity Royal Clan." "Plotted against me?" Zhou Xuanji's expression suddenly became strange. Seeing Yuan Chang on the verge of collapse, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of grudge the two had. Shen Yanqing looked down at him and said, "I know the Eastern Infinity Royal Clan. They will pay the price. I don't care what your purpose is. If you dare to hurt Zhou Xuanji, you should understand my means." Hearing this, Yuan Chang raised his head in surprise. He held back his excitement and said, "I really want to support him. If you and I join hands, we will definitely make him stand in the Northern Infinity." "Do you deserve it?" Shen Yanqing said disdainfully. Yuan Chang said, "Of course I deserve it. Back then I helped them find." Before he could finish his words, he immediately shut up. Shen Yanqing showed a dangerous smile. Her eyes even flashed with killing intent. Yuan Chang said in a panic, "If I dare to have the slightest malice against the Sword Emperor in the future, I, Yuan Chang, will have to be destroyed. If I can't be destroyed, I will die directly." Chapter 980. "Get lost first. I want to talk to Zhou Xuanji alone," Shen Yanqing said impatiently. Shen Yanqing said impatiently. She nodded and bowed before leaving. Afterward, she walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said in amazement, "You are really amazing. You went out for a trip and your cultivation reached the 7 courts great sovereign. You even subdued 6 top-tier great sovereigns." She was really surprised. She thought that Zhou Xuanji was just going to cultivate. She didn't expect him to subdue 6 experts. "Can you tell me what happened to you before?" Zhou Xuanji asked, raising his brow. He had always been curious about Shen Yanqing's past and identity. If she didn't say it, then he would ask Yuan Chang. Shen Yanqing shrugged and said, "What is there to say? I was too arrogant back then and provoked countless enemies. All forces wanted to deal with me. They looked for that reptile to find my trace. In the end they succeeded. I killed myself and reincarnated into the anti-Kunlun of the Kunlun Origin Court. I wanted to go to the Kunlun Origin Court, but your sovereign expelled me. What's that guy's name again? Wu Zhou, right? I still have to settle this account with him in the future." Zhou Xuanji stared at her and said, "Then tell me, how arrogant were you in the past?" Shen Yanqing shrugged and said with a smile, "You don't want to know." Zhou Xuanji looked straight at her without saying a word. His attitude was already very obvious. He wanted to know. "Since you want to know, bear the consequences yourself," Shen Yanqing said, shaking her head. Shen Yanqing shook her head, and then her expression turned serious. "I am the previous Hongming Heaven. Our Hongming Heaven's fate is passed down to only one person. If I don't fall, the next Hongming Heaven will not be born." Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his ears. She is Hongming Heaven? Hongming Heaven is very strong. But on the road to becoming stronger, we will lose our mind and become more and more arrogant. The most terrifying thing is that once we are defeated, our memories of Hongming Heaven will gradually fade. I am not trying to hide anything, but I have forgotten many things." Speaking of this, Shen Yanqing's face turned gloomy. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He didn't expect that there would be such a price for becoming Hongmeng Heaven. He suddenly thought that he had become more and more conceited recently. Could it be because of his identity as Hongmeng Heaven? No, if you are Hongmeng Heaven, then mortal god. Zhou Xuanji asked hesitantly. Xin Yanqing smiled and said, yes, I created the mortal god. So I am also called the mortal ancestor god. It was because of the Hongchen bloodline's legacy that I was able to be reborn. She looked at Zhou Xuanji seriously and said, your temperament will continue to grow. You don't have to restrain yourself because you can't. However, I hope that you can maintain your original heart. Back then I was too arrogant. With that, she turned around and prepared to leave. She had already revealed what she needed to, and the rest was for Zhou Xuanji to figure out by himself. After she left, Zhou Xuanji was still thinking about Hongmeng Heaven. It was dusk and a sea of clouds covered the sky. On a floating island, a blue-clothed man was playing the zither under a tree. It was him who had sent Wu Yan to assist Zhou Xuanji. He suddenly stopped and smiled. Since you're already here, why don't you come out? After a while, leaves fell to the ground and a figure appeared beside the blue-robed man. This person was wearing a white robe and half a black mask on his face. His silver hair was flowing behind his head. The half of his face that was exposed was very handsome. His pupils were blue like two gems, crystal clear and faintly flickering with green light. Bainzi, why are you looking for me? The blue-robed man asked with a smile. He sized up Bainzi as a strange look flashed across his eyes. Bainzi looked at him and replied indifferently. When will the royal family come out? How long do you want to hide? After the destruction of Hongmeng Heaven, you have been hiding. Are you afraid of the revenge of the next Hongmeng Heaven? The blue-robed man smiled calmly and said, when the time is right, we will naturally come out. Your close friend, the evil emperor, is facing a crisis. Aren't you going to help him? Bainzi stared at him and stopped talking. The two began to look at each other. The atmosphere became tense. Even the wind stopped blowing. Zhongji, the endless universe is really boring without you. Since you still want to hide, don't blame me for being impolite. Bainzi turned around and sneered at the blue-robed man. I know you have been paying attention to someone recently. I will catch him. I want to see why you are so fascinated by him. Having heard this, the blue-robed man, who was Zhongji, stood up. A horrifying murderous aura burst out and locked onto Bainzi. Seems like you have many spies in our royal family. Since you want me to fight, why don't we fight first? Zhongji said with a smile. His tone was still relaxed, but his eyes were extremely cold. Bainzi smiled and said, just what I wanted. Inside the Star Palace, Zhou Xuanji sat lazily and asked casually, are you really just passing by? Sovereign Crimson Cloud nodded and said, there are a total of 927 sovereigns. We have already captured them. They are willing to surrender. Should we kill them or let them go? The other 4 sovereigns stood by the side like wooden pillars, motionless. Zhou Xuanji tapped the armrest with his fingers and fell into deep thought. Throw them into the training island. Go. Zhou Xuanji instructed. These great sovereigns were not very powerful. Once they were thrown into the training island, it would be difficult for them to escape. He did not believe that they were just passing by. Since they were just passing by, why did they stay for so long? And they even put up a formation. They were obviously up to no good. Throw them into the training island for further training. Yes. The 5 sovereigns replied and disappeared from the palace. Zhou Xuanji took out another 2 faded beads and continued to study them. After breaking through to the 7 courts great sovereign, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. He wanted to settle down for a while and let his body adapt to his new sovereign divine power. At this moment, the 2 faded beads suddenly glowed and forcefully drilled into his glabella. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji was stunned. The faded beads rarely went out of control like this, as though they were hiding from something. A murderous aura suddenly filled the Star Palace, which shocked Zhou Xuanji. Enemies. Sword Emperor, you are really something. You dare to take my master's island. Today, I will absorb your soul and leave your body as a warning to this domain. A mocking laughter came. Before the voice even finished, a black sword appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji out of thin air and pierced toward his glabella. Clang! An intimidating divine sword appeared in front of him in an instant and blocked the black sword. He immediately got up and used the sword fusion technique. The Thousand Realms chaotic hegemon execution sword appeared in his hand. A lackey of sovereign heaven? Since you are here, why don't you show yourself? Let me see what the reptile that is about to die under my sword looks like. Zhou Xuanji said coldly, not panicking at all. If this wasn't the star domain, he might have used the sword emperor extinction to kill the other party. Boom! The black sword exploded with horrifying power, intending to destroy the star palace. Zhou Xuanji immediately stabilized the star palace with his divine power. You don't dare to use that divine ability? The mocking laughter came again, provoking Zhou Xuanji. I have countless legendary swords. Chapter 981. Facing the enemy's provocation, Zhou Xuanji did not lose his mind. His god power had already enveloped the entire Stars Hall. He directly pulled the entire Stars Hall into a state of godly absence and disappeared from the Stars domain. The enemy cried out in alarm. He could clearly feel the changes outside the hall. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly. This guy was indeed hiding in the palace. He brought the Hall of Stars out of the soulless state and arrived in an empty universe. He gripped his sword with both hands and executed the Absolute Sword Emperor. Boom! Sword chi swept across and smashed the Hall of Stars into pieces. A blood-curdling scream followed. The void appeared in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, and his gaze locked onto a shadow. It was a soul. This person's face was deathly pale, and his figure was slightly thin. His long green hair was twisted together like many small snakes, and he wore a dark brocade robe. He was gnashing his teeth as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. Hatred filled his eyes. A subordinate of a Cardinal Heaven expert? Why didn't the Cardinal Heaven experts come personally? Why did they have to send them to their deaths? Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion. Even though this person was very powerful, he could not withstand his Sword Emperor extinction. Of course, perhaps it was because his Absolute Sword Emperor was too powerful. He was stronger than everyone had expected, including a Cardinal Heaven expert. The green-haired man suddenly laughed sinisterly. What's the name of your divine art? Absolute Sword Emperor. Impressive indeed. However, it is still not enough to kill me. The green-haired man quickly materialized his body. With the black sword in hand, he walked toward Zhou Xuanji step by step. Zhou Xuanji also walked toward him. Since the other party was so arrogant, he would just kill him. Boom! The two of them collided, and the sound of swords ringing reverberated endlessly. The speed at which they swung their swords was very fast, especially the green-haired man. Even when facing two swords, he was still skillful and at ease. However, Zhou Xuanji could sense that he had some reservations. This fellow might look arrogant on the surface, but he was actually frightened by the Absolute Sword Emperor. Boom! Zhou Xuanji used the Sword Emperor extinction technique again, blasting the green-haired man's body and absorbing his divine energy at the same time. The green-haired man quickly reformed his physical body, but this time, his aura was significantly weaker. With a gloomy face, he quickly swung his sword, and the violent sword chi wreaked havoc in all directions. Streaks of afterimages flowed out of his body and turned into independent forms. He charged toward Zhou Xuanji with his sword. These afterimages used different divine abilities of the way of the sword. Sword chi was like a flood, inundating Zhou Xuanji from all directions. Zhou Xuanji laughed disdainfully. He had played such tricks before. He used godly supreme speed to prevent the green-haired man from tracking him. When he appeared again, he was behind the green-haired man. He swapped the Thousand Realms chaotic execution sword for the Soul Kunlun sword, and used the Absolute sword again. The green-haired man's body exploded again. Zhou Xuanji took the opportunity to swing the Soul Kunlun sword, and a horrifying suction force burst out. This kind of suction only targeted the soul. After suffering the Absolute sword 3 times in a row, no matter how strong the green-haired man's soul was, he would still be severely injured. When his soul appeared, it was already in front of the Kunlun sword. The green-haired man was completely flustered. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he didn't know what to say. He took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, "It's best if you don't kill me. If I die, the Cardinal Heaven expert will understand my strength and come personally." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, You still haven't answered my question. Why hasn't the cardinal heaven come? Isn't the evil emperor waiting for him to reach the peak? Even if it was secluded cultivation, there had to be a limit. He had negotiated with the cardinal heaven's will before. He was prepared to face the cardinal heaven expert. Now that the cardinal heaven expert had not returned to the peak, it was the best time to deal with the cardinal heaven expert. His wings had already grown, and he didn't just rely on himself. I'm not sure. He seems to be looking for the sovereign serendipity. His original body isn't in the northern boundless realm, but he will be back soon. He is preparing for the Northern Boundless Realm Conference and inviting all the lords, the green-haired man replied with gritted teeth. He could already sense Zhou Xuanji's murderous intent and had to reveal the truth. Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion, "Isn't he going to slaughter the entire Northern Boundless Realm? Why is he holding a conference?" As for the sovereign serendipity, he did not care about it. How could the three sovereign serendipity be found so easily? The overlords of the boundless realm were constantly changing, but the sovereign serendipity remained. Zhou Xuanji had always felt that the supreme legendary sword system was the sovereign serendipity, so he did not have much desire for the sovereign serendipity. He wants to use this to rank the northern boundless realm. His reputation will attract most of the powerful cultivators in the northern boundless realm, and he will eliminate half of the lords in the conference, the green-haired man replied. At this point he began to tremble. He had said what he should say and what he should not say. Even if Zhou Xuanji let him go, he had to think of a way to escape the pursuit of a cardinal heaven cultivator. Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment and chose to let him go. No matter what, he did not slaughter the starry realm. After the Kunlun soul sword disappeared, the green-haired man backed off immediately. "Zhou Xuanji, we will surely meet again in the future," he said with gritted teeth. Zhou Xuanji entered spiritless mode and quickly returned to the starry realm. He created a star palace in the air before entering it to rest. Today's battle made him aware of the cardinal heaven's plan. He did not need to act for now and only needed to wait quietly. The cardinal heaven wanted to change the situation in the northern boundless realm, and he could use this opportunity to soar. Before that, he had to unite all of the courts under his command into a united front. Spring passed and autumn came. The Starry Realm and the Kunlun Origin Court were at peace again. Everyone was cultivating hard, and Zhou Xuanji was celebrating his 7,500th birthday. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 7,500 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations! The sword owner obtained the Karma Sovereign Serendipity Sword. Zhou Xuanji, who was about to leave, was stunned. Karma Cauldron revered divine sword. He had been waiting for a godly sword of this level. Ordinary or iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, god-slaying, apocalypse, ancient gazing, disaster releasing, universe essence, overturning heaven, heavenly piercing, nine extremities, chaos. Profound way, honored lord, vast sky, merging all life, court overturning. The myriad flower origin court, the lord of Karma Cauldron, the great calamity. To use the myriad flower origin court divine sword, one had to be at least at the grand sovereign realm. As for the Karma Cauldron, only those who had surpassed the grand sovereign realm could use it. Information about the fortuitous slayer sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Sword of Fate grade, Venerable Karma Cauldron description. This sword can cut off all opportunities in karma, causing the enemy to sink into endless mediocrity, and even suffer from the backlash of misfortune. To use this sword, one must attain the undying realm. Imperishable realm? Zhou Xuanji smiled bitterly. It was just as he had guessed. Although he had already reached the level of a supreme of the seven courts, he was still far from the imperishable realm. He shook his head, got up, and returned to the Kunlun Origin Court. In the Emperor Sword Divine Range, Zhang Shui, Xian Xianghua, Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Shaoxian, Daoya Old Man, and so on. His relatives were waiting for him to celebrate his birthday. Since everything had settled down, Zhou Shaoxian proposed to celebrate Zhou Xuanji's birthday every 500 years, and let everyone get together. After all, they were scattered in different worlds and even in the endless universe. It was very difficult to meet each other often. Chapter 982. Above the Sea of Clouds on the Cliff. Father, you are finally here. Zhou Shaoxian came to Zhou Xuanji's side and held his arm with a giggle. The others came over to congratulate Zhou Xuanji on his birthday. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Find a seat. Today we will only talk about the past and the future, not business." Everyone laughed and nodded. By now, the group of people who had followed Zhou Xuanji from the very beginning had all achieved meteoric success. Some disciples had become lords of origin cities, some had become famous swordsmen in the Kunlun origin court, some had become lords of court realms, and some had already roamed the myriad star domain or even the northern boundless continent. Zhou Xuanji's birthday banquet was also a day of joy for them. Every time this happened, they would remember their past and never forget it. After the banquet began, everyone began to talk about their recent interesting experiences. Most of the time, Zhou Xuanji listened quietly. He enjoyed such an atmosphere. It was so boring to keep cultivating. Jiang Shui sat beside him and asked softly, "You seem to be in a good mood. Did you get another powerful legendary sword?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and smiled without saying anything. Now he didn't have to hide some things. The supreme legendary sword system might attract countless disasters in the mortal world, but it was nothing in the boundless universe. Now, the legendary sword was not Zhou Xuanji's biggest reliance, at least on the surface. The enemy did not know about the sword fusion technique, and thought that he relied on other divine abilities. Your disciples have established a branch of Emperor Sword Court outside, attracting many juniors to join. What do you think? Should we let some disciples out? Jiang Shui asked softly. Zhou Xuanji was not in the Kunlun origin court, and the Emperor Sword Divine Range often looked for her. She did not want to disturb Zhou Xuanji, so she found this opportunity to ask. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Sure, in the Kunlun origin court, as long as you call me, I can hear you. Why wait until now?" He already knew about this, but since Jiang Shui did not say anything, he did not bother to mention it. It was good for the disciples to settle down. When one desired something very much, it was the easiest to test one's temperament. After waiting for hundreds of years, it was time to let them go out and explore. When the time comes, pick 10,000 people first. Don't take impatient people or those with weak cultivation, Zhou Xuanji said. In the boundless universe, even the stars' domain was not absolutely safe. They were impatient and easily stirred up trouble. Zhou Xuanji could not always keep an eye on them. Even if he was a disciple of Emperor Sword Court and was killed for provoking enemies, what could he say? Now that the multitude stars' territory was under his control, the living creatures wandering nearby might belong to the multitude stars' territory. He could not be too biased towards one side. He could allocate resources privately, but he had to be fair to outsiders. Okay, I'll remember that. Jiang Shui nodded with a smile. The banquet continued, and everyone was in high spirits. After the birthday banquet, Zhou Xuanji returned to the Star's Palace. Yuan Cheng had been waiting at the gate for a long time. Zhou Xuanji let him in. Things aren't looking good. The Cardinal Heaven has invited dozens of lords from Northern Limitless to participate in the conference, and you're one of them. If you don't go, it means that you're afraid, and Northern Limitless will definitely look down on you. But if you go, you'll definitely die. Yuan Cheng said anxiously with an ugly expression on his face. It was obvious that the Cardinal Heavens had ill intentions. However, anyone with ambition who rejected them would be eliminated prematurely. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "I already knew. Do you have any specific requirements?" He had been waiting for this day for a long time. No requirements, just the location. But if I bring too many subordinates, I will be at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. If I bring all the elites, the Cardinal Heaven might slaughter them. Yuan Cheng guessed. Every choice had a hidden consequence. It wasn't that the Cardinal Heaven was very smart, but that he was too powerful and had too much power. For Zhou Xuanji, it was a complete blow. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I will bring you and the 5 sovereigns." Yuan Cheng's eyes widened as he asked, "Then Shenyanqing?" "Stay in the multitude stars territory," Zhou Xuanji replied. He didn't have complete trust in the Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns, so he naturally had to bring them with him. Yuan Cheng took a deep breath and said, "Okay. Do you have a plan to retreat?" Zhou Xuanji didn't answer and asked back, "Will the evil emperor go too?" Of course. Okay, you arrange it. When to go? Wait for another 10 years. We can't go too early. We must wait for most people to arrive before we arrive. That's the safest way. Okay. After Zhou Xuanji made up his mind, Yuan Cheng left in a hurry. He needed to make some preparations to deal with various situations. After he left, Zhou Xuanji called Wu Yan over. This guy had been busy winning people's hearts in the dragon follower territory, and the results were pretty good. Daozong Xian still didn't know that his forces were collapsing. He was busy cultivating, wanting to catch up to Zhou Xuanji as soon as possible. No matter how big the dragon follower territory was, what really determined the status of a force was the strength of the highest combat power. Wu Yan asked, "Master, what's the matter?" His eyes were still so clear, unaffected by the power. "The Cardinal Heaven invited me to participate in the Northern Infinity Festival. Come with me," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With the Eastern Infinity royal family there, the Cardinal Heaven and the evil Emperor would have to hesitate if they wanted to touch him. Wu Yan nodded and said, "I will listen to your orders at any time. Tell me about your situation in the dragon follower territory," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. This kid knew everything, but he pretended to be ignorant. Wu Yan didn't hide anything and began to tell him about his recent situation. He had secretly controlled dozens of courts. On the surface, the court lords were still in power, but he had secretly grasped the lifelines of these court lords and made them work for him. Daozong Xian had been in seclusion for over 1,000 years, and had never shown himself. Coincidentally, Daozong Xian's trusted followers noticed that something was wrong, and speechless needed to disappear for some time. "Yes, let's wait in the astral domain." Zhou Xuanji nodded and left without a word. Seeing his unchanging face, Zhou Xuanji suspected that he was a puppet. 10 years passed as quickly as it came. Zhou Xuanji set off with Yuan Cheng leading the way. The Sword Emperors, the 5 sovereigns, and Wordless followed behind him. The 5 supreme beings couldn't remain calm. After all, they were about to face the unending overlord of the North and the legendary legend. What awaited them might very well be death. Yuan Cheng was talking to Wu Yan. He had guessed Wu Yan's identity the moment he saw her, so he was very excited. "Little brother, do you think the evil emperor or a Cardinal Heaven expert is more of a threat?" Yuan Cheng asked with a smile. The pressure on him was gone. With the Eastern Endless royal family present, they could be considered to have a powerful backer. Unlike the Northern Unending Realm, the Eastern Unending Realm was absolutely unified. The imperial clan would exist forever, and it would be everlasting. Speechless answered, "It's all the same." Even if his attitude was indifferent, Yuan Cheng was still enthusiastic. The Sword Emperors and the 5 sovereigns were very curious. What was this kid's identity? Yuan Cheng's status was only below Zhou Xuanji's. Even the great sovereigns of the astral domain had to bow to him. Chapter 983. The northern boundless region was vast. It would take a long time to travel from the All-Stars domain to the venue of the meeting. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji rested on the legendary sword throne while Yuan Cheng dragged the group forward with his divine energy. Wu Yan did not like to talk. The 5 sovereigns were also silent and cultivated on their own. Yuan Cheng was the most anxious. As he led the group, he had to be careful of possible dangers ahead. Although the Cardinal Heaven invited Zhou Xuanji openly, who could guarantee that there would be no ambushes along the way? They traveled for about 5 years. This day, they encountered a giant ship that was 1,000 miles long. There were many buildings on the ship, and it was already an island on the ship. It was dazzling and majestic, and there were many golden-armored divine soldiers floating above the giant ship, patrolling for it. "Who is that?" Zhou Xuanji asked softly. He could sense waves of powerful auras. There were more than 100 who were not inferior to the 5 sovereigns of the Sword Emperor. They were definitely an overlord in the northern boundless region. Yuan Cheng said with squinted eyes. Before the Cardinal Heaven appeared, the most powerful overlord after the evil emperor was Tang Xuanwu. The Tang clan came from the Kunlun origin court. After the primeval sovereign era, every Kunlun origin court lord who came to the boundless universe would receive their help. Through them, they developed an endless network of connections. Even if the evil emperor wanted to get rid of them, he would have to think twice. Tang Xuanwu? Zhou Xuanji had heard of this name before. In the northern boundless region, other than the evil emperor, he was the second most powerful faction to rebel against the cardinal heaven. It was said that Tang Xuanwu was the second most powerful cultivator in the northern boundless region, just below the evil emperor. After the cardinal heaven resurrected, he was ambushed by Tang Xuanwu and was almost defeated. That battle infuriated the cardinal heaven, and the two factions had reached a point of no return. You must be the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji? You are bringing so few people to the cardinal heaven meeting? Aren't you seeking death? A sonorous voice came from the ship with a mocking tone. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Doesn't bringing too many people mean that you are afraid?" Having heard that, a loud laughter came from the ship. The golden-armored divine soldiers turned to look at Zhou Xuanji with displeasure. They had heard of Zhou Xuanji's name, but to them Zhou Xuanji was just a rising star. They had to show respect to their master. Interesting. You're right. Let's see who's afraid when the time comes. Tang Xuanwu's laughter rang out once again. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant ship suddenly sped up and disappeared into the end of the universe in the blink of an eye. Supreme Zhenwan curled his lips and said, "You really know how to act." The other four supreme beings were also very displeased. They didn't like Tang Xuanwu's tone and were very unhappy. Zhou Xuanji chuckled and said, "It's okay. Let's see who will have the last laugh." Tang Xuanwu didn't show up even though he was talking to him. It was obvious that he looked down on him. Zhou Xuanji did not hate him for this, but he did not have a good impression of him either. His situation is worse than ours. He isn't as strong as the demonic emperor, and he has a grudge against Cardinal Heaven. He's the best target for Cardinal Heaven to establish their might. Yuan Cheng shook his head, his tone full of mockery. Speechless nodded and said, "I can already see his death." Zhou Xuanji smiled but did not reply. He thought so too. Cardinal Heaven experts would lose face if they didn't kill some people. Perhaps Tang Xuanwu had also thought of this, which was why he had mobilized so many people. They continued on their way. The venue of the meeting was a massive planet called the Supreme Planet. It was said to be created by Cardinal Heaven temporarily. Its gravity was extremely exaggerated, and only great sovereigns could withstand it. Yuan Chang calculated the time and only accelerated when he felt that it was about time. The Supreme Planet was located in an empty universe. Apart from meteorites, there were no other stars or court realms nearby. Looking from a distance, the Supreme Planet looked like a massive fireball. The flames only existed in the sky above the Supreme Planet. The land was beautiful, with verdant hills and limpid waters. Above the sea of fire, countless living beings were waiting. Tang Xuanwu's massive golden ship appeared out of nowhere and descended toward the Supreme Planet. The sea of flames above the clouds parted to make way for them. Soon after Tang Xuanwu arrived, Zhou Xuanji and the others also arrived at the Supreme Planet. Zhou Xuanji sat on the throne of the legendary sword and observed the Supreme Planet while keeping an eye on his surroundings. Yuan Cheng sighed in amazement. This planet contains countless treasures. The sovereign spent a lot of money on it. There must be a great restriction on it. Toward the end, he couldn't help but feel nervous. The 5 sovereigns took out their enchanted artifacts and were ready to fight at any time. Wordless was also looking around, but he looked more curious than anything else. Soon they passed through the sea of flames and flew toward the land. Zhou Xuanji looked down and saw more than 100 gigantic stone statues. They were all different from each other and reached into the clouds. He saw the sovereign heaven stone statues and his own stone statues. These stone statues should be the overlords of the northern boundless continent. They were of different heights. His stone statue belonged to the shorter category. The tallest was sovereign heaven, followed by the evil emperors. At first glance, the sovereign heaven and evil emperor's stone statues looked similar. But if one looked closely, one would realize that the sovereign heaven stone statue was slightly taller than the evil emperor's. How scheming! Zhou Xuanji had no objections. He landed on the head of his own stone statue with Yuan Cheng and the others. He saw that most of the stone statues had people standing on their heads. The overlord's subordinates were scattered around the stone statues and hovered in the air. Some of them were already sweating because the pressure here was too great. Once they entered the Supreme Planet, they felt as though they were carrying a large world on their backs. It was extremely heavy. Yuan Cheng glanced at the majestic stone statues that emerged from the sea of clouds and said softly, "They are all important figures." Zhou Xuanji saw Daozong Xian's silhouette. That guy's stone statue was shorter than him, and he had a few dozen great sovereigns with him. Daozong Xian was also looking at Zhou Xuanji. Their eyes met, and he immediately gave a flattering smile. Before he came, he met Zhou Xuanji and wanted to work together. But Zhou Xuanji used the excuse that he was in closed-door cultivation to ask Jin Cheng to dissuade him. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly at him before sitting on the legendary sword throne and staring blankly. Some overlords took out their enchanted treasures as chairs, some stood motionless, and some meditated on the ground. The atmosphere was quite strange. Zhou Xuanji finally saw Tang Xuanwu. He stepped out of the giant golden ship. He was wearing a golden dragon robe and a jade pearl crown, which was very similar to the Jade Emperor in Zhou Xuanji's imagination. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, giving off a feeling of being high-spirited and showing off his abilities. After he landed on the head of the stone statue, a golden chair appeared out of thin air behind him. 2 golden dragons coiled around the back of the chair. He leaned back on the dragon chair and looked down at all the overlords present. At a glance, there were less than 10 owners of the stone statues who were not here. Boom! At this moment the sky changed. Thunderclouds rolled, lightning flashed and thunder roared. A demonic wind blew. A black whirlwind landed on the evil emperor's stone statue, and the sky darkened. So coquettish. Tang Xuanwu curled his lip and said disdainfully, "Before the sovereign heaven appeared, he and the evil emperor were already at odds." Chapter 984. The black whirlwind dissipated, revealing the domineering figure of the demonic emperor. He wore a black robe with many scales on it. On his left shoulder was a helmet with 2 sharp fangs attached to it. It looked extremely ferocious. He had long dark purple hair, an evil face and snake-like eyes. His clothes were very long, spreading along the top of the stone statue's head. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and laughed softly. "Looks like my North Limitless is filled with heroes. Those who should come, have all come. There aren't many cowards here." He spoke very softly, but everyone here had a high cultivation base, so they could all hear him. Immediately many heroes puffed out their chests and raised their heads, revealing proud smiles. Zhou Xuanji sized up the evil emperor and was shocked in his heart. The demonic emperor was definitely the strongest existence he had ever seen. Even though he didn't release any aura, it still made him feel powerless, as if he was a mortal facing a deity. The evil emperor didn't sit down. He just stood there, causing the entire supreme planet to fall silent. When the heroes who rushed over saw this scene, they kept quiet out of fear and lowered their heads to return to the top of their stone statues. After all the heroes had arrived, only a Cardinal Heaven expert had yet to appear. No one was surprised by this. If a Cardinal Heaven expert had appeared earlier, it would have damaged his reputation. Everyone waited patiently. There was a loud bang. A blazing beam of light descended from the sky and landed on the head of the Cardinal Heaven expert. Everyone looked up. Curiosity, apprehension, nervousness, excitement, fear, and various other emotions intertwined in their hearts. Cardinal Heaven experts had threatened to slaughter Bei Wujin. So this meeting was definitely not friendly. Yuan Cheng was very nervous, but there was more excitement in his eyes. The Sword, the Arch, and the 5 Venerables had complicated looks in their eyes. They had initially wanted to seek refuge with the Cardinal Heaven, but now that they had become the enemies of the Cardinal Heaven, their feelings were naturally different. When the raging flames dissipated, the figure of a Cardinal Heaven expert was revealed. His posture was domineering, and his eyes contained a disdainful sharpness. It was exactly the same as the Cardinal Heaven will he had encountered on the training island. However, the main body's aura was stronger, and could shake the entire universe. He looked at all of the lords, and his gaze paused on Zhou Xuanji for a moment. Just this moment was enough for everyone to catch it. The other lords all looked at Zhou Xuanji with strange gazes. This fellow is dead for sure. That was what they all thought. The faces of Yuan Cheng and the 5 sword sovereigns darkened. They felt a pressure that felt like the sky was collapsing. They felt an earth-shattering pressure. Cardinal Heaven's gaze finally landed on the evil emperor. The two overlords of the northern endless region stared at each other, causing the air to freeze. Evil Emperor, it seems like under my pressure, your cultivation has broken through again. Cardinal Heaven laughed mockingly. He had always looked down on the evil emperor. In his opinion, the later primeval exalted three heavens were the true existences that should dominate the boundless universe, and the current juniors should make way for them. The evil emperor shook his head and smiled. I wonder when Senior will be able to recover to his peak. I can't wait. The Cardinal Heaven expert's voice. The sovereign's eyes turned. Zhou Xuanji was very curious about how high their cultivations were. Just this sort of verbal battle made the divine energy within his body restless and uneasy. The Cardinal Heaven expert didn't explode. Instead, he looked at everyone and said, Today, I have gathered everyone here for the sake of the stability of the North Boundless Realm. Currently, the North Boundless Realm is in turmoil and needs stability. Everyone here is ambitious, so why don't we decide on a ranking? The heroes' expressions changed. They didn't reply immediately. In this chaotic world, not all lords relied on their own strength to climb to power. Some relied on intelligence or personal charisma. If it was purely based on strength, what kind of bean soup could they get? Tang Xuanwu coldly snorted and said, According to what you said, the bigger the fist, the bigger the territory. What kind of logic is that? Some people inherited their domains from their elders. They might not be strong, but their governing abilities are outstanding. The people under them live very peacefully. If it was someone else, the people might fall into an abyss of suffering. His words caused many lords to nod their heads. It would be best if someone took the lead to contradict a Cardinal Heaven expert. They all refused to submit to a Cardinal Heaven expert. If he had, he would have long sought refuge in the Cardinal Heaven and never appeared here again. The evil emperor laughed. Senior, in terms of strength, I'm afraid the entire Northern Boundless should belong to me. The current you is not my match. His eyes were burning as if he was provoking a Cardinal Heaven expert and forcing him to make a move. Everyone was shocked. The heroes suddenly recalled that the demonic emperor was the true overlord of the Northern Endless Lands. A Cardinal Heaven expert glanced at the evil emperor and said with a faint smile, Junior, do you really think you're my match? Boom! The sovereign star suddenly shook violently. Everyone turned around and saw the sea of flames covering the surface of the planet descend and connect to the horizon. Since everyone is unconvinced, then let's fight to the death here. Whoever can kill me will break this formation. Cardinal Heaven laughed wildly, his tone filled with disdain. The evil emperor frowned. Could it be that this guy had already recovered to his peak? Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant? My people, come out. Cardinal Heaven raised his head and cried out. Just as he spoke, black holes appeared under the sea of flames, and figures giving off terrifying auras stepped out. Zhou Xuanji's pupils constricted. Venomous centipedes. They were the venomous centipedes he had encountered on the training island. Back then, he had killed over 10,000 venomous centipedes, but he could not tell which was the real one. He did not expect more venomous centipedes to appear. At a glance, the sky was filled with countless venomous centipedes. These venomous centipedes were exactly the same as the ones he had seen before. They were bare-chested and had disheveled hair. Lightning seemed to be wrapped around their muscles. Everyone took out their enchanted artifacts and prepared to fight. This guy is indeed a ferocious war beast nurtured by a Cardinal Heaven, Yuan Chang said with gritted teeth. He had seen venomous centipedes on the training island and felt that it was strange. The Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns frowned as well. Zhou Xuanji looked at Wu Yan and asked with a smile, What do you think we should do now? Wu Yan muttered, Fight. This is your best chance to become one of the overlords of the northern continent. Cardinal Heaven cannot destroy all the overlords. His eyes locked onto the venomous centipedes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Since it's like this, let's fight. Zhou Xuanji got up slowly. The suppressive might sword and Thousand Realms chaotic hegemon execution sword appeared in his hands. He activated the sword fusion technique, and the legendary sword throne entered his body. His explosive aura attracted many people's attention. Cardinal Heaven and the evil emperor also glanced at him. The 7 great sovereigns had such an aura. He has indeed become more powerful. Cold sweat covered Daozong Xian's forehead. He was not as powerful as Zhou Xuanji, What should he do next? At the same time, thousands of venomous centipedes swooped down toward the massive stone statues. The evil emperor also attacked. His opponent was naturally a cardinal heaven. Their palms collided, and a berserk aura swept out in all directions. Even though Zhou Xuanji's aura was fully unleashed, he was still sent flying back. What kind of power is this? His eyes widened and his heart was filled with shock. Chapter 985. Even someone as powerful as Zhou Xuanji was sent flying by the battle auras of the evil emperor and cardinal heaven cultivators, let alone those who were weaker than Zhou Xuanji. The stone statues shattered one after another, and the centipede's silhouette dashed through the sea of clouds. Everyone was engaged in battle. Zhou Xuanji was also targeted by a centipede. The five-sword emperor stood in front of him and helped him kill the centipede. He suddenly realized that the number of centipedes was still increasing. The black holes in the sky were still there, and some centipedes would come out from them from time to time. The evil emperor and cardinal heaven cultivator soared into the sky and fought in the sky. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they used all kinds of divine abilities easily. Countless abnormal phenomena appeared. Sometimes flowers fell from the sky and sometimes white cranes filled the sky. Dragons and phoenixes danced in the sky, and the scenery changed. The cardinal heaven cultivators blocked all of the evil emperor's attacks with their palms. The evil emperor wielded a black halberd. As he swung it, black lightning coiled around him. He was so insufferably arrogant. In front of his fighting posture, everyone couldn't help but revere him. Zhou Xuanji did not attack under the protection of the five-sword emperors. He looked at the battle between the evil emperor and cardinal heaven cultivators, hoping to learn something. Yuan Chang stood beside him and said with gritted teeth, "They are too powerful. If not for us restraining ourselves, we might all die." "Why restraining ourselves?" Zhou Xuanji asked in astonishment. Killing them all was a good thing for the evil emperor and cardinal heaven cultivators. They must be threatening them with the other endless worlds. They want to subdue us, Yuan Chang replied. Wu Yan nodded and said, "The relationship between the four endless worlds is very subtle. Among them, the ancient geniuses are determined to conquer the four endless worlds. Outside the four endless worlds, many other factions are restless. The endless world is boundless, and the overlords of the four endless worlds have yet to truly control it. The division of the four endless worlds was only a rough division. It did not really divide the endless world into four regions." Zhou Xuanji thought with narrowed eyes. This meant that the cardinal heaven cultivators might have taken a liking to him. What was the purpose of this battle? At this moment, the cardinal heaven cultivator raised his right arm with a savage smile. Countless flames burst out from his palm and turned into fire phoenixes with a wingspan of 3,000 meters, sweeping across the surroundings. These fire phoenixes flew toward the evil emperor from all directions. The flames burned fiercely, and the space distorted. The temperature of the entire sovereign star skyrocketed, and Zhou Xuanji's body was visibly turning red. Everyone looked over in horror. The power contained in those fire phoenixes was enough to make them shiver. Surrounded by the fire phoenixes, the demonic emperor's expression did not change. He brandished the black halberd and afterimages appeared one after another, dazzling everyone's eyes. Strong winds wreaked havoc and destroyed the fire phoenixes one after another. His moves might not be as shocking as those of a cardinal heaven expert, but they were invincible. He suddenly stopped, raised his left hand, and an exaggerated giant axe appeared in his hand. The axe was 6 meters long, and its blade was sharp like a piece of dark green cold iron. He waved the dark green axe, and all the fire phoenixes were absorbed into the axe's blade. Cardinal Heaven, this is no longer your era. The post-ancient venerated three heavens is a joke in front of the four overlords. The demonic emperor laughed arrogantly. He was in high spirits. He turned and rushed towards the cardinal heaven. He crossed thousands of miles with a single step and arrived in front of a cardinal heaven expert. His long spear was like a dragon as it pointed straight at the cardinal heaven expert's throat. Bang! A layer of raging flames ignited on the surface of the cardinal heaven expert's body and forcefully blocked the long halberd. However, the raging flames suddenly drilled into the dark green axe. The demonic emperor smirked and pierced the black halberd into the cardinal heaven expert's throat. The Cardinal Heaven expert did not panic but smiled condescendingly. Junior, you know nothing about power, the Cardinal Heaven said with a soft laugh. Just as he spoke, a horrifying suction force was generated from his body and sucked the demonic emperor into it. The entire process happened too quickly, and the demonic emperor could not react in time. Tang Xuanwu, who was looking for an opportunity to attack, opened his eyes wide and cried out in shock. What did you do? The Cardinal Heaven turned to look at him and said with a smile, This is my divine ability. Can devour everything. I'm the heavenly law's true form, and my cultivation has surpassed the imperishable realm. How can you juniors compete with me? After speaking, the Cardinal Heaven raised his right hand. Screech! A phoenix's cry exploded out, and a fire phoenix descended from the sky. Tang Xuanwu's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively raised his arms to block. Boom! He was hit by the fire phoenix and fell into the sea of clouds. Zhou Xuanji also saw the demonic emperor being devoured. For some reason, he felt that the Cardinal Heaven divine ability was somewhat familiar. Wait, the Cardinal Heaven did not kill them. Could it be that he wanted to devour them alive? Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. Not only him but so did Yuanchang and Wordless. They all thought of this. It can't be. Yuanchang mumbled with a trembling voice as he trembled. Don't resist, Zhou Xuanji said with a deep voice. He immediately enveloped Yuanchang and the others with his sovereign divine power. The next second, he entered godly emptiness state and jumped out of the sovereign star. The Cardinal Heaven looked up and said in astonishment, Godly emptiness state. I didn't expect a junior to be able to master such an immortal miracle. He immediately disappeared from his original spot. In godly emptiness state, seeing the space-time kaleidoscope around them, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. My lord is the best. You can directly. Yuancheng praised. Before he could finish, his expression froze. The Cardinal Heaven appeared above their heads and looked down at them. Juniors, where do you think you can run to? The Cardinal Heaven said with a cold laugh. His gaze fell on Zhou Xuanji, and his murderous intent materialized like two beams of cold light that landed on Zhou Xuanji's face. Zhou Xuanji looked up and took a deep breath. You want to kill me? You don't deserve to die. It's you who deserves to die. You have a fiery temper just like me back then. But do you have my serendipity? Zhou Xuanji held both swords and activated the Sword Emperor Absolute Art. Boom! The Cardinal Heaven's robe shook violently, and the space-time kaleidoscope around him exploded before returning to its original state. Zhou Xuanji frowned. His Sword Emperor Absolute Art did not cause any damage to the Cardinal Heaven. This was the first time the Sword Emperor Absolute Art lost. If he was powerful enough to injure a Cardinal Heaven, then the post-ancient Sovereign Three Heavens would be too weak. You have great talent indeed, the Cardinal Heaven praised. But you have to die for offending me. He raised his right palm and slammed down. In the blink of an eye, two faded pearls flew out from Zhou Xuanji's head and blocked the Cardinal Heaven's palm. Boom! The Cardinal Heaven was sent flying backward by his own palm. His expression changed drastically as he looked at the two faded pearls in disbelief. Yuanchang and the Sword Emperor, who were in despair, were also shocked. They stared at the faded pearls with squinted eyes. What's this? The Cardinal Heaven cried out in shock. His expression was extremely unsightly as he slammed his palm again. The billowing flames engulfed Zhou Xuanji and the others. The two faded pearls created a sphere of light that protected them from the flames. Chapter 986. What a powerful bead! Autarch Gale murmured. The other four autarchs nodded numbly, all of them frightened. Yuancheng and Wu Yan stared at the faded fate pearl. They racked their brains but still couldn't figure out what kind of treasure it was. Cardinal Heaven experts fell into a violent rage. They waved their palms frantically and continuously attacked the light ball created by the faded fate pearl, shaking the surrounding space-time kaleidoscopes. No matter how he attacked, the ball of light only fluctuated and did not shatter. Zhou Xuanji was also stunned by the faded fate pearl's power. He had guessed that the faded fate pearl could resist a Cardinal Heaven expert, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Yuanchang and the others were dumbfounded. His opponent was a Cardinal Heaven expert, a legend of the boundless universe. He couldn't even break through the defense of this treasure. This was too ridiculous. Zhou Xuanji was not immersed in his pleasant surprise. He felt that this couldn't go on. Who knew when the cardinal heaven would break through the ball of light created by the fated encounter pearl? Once again, he entered the spiritless state and advanced quickly. "Where do you think you're going?" shouted the furious cardinal heaven expert. If news of what happened today spread, it would definitely become a humiliation for him. At the thought of this, his anger rose to a new peak. He flipped his right hand over, and a black tower appeared in his hand. The black tower rapidly flew over, and with a boom, it instantly became 30,000 meters tall. The black tower smashed onto the ball of light with the force of Mount Tai. Zhou Xuanji and the others lost their balance. The two fated pearls trembled violently and the light balls fluctuated. It was obvious that they were very unstable. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. "It's over. This guy is crazy. He really wants to hunt us down to the end," Yuan Chang said with a trembling voice, his expression terrified. He didn't want to die, and neither did the others. They didn't want to be tortured to death by a cardinal heaven expert. With the ability of a ultimate heaven, he would definitely keep their souls and slowly torture them to vent his hatred. There were many such rumors circulating in the northern boundless region. Zhou Xuanji was also thinking of a way. He hesitated as to whether he should enter the absolute time realm directly. However, he felt that a cardinal heaven expert could also enter the absolute time realm. At this moment, the two fated fate pearls suddenly entered Zhou Xuanji's body. Zhou Xuanji gave off a brilliant radiance, and Yuan Chang and the others instinctively closed their eyes. Boom! Zhou Xuanji could not see and could only hear deafening explosions around him. Soon he could no longer sense the aura of a cardinal heaven expert. About 5 breaths of time passed. He regained control of his body. He slowly opened his eyes and found himself floating in a dusky universe. There were many stars of different sizes floating in all directions. Yuan Chang, Speechless, and Sword Monarch were all around him, nervously closing their eyes. "This is," Zhou Xuanji mumbled. He looked around in confusion, feeling both nervous and curious. Just now his senses were blocked, so he didn't know what had happened. Was this another universe, or was it under the control of a cardinal heaven? Even though the fated fate pearl was magical, he wasn't 100% sure that it could lead them away from the pursuit of a cardinal heaven expert. The others opened their eyes. Yuan Chang asked in surprise, "We've escaped." Speechless looked at Zhou Xuanji with curiosity. The 5 sword sovereigns were all excited, and all of them had the expression of someone who had just survived a calamity. Zhou Xuanji said in a deep voice, "Be careful, the cardinal heaven cultivators might be nearby." Everyone nodded and looked in all directions. After a long time, a cardinal heaven expert had yet to appear. "We really did escape," Yuan Chang said with a complicated expression. The previous experience was too frightening. Facing a frenzied cardinal heaven, they could only tremble. Speechless sighed in amazement. Any treasure can exist in the boundless universe. It's unimaginable. The post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens were so powerful. Even if a cardinal heaven expert had not recovered to his peak, he was still invincible. Zhou Xuanji relied on the 2 pearls to defend against the cardinal heaven's violent attacks. They wanted to know the origin of the fated fate pearl, but they didn't dare to ask. Zhou Xuanji was their lord. How could their subordinates ask? "Let's go and see if we can go back." Zhou Xuanji looked around and said softly. He spread out his divine sense but couldn't encompass the entire universe. It was boundless. He captured a special energy that permeated the universe. It was light and gentle. Could this be the boundless universe's void zone? Yuan Chang said in shock. He frowned and took out a stone book. The stone book looked very ordinary, but it had the carvings of a book. There were dozens of strange and incomprehensible words on the surface. Everyone looked at the stone book. The Book of Circumference. There are less than 10 books in the entire boundless universe, and you have one, Speechless said in amazement. Yuan Chang felt proud of himself and said with a smile, "That's right. This book came from the Void Zone. It's impervious to all spells and can even sense the ripples at the edge of the universe. The ripples in the Void Zone are the most intense." The 5 sovereigns looked at each other in dismay. Including Zhou Xuanji, they had all heard of the Void Zone. There were boundaries in the boundless universe. These boundaries were boundless like an independent, endless universe. How do we leave this place? Zhou Xuanji asked. Yuan Cheng replied. I have the Book of Circumference. We can rely on its guidance. But it's hard to determine which boundless we will reach. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji frowned. He didn't want to go to the other 3 boundless universes. He looked at Speechless and said, You came from the East boundless universe. You should know how to identify the direction of the boundless universes, right? Speechless shook his head and said, I was sent here by a powerhouse. Only imperishable stage cultivators can see the direction of the boundless universes. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank again. Just the North boundless universe made him feel like he could never fly to the end. Now, he might accidentally enter the other boundless universes. He suddenly thought of the Fated Pearl. He immediately called out to the Fated Pearl in his heart. Soon, the Fated Pearl flew out from between his brows. The Book of Circumference in Yuan Cheng's hand flew out uncontrollably and stuck to the Fated Pearl. My treasure! Yuan Cheng was shocked. He was afraid that the Fated Pearl would swallow the Book of Circumference. It was also possible for treasures to swallow each other. Fortunately, he was overthinking. The Book of Circumference and the Fated Pearl soon separated. The strange words on the Book of Circumference became smaller and densely packed on the Fated Pearl. It replicated the Book of Circumference's ability. Speechless exclaimed. His eyes burned with passion. He really wanted to study the Fated Pearl. After the Book of Circumference returned to Yuan Cheng's hand, the Fated Pearl flew in a certain direction. Zhou Xuanji and the others immediately chased after it. Seems like we can go back, Yuan Cheng said with a smile, but his expression was complicated. The Book of Circumference was his most powerful and mysterious treasure, but it was replicated by the Fated Pearl. He could not help but feel a sense of defeat. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and stared at the Fated Pearl. The strange words flowed into his eyes like illusions and continuously impacted his vision. Only he could see such a phenomenon. What is the Fated Pearl guiding me to? Zhou Xuanji thought in confusion. Chapter 987. The strange words that entered Zhou Xuanji's eyes were extremely profound, and he could not understand them. However, these words repeatedly crashed into his eyes and attacked his soul. After a while, he suddenly understood something. Could it be? He widened his eyes in disbelief. Ancestral voice. When he was studying these strange characters, he had a strange feeling that he was listening to the ancestral voice. Although it was not as strong, his intuition told him that these strange characters were the carriers of the ancestral voice. Yuancheng, what are the characters on Feng Yuan's book? Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask. According to Yuan Cheng, there was more than one circumference book. Moreover, the Book of Circumference came from the lawless region. Didn't that mean that there was a carrier of the Buddhist mantra in the lawless region? I don't know. I've studied it for billions of years, but I still haven't understood it. I don't think it's meant to express anything. It's just like words. Yuan Cheng shook his head. Back then, he also felt that the words on the Feng Yuan book recorded a great opportunity. Unfortunately, his hopes were always dashed. Zhou Xuanji asked closely, Where did you get the Feng Yuan shoe? Yuan Cheng could tell that Zhou Xuanji was just like him, attracted by the words on the scroll. I obtained it by chance. The previous owner came back from the lawless zone with severe injuries. Even though he had the cultivation of the imperishable realm, he was exhausted to death. I took him in and helped him fulfill his wish. That was how I obtained this Book of Circumference. Recalling the past, Yuan Cheng could not help but sigh. Supreme Zhanhuan asked curiously, Who is that person? Yuan Cheng shook his head and said, I can't say. I promised him this. The other Supremes refused to give up and started to question him. Zhou Xuanji continued to think about the ancestral voice's words. Those words had already been imprinted on his soul. As long as he wanted to look at them, they would appear in front of him. At the same time, they continued to follow the Fated Pearl. The Fated Fate Pearl's speed wasn't fast, so everyone could keep up with it easily. They were hoping that the Fated Fate Pearl would bring them back to the northern endless lands. But Zhou Xuanji felt that the Fated Fate Pearl was not taking them to the north. Perhaps it had something to do with the ancestral sound characters. After all, the fated Fate Pearl had first absorbed the ancestral sound characters. Even if it was the ancestral sound characters, he was willing to go. He had a premonition that the ancestral sound characters contained great opportunities. He might even be able to raise his ancestral sound to a whole new level. They had been flying in the unreachable area for several months. The fated pearl finally stopped. In front of them was a huge star that was even bigger than the sun. It was brown in color as if it was a desert. Zhou Xuanji and the others stopped and looked at the massive star in front of them warily. Be careful. I heard that there are dangers everywhere in the lawless zone. The reason they exist is because there is no way to control them, Yuan Chang said with a grim expression. He looked at the huge star and felt his hair stand on end. There was definitely a terrifying danger hidden under the calmness. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Let me test it first." The fated pearl entered his glabella. He took out the divine sword and threw it at the huge star. Whoosh! The oppressive divine sword sped forward like lightning. There was a loud bang. The gigantic star was pierced through by the divine sword of pressure. The two ends of the star stirred up billowing dust like two wisps of smoke. Supreme Fear cautiously said, "Are we overthinking things?" Yuan Chang was a little embarrassed, but he still looked around cautiously. Zhou Xuanji stored the divine sword of pressure and created dozens of avatars that quickly entered the gigantic star. Although there are many dangers in the lawless zone, no one dares to venture into places that are not dangerous. Because those who come here are not weak. They will also feel that the calmer it is, the more dangerous it is, Yuan Chang said worriedly. Speechless said. Then he walked towards the huge planet. Yuan Chang curled his lip and looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji nodded and led the group toward the gigantic star. When they were about to reach the chi layer of the gigantic star, it suddenly trembled. "I told you. There must be something strange." Yuan Chang cried out excitedly. Zhou Xuanji stared at him. What kind of tone was that? Yuan Chang was frightened by him. He knew that he had said something inappropriate and quickly shut his mouth. At the same time, the avatars transmitted everything they saw into Zhou Xuanji's mind. In the depths of the planet, there was a huge beast that was slumbering. The beast looked like a firebird. It had 3 heads and 2 pairs of wings. Its body was covered in blazing flames. Zhou Xuanji could sense the scorching aura when he saw the 3 firebirds. Not only that, but he also saw the 3 firebirds opening their beaks slightly and saying something silently. He carefully observed the beak of the 3 firebirds and was greatly inspired. The bird was speaking the ancestral voice. How could it be? Zhou Xuanji's body swayed and entered the ground. He came up to the 3 firebirds. Yuan Chang and the others appeared beside him. Seeing the gigantic 3-headed firebird, they opened their eyes wide. Lawless fire god, Yuan Chang mumbled with a pale face. Zhou Xuanji wanted to tame this lawless fire god. But he could sense that the lawless fire god was very powerful. Even if they attacked together, they might not be able to do it. Lawless fire god. An ancient ferocious beast that survived the primeval sovereign era. Let's leave quickly. Even if it's sleeping, we can't hurt it. We might even wake it up, Yuan Chang said anxiously. Recalling the legends about the lawless fire god, he shuddered in fear. Zhou Xuanji looked at him with squinted eyes and asked, "We're here. Why didn't it sense us?" Yuan Chang replied, "Because we're too weak. When we're sleeping and insects come near, will it wake up and slap them to death?" Yuan Chang and the 5-sword emperor's eyelids twitched. This explanation was too hurtful to their pride. Is there no way to tame it? Zhou Xuanji asked. A ferocious beast that knew ancestral voice. He really wanted to obtain it and study it thoroughly. This guy might have swallowed the Book of Circumference. Junior, put away your arrogant thoughts. If you had not said this 100 billion years ago, you would already be dead. A hoarse voice came, as though it had not spoken for a long time. It was hard to tell if it was a man or a woman. Everyone was shocked and looked at the lawless fire god. They saw that the lawless fire god had opened its eyes and was staring at them coldly. They were given a big fright and stepped back instinctively. Facing the lawless fire god's gaze, they were almost scared out of their wits. Even Zhou Xuanji felt a chill in his heart. It was too terrifying. What kind of gaze was that? Zhou Xuanji even felt that the lawless fire god was even more terrifying than a cardinal heaven. Senior. Sorry, we didn't know what's good for us. It's our first time in the lawless region. Please forgive us, Yuan Chang said fearfully. He knelt down in the air and kowtowed to the lawless fire god. As Zhou Xuanji's subordinate, he naturally had to take responsibility for Zhou Xuanji's recklessness. He did not want to see Zhou Xuanji apologize. The lawless fire god closed its eyes and said, "Since it's like this, then stay with me. I'm not sleepy anyway. When I'm happy you can leave." Boom, the stars shook again. Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense that the space around him was sealed, and he could no longer jump out. Chapter 988. After failing to seal the underground space with the fire god, Zhou Xuanji and the others fell into a panic. Facing the fire god, they felt like they were mere ants. The other party could destroy them with a flip of his hand. Zhou Xuanji tried to use the fated fate pearl to take them away. However, this time, the fated fate pearl did not appear, as if it did not exist and would not listen to his summons. Yuan Cheng's forehead was filled with sweat. The 5 sword sovereigns didn't dare to speak. Their bodies tensed up. Speechless remained silent as well, staring at lawless fire god. No one knew what he was thinking. The unstoppable fire god's eyes were closed. It was unknown if he had fallen asleep. The atmosphere was extremely silent. The silence lasted for a month. Zhou Xuanji could not take it anymore and asked, "Senior, how can I make you happy?" Yuan Chang hurriedly gave him a look, telling him not to act rashly. Zhou Xuanji stared at the lawless fire god and frowned. He wasn't being impulsive. It was just that this situation was too stifling and tormenting. The 5 sword emperors immediately prepared for battle. They were also furious. The fact that they dared to fight on the training island proved that they had guts. Rather than suffering like this, it was better to fight to the death. "If I want you to die, can you die?" The lawless flame god replied. He did not open his eyes, and his tone was cold. Zhou Xuanji heard this and was immediately annoyed. He immediately used the sword fusion technique and charged at lawless fire god with the divine sword of might. When he arrived in front of Wu Fa fire god, he immediately executed the sword emperor absolute. This time he infused the cold energy in his body into the absolute sword emperor sword and clashed head-on with the fire god. Bang, the uncontrollable fire god was instantly frozen. But it was only for an instant. Unable to melt the ice on the fire god's body, he did not move. He did not even open his eyes. The sword the arch definitely didn't cause any damage to him. "Is that all you can do?" Lawless fire god's voice came, provoking Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji once again used the sword emperor absolute art, and he continuously used other divine abilities, continuously bombarding Wu fire god's body. Yuan Chang and the others had to back off. They could not withstand Zhou Xuanji's aura. In front of lawless fire god, Zhou Xuanji seemed so weak. No matter how he attacked, he could not shake lawless fire god. In fact, he could not even reduce the flames on lawless fire god's body. Zhou Xuanji became angrier as he fought. He knew that the fire god was humiliating him. However, he could only try his best to escape. "Are all these monsters in the unreachable zone?" Yuan Chang looked at Speechless and asked in despair. He felt that the unstoppable fire god was stronger than a cardinal heaven expert. It was no wonder that the primeval venerated 3 heavens were unable to unify the boundless universe. Currently, the 4 sides were in endless peace and didn't interfere with each other. It turned out that there were so many monsters in between. Speechless shook his head. This was also his first time seeing the fire god. Although he looked calm, he was actually panicking inside. He did not want to die either. It was just that his personality prevented him from showing his emotions. Zhou Xuanji blasted for 2 hours before stopping. The Tianxia map had an endless supply of supreme divine power. He was not afraid of exhausting it, but he pretended to be out of breath. He stared at the lawless fire god with a face full of sweat and gritted his teeth. "What are you trying to do? I want you to know the difference between us. You are really weak," Lawless Flame replied. At this moment, Yuan Chang and Wu Yan narrowed their eyes. They read between the lines. It seemed that the fire god did not want to kill them. "Is it fun to keep saying things like that?" Zhou Xuanji said with a savage expression. He thought of a possibility, but he was not sure. Cardinal Heaven chased after you. If not for your treasure, how could you have escaped? Moreover, do you really think you have control over that treasure? The fire god said again. You came here because I lured the treasure away. It was not by accident. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. Could it be that the fire god controlled the fated pearl through the ancestral voice? Thinking of this possibility, he could not help but shudder. What's your purpose? Just say it. You are an old senior from the ancient sovereign era. Why beat around the bush? Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and said. The others grew anxious too. What was most terrifying was to give hope and then despair. Because you understand it, lawless fire god said. Ancestral voice? Zhou Xuanji frowned. He still did not understand. It was created by my master. For countless years other than me, only that brat Buddha ancestor knows it. And your treasure is also my master's, the fire god replied. Lawless fire god replied. He paused for a moment before continuing. You can stay here and think about what you obtained earlier. The fated pearl and the ancestral voice came from the same source? Zhou Xuanji was shocked. Could it be that it was not because of his outstanding talent or heaven-defying luck, but because these two treasures were connected? He fell into deep thought. Yuan Chang wordless, and the Sword Emperor looked at each other. They could not understand. The sweat on Zhou Xuanji's face disappeared quickly. He sat down in the air and began studying the ancestral voice. The others did not dare to disturb him. They understood one thing. The danger was averted. They sat down and waited quietly. When they closed their eyes, the fire god could not open his eyes. He stared at Zhou Xuanji intently. For a long time, Zhou Xuanji spent his time studying the ancestral voice. His family was in the Kunlun Origin Court and the Kunlun Origin Court was in his soul. As for the stars domain, he did not have to worry about it. Time was meaningless here. At least Zhou Xuanji did not mind. He stared at the ancestral sound characters over and over again, memorizing these obscure characters. He tried to match the words with the ancestral voice but to no avail. He had a premonition. When he truly understood the ancestral voice, his cultivation would undergo a qualitative change. He began to try to match the words one by one. When all the words were matched, it might be an energy technique or a divine ability. Unknowingly, strands of silver light began to surround his body. His entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of divine radiance, dazzling and eye-catching. The fire god opened his eyes. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and nodded slightly before closing his eyes again. Yuan Cheng saw this. He was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that his master had encountered a serendipity. If Zhou Xuanji could obtain the fire god's inheritance or support, he would not have to fear a sovereign heaven expert in the future. Calm down. I must not embarrass my master, Yuan Cheng thought to himself and tried to calm himself down. Time continued to pass. The silver radiance on Zhou Xuanji's body grew brighter and brighter. Gradually, Yuan Cheng and the others could no longer cultivate, because Zhou Xuanji was giving them an immense pressure. What is he learning? Wordless mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with curiosity. Don't think about it. That is something you cannot imagine. He is transforming into the Hongming heaven, the fire god said. With this, the seven opened their eyes wide. Even Wordless was stunned. Hongming heaven? Zhou Xuanji was from the Hongming heaven? Really? Yuan Cheng asked excitedly. He's the Hongming heaven that is on par with sovereign heaven? He suddenly remembered that Zhou Xuanji said that he was from the Hongming heaven, but he did not believe him. Chapter 989. Hongming heaven. After knowing Zhou Xuanji's identity, Yuan Cheng and the 5 sword emperors were incredibly excited. Is he the reincarnation of Hongming heaven? Or did he obtain Hongming heaven's inheritance? Speechless could not help asking. If Zhou Xuanji was Hongming heaven, why couldn't Cardinal Heaven recognize him? In the endless universe, everyone knew that the Cardinal Heavens cared about the primordial heavens the most. This was the concern of their competitors. Besides unifying the boundless universe, the Cardinal Heaven desired to defeat Hongming heaven the most. Hongming heaven doesn't have an inheritance. He is Hongming heaven. The lawless flame god replied impatiently. If it were not for Zhou Xuanji, he would not even bother with these bugs. Speechless asked, is Hongming Tian your master? Boom! A ball of flame crashed into Speechless, causing him to vomit blood and instantly become dispirited. I'm from the primeval era. How can the Hongmeng heaven of the post-primeval venerable three heavens be worthy of being my master? The lawless flame god bellowed furiously. His voice was so loud that Yuan Chang and the others nearly fainted. Speechless quickly bowed. Yuan Chang cautiously said, "Senior, I see that you're not sleepy yet. Why don't you tell us about the past so that we can admire your master or your glorious deeds?" He looked at the fire god with admiration. Unable Fire God was very pleased and began to tell them about his master. My master was once the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. At that time there was no endless universe, only the Kunlun Origin Court. At that time, the Kunlun Origin Court was only the size of a small world. The uncontrollable fire god's voice was hoarse and full of vicissitudes. He brought Yuan Chang and the others into that ancient era. The primogenitor created the Kunlun Origin Court and created all living beings. My master was the first generation of the primogenitor's son, and also his direct disciple. When I became his disciple, the Kunlun Origin Court's supreme position had already been passed down for more than a dozen generations. In that era, the reign of the Supremes was counted in tens of thousands of years, unlike now where the shortest is hundreds of millions of years, and the longest is billions of years. He told them how he became Master Mo's disciple. It was his master who opened his spiritual wisdom and helped him reach his current level. The more unstoppable fire god spoke, the more excited he became. He described the adventures he and his master had gone on, and everyone was fascinated by them. At that time the universe wasn't as vast as the endless universe, and perhaps the battles weren't as intense as they were now. However, listening to the fire god's story made Yuan Chang and the others' blood surge. Every legend that had shaken the past and present had once been as miserable as they were now. They had all been looked down upon, and they had all been in despair. Lawless Fire God spoke for a long time, and Yuan Chang and the others listened with great interest. The might that Zhou Xuanji gave off became more and more powerful. He was becoming more and more extraordinary. "Senior, you've been talking for so long. Why haven't you told me your master's name?" Yuan Chang asked curiously. The lawless flame god snorted. "My master's title is after the post-primeval sovereign. No living being is worthy of knowing it." Yuan Chang was puzzled. What kind of logic was this? You don't understand. The difference between the primeval era and the post-primeval era exists because of its logic. If you want to blame someone, blame the primeval era. But he's already dead, so you can't blame him even if you want to. The lawless flame god snorted coldly, which made everyone's heart itch. Wu Yan muttered. "I heard that the primeval sovereign fell because of something he did. After that, the endless universe exploded, reaching a truly boundless scale. Because of that, countless years after that, it could be said that there would never be a being who could unify the endless universe." Having heard this, Yuan Chang and the five sword emperors looked at him in astonishment. This brat knew so many secrets? The Eastern Endless royalty knows quite a lot. That's right. Back then, your old ancestor knelt down and begged for the primeval sovereign's forgiveness, which allowed you to flourish for a long time. The lawless flame god laughed coldly. His tone was mocking, which made Wu Yan frown. Although his words were harsh, Wu Yan was not angry and only pondered over his words. Boom! 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 At this moment, a series of explosions came from Zhou Xuanji's body. Everyone turned around and saw that he had already turned into a silver figure of light. His aura became more and more mysterious and vast. He succeeded, the lawless flame god mumbled. The unstoppable fire god murmured, his voice filled with gratification and anticipation. Yuan Chang, Wu Yan, and the Sword Emperor held their breaths in concentration. They did not know what Zhou Xuanji was comprehending, nor did they know how powerful Zhou Xuanji would become. They could only look forward to it. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji's mind exploded. After countless matches, he finally matched the ancestral voice with the ancestral voice words. At the same time, he comprehended an extraordinary energy technique. He was right. Ancestral voice was actually an energy technique that could allow one to enter a state of enlightenment. Constitution Defying Creation Sutra. He had entered a mysterious state. The sovereign's divine energy in his body began to circulate according to the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. The divine energy began to change qualitatively as it absorbed the surrounding scorching energy. The flames on Lawless Flame God's body were absorbed into his body like a storm, creating a violent gust of heat. Constitution-defying. He succeeded. Lawless Flame God mumbled. His eyes were hazy as if he was thinking of something. He did not stop Zhou Xuanji from absorbing his energy, but Yuan Chang and the others could not take it anymore. All of them retreated to the edge of the underground space. This heat was too horrifying. Even as great sovereigns, they could not withstand it. This kind of flame. Our Lord can absorb it. Sovereign Crimson Firmament cried out in shock. At this moment, he could not rejoice over Zhou Xuanji's improvement because if this continued, they would all be burned to ashes. As strong as Speechless and Yuan Chang were, despair appeared on their faces. They did not expect that they would die during Zhou Xuanji's breakthrough. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji spoke suddenly. Come to my side. Having heard him, everyone was stunned. They gritted their teeth and flew to Zhou Xuanji's side. Next, they looked pleasantly surprised. So cool. Although Zhou Xuanji was surrounded by flames, he was giving off a soul-freezing cold qi. The clash of ice and fire made Yuan Chang and the others feel very cool. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation began to soar. He was charging toward the great sovereigns of the 8 courts. Countless swords appeared out of thin air and hovered above their heads. These swords were all the legendary swords that Zhou Xuanji owned. The swords spun and let out a roar. Zhou Xuanji was enveloped in flames, and no one could see Zhou Xuanji's condition. Zhou Xuanji was comprehending the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. In the process of comprehension, his heart was empty. He did not understand the principles of cultivation but just entered a wondrous state. It was indescribable. It was indescribable. In this state, he felt that he was omnipotent. The extremely destructive flames were just lively little creatures in his eyes. With a thought, these little creatures danced around him. Not only that, but the power of ice in his body was also jumping with joy. Ice and fire were originally at odds with each other, but now they were perfectly fused together, transforming into a new kind of energy. Chapter 990. In the underground space, the silver light shone on the cave walls, and there were occasional flashes of fire. Zhou Xuanji stood in the air and continued to comprehend the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. Yuan Chang, Wu Yan, and Sword Monarch did not dare to stray 5 feet away from him. The unstoppable fire god had already closed his eyes. The underground space fell into silence once more. Endless flames flowed out of the lawless fire god and entered Zhou Xuanji's body, helping him grow stronger. He was getting closer and closer to the supreme of the 8 courts. After a long while, there was a loud bang. He had finally broken through to become a supreme of the 8 courts. The lawless fire god's flames spiraled around Zhou Xuanji's body like a tornado. His supreme god force began to transform. The aura shook the underground space. Uncontrollable fire god suddenly opened his eyes and thought to himself, his comprehension speed is really fast. The intense flames on Zhou Xuanji's body quickly entered his body. He had appeared. The surface of his body glowed with a silver light that even his robes could not conceal. Yuan Chang and the others opened their eyes and looked at him, all of them pleasantly surprised. Did he succeed? Zhou Xuanji, who looked like a man of silver light, opened his eyes slowly and said, "It's over." The end? Everyone was stunned and puzzled. What ended? Zhou Xuanji's eyes gave off a violet light, and an explosion sounded out as the underground space directly collapsed. The rocks turned into dust, and the dense fog in the outside world also disappeared, revealing a vast universe in front of everyone's eyes. The huge star they were on no longer existed. They widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Zhou Xuanji was already powerful enough to shatter the fire god's power? They subconsciously looked at Wu Wu Fire God. The lawless fire god had already opened his eyes. He unfurled his 2 pairs of wings and his 3 heads cried out in unison. The flames were incomparably fierce, even more dazzling and scorching than the sun, illuminating the entire void. The boundless light drove away the darkness, and the fog that permeated the universe quickly dissipated, as if it had met its natural enemy. Yuan Chang and the others could hear the surprise in Fire God's voice. They breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the Fire God wasn't angry, it was fine. Could it be that this planet is actually trapping him? Exalted Protector Vast Expanse whispered. The others also thought of this possibility. Otherwise, the Fire God would not have treated Zhou Xuanji so well. Zhou Xuanji turned and looked at Wu Fire God and said, "Thank you for your serendipity, Senior." The Fire God was overjoyed and said with a smile, "Actually, it's your serendipity. Zhou Xuanji, go back and create chaos in the boundless universe. Fulfill your ambition from back then." After saying that, the lawless Fire God turned and left. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a sun and disappeared into the ends of the universe. However, his light remained. Zhou Xuanji landed in front of Yuan Cheng and the others. The silver radiance around his body dissipated, revealing his true appearance. He didn't look any different from before, except that his temperament was even more mysterious. It was hard to describe, but it made people feel an indescribable reverence for him. "Congratulations on obtaining a great opportunity, my lord." Yuan Cheng cupped his fists and said with a smile. The others quickly followed to congratulate him. They were all very excited. Their master was Hongmeng Heaven, and now they had even obtained a fortuitous opportunity from the primeval era. They would surely soar with Zhou Xuanji in the future. "Let's go, it's time to go back." Zhou Xuanji chuckled, and everyone looked at each other in dismay. They suddenly felt that Zhou Xuanji had changed. Before, Zhou Xuanji showed off his abilities, but now he was very calm. Zhou Xuanji summoned the faded fate pearls again. Looking at the two pearls, he said with a smile, "Now you should take me back, right?" The two faded fate pearls immediately led the way. Everyone immediately followed. Zhou Xuanji flew in front of Yuan Cheng and the others. He could feel the gazes behind him. He didn't care. In fact, he also understood his changes. He felt that it was a good thing. After comprehending the Constitutional Defiance Creation Sutra, his heart was completely settled. Shun Yanqing once said that the identity of Hongmeng Heaven would make him more arrogant and lose his original heart. Now it was just right. He had the Constitutional Defiance Creation Sutra to suppress the arrogance of Hongmeng Heaven. "Sovereign Heaven, you and I will meet again soon." The corner of his mouth rose as he thought expectantly. Although his cultivation had only broken through to the 8 courts Great Sovereign, his strength had undergone a qualitative change with the Constitutional Defiance Creation Sutra. This technique had no small realm. As long as he chanted the ancestral voice, he could use the Constitutional Defiance Creation Sutra. Defy all rules. Create what you want. In the entire endless universe, only he and the ancestral Buddha could master the ancestral voice. Only by mastering the ancestral voice could one hope to learn the Constitution Defying Creation Scripture. After learning the ancestral sound, one would have to master the ancestral sound characters and fuse the two together. Without the help of the faded fate pearl, it would be impossible to do so. In other words, even the peak post-primeval 3 heavens did not have this kind of fortune. Yuan Cheng and Wuyan stared at Zhou Xuanji's back. They were extremely curious, but they did not dare to ask. They could not ask about serendipity. They only wanted to know how powerful Zhou Xuanji was. If Zhou Xuanji faced a cardinal heaven cultivator again, would he be able to resist? The north was boundless. A space-time crack appeared, and Zhou Xuanji and the others stepped out. Yuan Cheng held the Fengyuan book in his hand and said excitedly, "We're here. We're really here." The others were also very happy. Zhou Xuanji did not speak. He enveloped everyone with his sovereign divine power and entered spirit blankness mode before flying toward the stars field. This, Yuan Cheng was shocked in his heart. He could not even resist Zhou Xuanji's sovereign divine power. In a trance, he was moved away. He was just about to speak. The space-time kaleidoscope around him suddenly disappeared. They exited the state of godless mind. So fast? Sovereign Crimson Sky cried out in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "The stars field is just closer." In fact, that was not the case. He had really become a lot faster. Below him was the stars field. The iconic Star River staircase still existed. Everything was very harmonious. The stars field did not encounter any danger. Zhou Xuanji made them tell him what had happened recently before they dispersed. Returning to the stars field again, they all felt as if they had been in another world. Zhou Xuanji entered the stars' palace. As soon as he sat down, Shen Nianxing came into the palace. "How was it? Did the cardinal heaven make things difficult for you?" Shen Nianxing asked first. She looked at Zhou Xuanji and suddenly cried out in surprise. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. How is this possible? What kind of serendipity did this guy get? This aura. He hunted me down, but I was lucky enough to escape, Zhou Xuanji said calmly, giving a brief account of his experience. Shen Nianxing took 2 steps forward. She furrowed her brow and asked, "Not only did you break through to the 8 courts great sovereign, but your aura transcended. It doesn't belong to this endless universe. What did you get?" She had lived for countless years and had seen some legendary powerhouses from the ancient sovereign era. All the creatures from the ancient sovereign era were very different from the creatures of the present, especially in terms of aura. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "There are some things that can't be said. You should understand this." In the past, Shen Nianxing loved to hide things from him, but now it was the other way around. This feeling was really good. Chapter 991. It's fine if you don't want to say it. There hasn't been any commotion from the Northern Endless Convention yet. However, the various powers in the Northern Endless Convention are already getting restless because their leaders haven't returned yet. Shen Nianxing curled her lips and then got down to business. Zhou Xuanji had left for over 1,000 years. In other words, it was very likely that the leaders of those forces had already died in the Northern Endless Convention. However, the strange thing was that there was no movement from the Cardinal Heaven forces. This worried everyone, but they didn't dare to act. Zhou Xuanji told them about what happened in the Northern Endless meeting. As for what happened in the lawless region, he decided to bury it in his heart. A Cardinal Heaven expert might have been seriously injured and is currently recuperating. As for the leaders of the other forces, they are either trapped or dead. This is your chance. While the people in the north are in a state of panic, if you make a rallying cry, the forces under you will greatly expand. Shen Nianxing said with a smile. It was as if she had seen the entire north belong to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Go and discuss it with Jincheng. We can do it now." Shen Nianxing nodded. She could see that Zhou Xuanji was no longer the same as before. She was very curious about how strong Zhou Xuanji was, but she didn't want to ask. She would keep it as a surprise in the future. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes too. He wanted to rest for a while. He didn't want to think about anything and didn't want to cultivate. He just sat there quietly. On that day, the news of Zhou Xuanji's return shook the entire star domain. During this time, the All-Star Realm was also worried about Zhou Xuanji. Fortunately, their sword sovereign had returned safely. Not only that, Zhou Xuanji also asked Jincheng to spread the word that Cardinal Heaven had used the Northern Endless Conference to murder the leaders of many factions. He wanted to officially declare war against Cardinal Heaven and sincerely invite all the powerful cultivators in the Northern Endless Conference to join. Once this news was released, North Wujin was shaken. Countless creatures were cursing Cardinal Heaven experts. The various forces began to elect a new master, and countless living beings rushed towards the multitude stars domain. So many faction lords had not escaped, and only Zhou Xuanji had. What did this mean? This meant that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful. He was so strong that even a Cardinal Heaven expert couldn't kill him. If he was lucky enough to escape, he would not dare to go against a Cardinal Heaven expert again. For a time, the multi-star domain welcomed an unprecedented liveliness. 10 years later, within the Kunlun Origin Court, Zhou Xuanji was instructing Zhou Tianyuan in cultivation. The mountain forest here was continuous, and the sky was high and the ground was wide. The spiritual energy here was very abundant, and there were many birds circling above the forest. Zhou Xuanji sat on the edge of a cliff on a small mountain. He crossed his legs and looked at Zhou Tianyuan leisurely as he trained his sword. Zhou Tianyuan's posture was very stiff. He was sweating profusely, as if he was under pressure that was hard to see with the naked eye. "Tianyuan, you can't even withstand this bit of pressure?" Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Having heard him, Zhou Tianyuan gritted his teeth and swung his sword even faster. Now that Zhou Tianyuan had grown up, his face looked exactly like Zhou Xuanji's. The reason why it was so difficult for him to cultivate was because Zhou Xuanji's divine energy was pressing down on his body, helping him refine his body. Now Zhou Tianyuan was already trying to break through to the 9 vast heavens realm. He was extremely talented and didn't embarrass Zhou Xuanji. His father, Zhou Tanhua, was already wandering in the north and didn't have much fame for the time being. Zhou Xuanji had even greater expectations for Zhou Tianyuan. Zhou Tanhua's temperament was too mild. He was not suitable to take over Zhou Xuanji's position, but Zhou Tianyuan could. This kid was ambitious, but he wasn't indecisive. There are more and more creatures in the star's domain. Should I let this kid go out and take a look? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Since he met Zhou Tianyuan, this kid had been staying in the Kunlun origin court to cultivate. He didn't have the freedom to dominate a world. But with Zhou Tianyuan's strength, he could only wander in the court realm. In the endless universe he was really weak. Forget it, let's wait until he becomes an origin fusion divine lord. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He didn't want his grandson to take risks. He continued to watch Zhou Tianyuan cultivate. After a while, Shen Yanqing's voice reached his ears. Someone needs you to meet him. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji immediately returned to the star's palace. He opened his eyes and saw Shen Yanqing standing in the palace. Who is it? Zhou Xuanji asked. He noticed the smile on Shen Yanqing's face. Did an expert come to seek shelter? Recently, a steady stream of creatures had been joining the star's domain every day. The Sword Emperors and the 5 sovereigns were also annexing the surrounding domains. Even the Dragon Follower domain, which had lost its heart of hidden Taoist, belonged to Zhou Xuanji. Under such circumstances, some well-known experts came to seek shelter one after another. An undying realm expert. He wants to see your strength. You also know this guy, Hongqin Saint Lord, Shen Yanqing said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Hongqin Saint Lord. He thought that this guy was dead. Back then, he learned the Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao under Hongqin Saint Lord, which offended Gu Tianlin. Now Gu Tianlin was only left with his soul, imprisoned in the Kunlun sword. Everything was an ill-fated relationship. Let him in, Zhou Xuanji said with a chuckle. Shen Yanqing nodded and disappeared. Then only Hongqin Saint Lord came in. He was still so elegant, so calm. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated look in his eyes. He bowed first and then said, Sword Emperor, long time no see. It has only been a few thousand years and you have already become a big shot in the north. Amazing. Zhou Xuanji didn't get up. He sat on the throne, waved his hand and said with a smile, I'm not a big shot. For a junior like me you are a big shot. If you can join the star's domain, it will be a great thing for me. Hongqin Saint Lord calmly nodded and said, Before that, let's spar. I want to see your strength. Zhou Xuanji nodded. With a stroke of his right hand, he tore open a spatial crack and said, Let's find a quiet place to fight. It was the first time he knew that Hongqin Saint Lord was an undying realm expert. That's right. If he didn't have this strength, he would have been killed by Gu Tianlin long ago. It would be even more impossible for him to stop the resurrection of a cardinal heaven expert. Hongqin Saint Lord nodded and took the lead to step into the spatial crack. Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind. The two came into the space-time turbulence. Zhou Xuanji took out the suppressive sword and the Thousand Realms chaotic hegemon execution sword. His body radiated a silver light as his aura suddenly changed. Hongqin Saint Lord's expression changed and said in astonishment, This is... A strange voice came from Zhou Xuanji's body. It sounded like someone was chanting scriptures or Tao. The language was hard to understand and it felt very profound. Zhou Xuanji came up to him with a single step and activated the Sword Emperor Absolute Art. Boom! Hongqin Saint Lord was blasted away. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his expression turned grave. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, An undying realm expert indeed. He can take a Sword Emperor Absolute Art head-on. But I'm not serious yet. He charged toward Hongqin Saint Lord again. Hongqin Saint Lord activated the Saint Rainbow Monarch Way straightaway. His aura became erratic, and a faint white radiance enveloped his body. He took out a folding fan that was as tall as him and waved it toward Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 992. Bang Hongqin Saint Lord waved his fan, and a river appeared out of nowhere. It gave off a majestic aura as it rushed towards Zhou Xuanji, and even the space-time lightning avoided it. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword to block. His sword qi exploded and dispersed the river. The splashing water droplets penetrated his sword qi and landed on his body, scorching. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the icy power in his body to counteract the heat from the water droplets. However, Hongqin Saint Monarch kept waving his fan and countless water droplets landed on his body. Zhou Xuanji used godly supreme speed and came behind Hongqin Saint Lord. He raised his two swords high and slashed down furiously. The Sword Emperor extinction erupted as well. Boom! Hongqin Saint Monarch was blasted down by him, his hair fluttering in the wind. Zhou Xuanji quickly swung his sword, and the constitutional defying creation sutra continued to reverberate in his body. His sword qi fell like a boundless ocean. It was incredibly sharp and could tear everything apart. Hongqin Saint Lord looked up and once again waved his fan. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. It was evident that he had been injured by Zhou Xuanji. The sword qi collided with the strong wind, causing the surrounding space-time electric currents to dance wantonly like a group of rampaging snakes. Zhou Xuanji, you are indeed different from before. However, you seem to have abandoned my Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao. Hongqin Saint Monarch bellowed. His hair fluttered and his expression was incomparably cold. Seeing Zhou Xuanji use a divine ability that he did not understand, he felt quite angry in his heart. Before he came, he thought that Zhou Xuanji had relied on his Saint Rainbow Lord Dao to get to where he was today. But now, it seemed that Zhou Xuanji had long since stopped using the Saint Rainbow Lord Dao. The Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao was his life's greatest achievement. How could he abandon it? It's not that I've abandoned it, but I've created a better sword Dao, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. These words agitated Hongqin Saint Lord even more. Hongqin Saint Lord took the initiative to attack. He passed through the space-time lightning and came before Zhou Xuanji. He formed a seal with both hands, and the Monarch Dao of the Holy Rainbow completely erupted as his speed reached its peak. Using his palm as a blade, he continued to clash with Zhou Xuanji's sword. His speed was increasing and so was Zhou Xuanji. It was Zhou Xuanji's first time facing an imperishable realm cultivator. He began chanting the constitution-defying creation scripture. He used his soul to recite the scripture of creation. He was able to maintain a state of enlightenment while listening to the ancestral voice. In this state of enlightenment, his speed was extremely fast, surpassing his limits. Even when facing the undying realm Rainbow Qin Saint Monarch, he could easily keep up. With the constitution-defying creation scripture, my strength is already comparable to the undying realm. Zhou Xuanji understood it in his heart. He smiled and channeled the sovereign's divine power in his body into the suppressive sword. As he dodged Hongqin Great Monarch's attacks, he began to accumulate his power. It's time for my sword Dao to shine, Zhou Xuanji thought. He immediately created hundreds of greatly avatars and surrounded Hongqin Saint Lord. Boom! 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 He performed the absolute sword of the Sword Emperor together with all the Dali clones. A terrifying formless power pressed down on Hongqin's sacred monarch from all directions. Hongqin's sacred lord gritted his teeth and circulated his divine power to block the absolute Sword Emperor. This brat's strength. How did he suddenly become so much stronger? Rainbow Qin Saint Monarch was astonished. He had already used all his strength to defend, but he was still showing signs of being unable to withstand it. How could this be? Zhou Xuanji suddenly came above his head, and 9 figures of light appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. Sword Soul. A sword soul that contained endless power of creation. Creation is destruction. Swoosh. The 9 sword souls disappeared at the same time. Hongqin's sacred lord was struck and vomited a mouthful of blood before falling backward. Too fast. This move had already surpassed the definition of speed. Hongqin's sacred lord could not dodge at all. He felt that the divine power in his body was sucked out, and the protection of his body was broken. He was almost smashed into pieces. So powerful. Such domineering power. Hongqin's sacred lord was shocked. He suddenly thought of Cardinal Heaven. When he encountered a cardinal heaven who had just been revived, he was just as shocked. "Senior, my attack has just begun. Are you ready?" Zhou Xuanji's cold voice came into his ears. He opened his eyes wide and realized that Zhou Xuanji had appeared behind him again. When did this happen? In the Stars Palace, Zhou Xuanji walked out from the spatial crack. He returned to his throne and sat down. Next, Hongqin's Sacred Lord walked out. Hongqin's Sacred Lord had already changed into a new robe, but his face was pale and his aura was weak. Zhou Xuanji called Jincheng over. Jincheng was stunned when he saw Hongqin's Sacred Lord. He knew Hongqin's Sacred Lord. They had met once before. "He's injured." Jincheng was astonished. He thought that Hongqin's Sacred Lord was here to ask for help. Zhou Xuanji instructed, "Jincheng, bring Hongqin's Sacred Lord down and arrange a place for him to stay. Later on I will assign him a position. From now on, he will be a member of our star's realm." Jincheng nodded. He was confused, but he still brought Hongqin's Sacred Lord away obediently. Hongqin's Sacred Lord turned around and glanced at Zhou Xuanji. His eyes looked complicated and somewhat resentful. Zhou Xuanji watched them leave with a smile. "Not bad. The imperishable stage is really powerful." Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. At the end of the battle, he had witnessed the imperishable stage. It turned out that the imperishable stage was not only a cultivation stage, but also a sublimation of divine abilities. Hongqin's Sacred Lord's imperishable stage was really powerful. The boundless splashes of water and the boundless murderous intent were enough to make anyone fall into despair. If my Sword Emperor Absolute technique reaches the imperishable stage, then Zhou Xuanji fell into a wonderful fantasy. He decided that his next cultivation direction would be the imperishable realm. It was not difficult for him to become a great sovereign of the 9 courts. It would happen sooner or later. What he really cared about was how to cultivate the Sword Emperor Absolute technique to the imperishable stage. After the thought, he closed his eyes slowly. Hongqin's Sacred Lord joining the Stars realm shook dozens of nearby realms. After all, this powerhouse was extremely famous in the Northern Boundless realm. Not only was he the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court, but he had also nurtured many powerful cultivators. Although they were not teacher and disciple in everyone's eyes, he had students all over the world. It was only after he met Gu Tianlin that he stopped teaching other living beings. Hongqin's Sacred Lord made Zhou Xuanji famous again. The living beings who came to worship him grew more and more powerful. Almost every day a Grand Supreme would come. Other than the great sovereigns of the 9 courts or famous cultivators, Zhou Xuanji would not receive them personally. No one felt that he was putting on airs. His position in everyone's hearts had been growing. This day, Jincheng received news that the Cardinal Heaven Army had appeared again, and their scale was still expanding. Zhou Xuanji immediately sent the Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns to lead the army. In the Stars Palace, Jincheng said expectantly, "My lord, now that you have mastered more and more realms, and the name of the Sword Emperor resounds in the Northern Boundless realm, shouldn't you give your force a name?" A name was also a banner for Zhou Xuanji's subordinates. It could increase their cohesion. "I am the Sword Emperor. Let's call it the Sword Emperor Divine Court," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Jincheng heard him and immediately became excited. No matter what name Zhou Xuanji gave it, he felt that it was good, because this name would represent Zhou Xuanji's will. Chapter 993. The name of the Sword Emperor Divine Court quickly spread to all the domains under Zhou Xuanji's control. At the same time, under Zhou Xuanji's instructions, Jincheng created a flag that belonged solely to the Sword Emperor Divine Court. It was a black flag with hundreds of divine sword patterns imprinted on it. It looked like a blooming sword flower. The Sword Emperor flag would become the symbol of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. The establishment of the name and flag caused the unity and morale of the various domains to grow stronger. Zhou Xuanji spent most of his time cultivating in the Star Hall, leaving the battles to his generals. Several years later, Jincheng sent the report to Zhou Xuanji. "My lord, a Cardinal Heaven expert has appeared. What should we do?" Jincheng asked anxiously. Even though the Sword Emperor Divine Court was developing rapidly, the might of a Cardinal Heaven was still monstrous, and it was still a nightmare for all living beings. Zhou Xuanji got up and said, "Call Hongqin Saint Lord to come with me." When Jin Cheng heard this, he instantly became excited. He immediately obeyed the order and turned around to leave. Since Zhou Xuanji dared to fight against a Cardinal Heaven expert, it meant that he had become much more powerful. Previously, he had heard from Yuan Cheng that Zhou Xuanji was very different from before. He had some expectations in his heart, but he was not sure. As long as Zhou Xuanji was confident, he would be confident too. Over the next period of time, the news that the Sword Emperor was going to personally fight a Cardinal Heaven expert spread like wildfire in the Sword Emperor Divine Court. This greatly boosted the morale of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. The creatures fighting everywhere became fearless. Zhou Xuanji and Hongqin Saint Lord soon met. The two of them did not follow the reinforcements and instead rushed to the front lines. Zhou Xuanji activated the spiritless state and quickly advanced with Hongqin Saint Lord. The legendary ethereal state. Hongqin Saint Lord felt quite dazed, and his gaze toward Zhou Xuanji became even more complicated. Zhou Xuanji smiled at him and said, "Before we failed to stop the revival of Cardinal Heaven. Today let us work together to destroy Cardinal Heaven." Hearing this, Saint Hongqin came back to his senses and nodded lightly. Now was not the time to be curious. His face darkened at the thought of the Cardinal Heaven. Now that the Cardinal Heaven had brought disaster to Bei Wujin, he felt that he was partly responsible for the chaos that had befallen Bei Wujin. The godly absent state was incredibly fast, and in less than the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Zhou Xuanji and Lu Shui arrived at the front lines. In this broken universe, countless living beings were fighting and killing each other. There were also many ferocious beasts larger than stars wreaking havoc. Divine abilities exploded and magic treasures showed their might. The roar was deafening. Zhou Xuanji immediately locked onto a Cardinal Heaven expert. He stood on a sinister-looking carriage and laughed wildly. A Cardinal Heaven expert was like a devil that could destroy everything. He wore a black robe and was surrounded by evil energy. He also saw Zhou Xuanji, and a ferocious light appeared in his eyes. "Zhou Xuanji, you came just in time. I was waiting for you to die." Cardinal Heavenly Fury laughed. He could sense Zhou Xuanji's transformation and was shocked. This kid really obtained a great fortuitous encounter. To be able to save Zhou Xuanji from his hands was definitely a great serendipity. He could not help but feel jealous of Zhou Xuanji. Why did this kid have so many lucky chances at such a young age? When he was Zhou Xuanji's age, he did not have any fame, let alone fighting for supremacy in the northern endless continent. With two legendary swords in his hands, Zhou Xuanji's entire body was radiating with a silver radiance. His aura was imposing. Hongqin Great Lord took out his treasured fan, and the two of them rushed towards the Cardinal Heaven realm at the same time. There was a loud bang. The Cardinal Heaven blocked the unstoppable Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji with a palm. His black robe fluttered in the wind and he laughed arrogantly. "You are too weak." He grabbed with his right hand, and the three's divine energy was crushed by him. The explosion sent Zhou Xuanji and Hongqin Great Lord flying backward. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra to offset the impact. Following that, he used God's supreme speed and disappeared from the Cardinal Heaven's sight. Hongqin Great Lord focused his eyes, and a blue current exploded from his body. It turned into a boundless ocean that covered the entire universe. Even the Cardinal Heaven experts were engulfed by the blue ocean. The beings who were fighting on both sides stopped and looked at Hongqin Great Lord in fear. Imperishable stage. Child's play. The Cardinal Heaven laughed condescendingly. Just when he finished speaking, the blue ocean that covered the universe began to boil. The beings on the Sword Emperor Divine Court side felt that their divine energy and magic energy had increased tremendously. Meanwhile, the soldiers under the Cardinal Heaven felt that their energy was being sucked away, which was extremely uncomfortable. Hongqin Great Lord quickly came up to the Cardinal Heaven. He waved his fan, and the blue ocean surged up huge waves that engulfed the Cardinal Heaven experts. The Cardinal Heaven's expression changed a little. He thought to himself, "This guy's imperishable stage has become more powerful." No. It was not that Hongqin Great Lord had become more powerful. It was just that he had become weaker after the previous battle. At the thought of this, the Cardinal Heaven's eyes turned even colder. Hongqin Great Lord slashed down with his fan like a saber. Boom! A ray of blue light suddenly rose from the body of a Cardinal Heaven expert. Hongqin Great Lord slashed open the Cardinal Heaven's chest. The blue radiance was the Cardinal Heaven's divine energy, which flowed out of his body uncontrollably. Body-shattering power. Just when the Cardinal Heaven was about to counterattack, Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him along with hundreds of greatly avatars. They were all using the Sword Emperor extinction technique. A horrifying explosion swept across everything. The Cardinal Heaven's figure was covered by the powerful light. This scene caused all the living beings in the Sword Emperor Divine Court to become excited. Was the Cardinal Heaven going to be defeated? What are you waiting for? Continue to fight. Sovereign Crimson Firmament raised his divine spear and roared furiously. His voice was extremely inciting, which made the blood of all the beings in the battle boil. The other four sovereigns led their armies in different directions. The Cardinal Heaven charged out from the powerful light and slammed his palm into Hongqin Great Lord's abdomen. This slap blasted Hongqin Great Lord's body apart. However, Hongqin Great Lord quickly reconstructed his body. It was just that his complexion had turned pale. A demonic shadow with 3 heads and 8 arms appeared behind the Cardinal Heaven. It was extremely horrifying. It raised its 8 arms and joined its palms together. 8 black saber shadows slashed toward Zhou Xuanji simultaneously. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword again and blocked with his most powerful divine energy. The 2 divine energies clashed together, shattering the universe. Boundless space-time turbulence gushed in. Many beings could not dodge in time and were swept away. Zhou Xuanji quickly swung his swords, tearing apart the divine energy storm and charging toward the Cardinal Heaven. Thousands of legendary swords flew out from his body and attacked the Cardinal Heaven crazily. The Cardinal Heaven was pierced through by these legendary swords. All kinds of effects fell on him, making it difficult for him to resist. What's going on? These swords have a strange power, the Cardinal Heaven thought with a frown. He was shocked in his heart. He realized that he had underestimated Zhou Xuanji. The Constitution-defying creation scripture was something that even the Cardinal Heaven could not see through. After all, the history of the Constitution-defying creation scripture was even older than the Cardinal Heaven. It was a power that belonged to the very beginning. Hongqin Great Lord was shocked. This power again. What is this power that can pierce through everything? He thought as he attacked. The blue ocean boiled and provided endless divine energy for Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's attacks became more and more ferocious. His attacks caused the Cardinal Heaven's body to sway, and his attacks became faster and faster. He had become a target. Zhou Xuanji felt that it was strange. The Cardinal Heaven seemed to have become weaker. Chapter 994. Zhou Xuanji had been hunted down by a Cardinal Heaven cultivator before, so he still vividly remembered the aura of an enraged Cardinal Heaven cultivator. Compared to that time, the current Cardinal Heaven experts were much weaker. Could it be that a Cardinal Heaven expert was severely injured after that? That's right. The evil Emperor Tang Xuanwu and the others were not weaklings. Zhou Xuanji guessed as he attacked. The Cardinal Heaven expert seemed to have been completely defeated, but his aura did not weaken. Even though Hongqin Saint Monarch's undying realm was absorbing his god power, the sense of danger he gave off still didn't decrease. Interesting. Interesting. A Cardinal Heaven expert suddenly grinned and stopped abruptly. Ding! Ding! Clang! All the divine swords that landed on his body were deflected. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji with a mocking expression. With a flip of his right hand, a pagoda appeared in his hand. He jumped directly into the tower, and in the next second he jumped out again. But this time his aura had completely changed. An extremely horrifying and domineering aura spread out, and Zhou Xuanji's expression changed drastically. He once again felt the horror of facing a Cardinal Heaven expert in the space-time kaleidoscope. What happened? Zhou Xuanji felt quite startled, and he suddenly thought of the venomous centipede on the training island. Could it be that a Cardinal Heaven expert had multiple bodies like the centipede? The sovereign heavenly flame was ferocious as it slammed its palm toward Zhou Xuanji. The two of them were hundreds of meters apart, and Zhou Xuanji could not even see the other party's divine power clearly. He felt as if his body had been pierced through, and all of his internal organs were injured. Even though his physical body was very strong, he couldn't withstand the power of a Cardinal Heaven expert. Before he could think further, a Cardinal Heaven expert appeared in front of him. He rotated his fists and punched him in the chest. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji's body exploded. Only his soul was left in front of a Cardinal Heaven expert. Powerful. Absolute power. Crush everything, tear everything to shreds. The Rainbow Qin Saint Lord's eyes widened in shock. Zhou Xuanji's body was very tough. How could he be blasted apart so easily? The Cardinal Heaven sneered and reached out to grab Zhou Xuanji's soul. 2 faded fate pearls appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji. The violent gale was contained by the faded fate pearl, and Zhou Xuanji's body quickly recovered. His face was pale and there was fear in his eyes. At that moment he really had a horrifying feeling that he was about to die. The Rainbow Qin Saint Monarch also made a move. The blue ocean of the Undying Realm stirred up huge waves that slammed into the Cardinal Heaven realm from all directions. A Cardinal Heaven expert raised his hand and easily blocked Hong Qin's Sacred Monarch's attack. The Cardinal Heaven Saint turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and said coldly, "Although I'm not sure what kind of inheritance you received, you have offended me. Moreover, it's the kind that I will not rest until you die. You must die." He came to Zhou Xuanji's head with a single step and smashed the pagoda down with his right hand. Zhou Xuanji sensed a horrifying suction force coming from the tower, which was about to suck him in. The 2 faded fate pearls protected him from this powerful suction force. The Rainbow Qin Sacred Lord executed a divine ability and wanted to move the Cardinal Heaven Sacred Lord away. However, his divine energy could not shake Zhou Xuanji at all. If this continued, the Sword Emperor Divine Court would definitely lose. Perhaps it would be difficult to determine the victor between the 2 armies, but if they were defeated, the living beings fighting below would also suffer misfortune. I can only rely on it. Zhou Xuanji recited the Constitution-defying creation scripture in his heart. The power of creation from the origin of all things strengthened his body continuously, helping him to resist the Cardinal Heaven's pressure. His condition changed, which made the Cardinal Heaven Saint narrow his eyes. This power seems familiar, the Cardinal Heaven thought to himself. Cardinal Heaven experts thought to themselves as a figure flashed across their minds. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His eyes were filled with veins of blood as he sized Zhou Xuanji up. Waves of light emanated from his body like waves that shook the space. Hong Qin's Sacred Lord stopped too. He was also stunned by Zhou Xuanji's condition. Zhou Xuanji's aura made him feel divine and majestic. This meant that Zhou Xuanji's energy technique was more profound than his Saint Rainbow Lord Dao. He could not help but fall into a daze. Could this brat really create a Dao technique more powerful than the Saint Rainbow Lord Dao? Zhou Xuanji looked calm, but he was a little shocked in his heart. It was his first time activating the Constitution-defying creation scripture with the faded fate pearls. At this moment, he even felt a sense of security that was as immovable as a mountain and indestructible. The Cardinal Heaven stopped and looked down at Zhou Xuanji. "What's your relationship with Hongming Heaven?" he asked. Zhou Xuanji looked up and replied, "I'm Hongming Heaven." There was nothing to hide about this. He already had a death grudge with Cardinal Heaven anyway. Although Cardinal Heaven and Hongming Heaven seemed to have many connections, they were actually mortal enemies. If one wanted to dominate the boundless universe, one had to eliminate all powerful enemies. Having heard this, the Cardinal Heaven's pupils contracted, and his expression changed. Zhou Xuanji did not stop the Constitution-defying creation scripture, but waited for the Cardinal Heaven to attack. Eventually, the Cardinal Heaven did not attack again. He stepped back slowly and distanced himself from Zhou Xuanji. He let out a long roar, and all living beings in the shattered universe stopped fighting. All of them were motionless as though they had been immobilized. "Zhou Xuanji, let's fight another day," the Cardinal Heaven cried out with a deep voice. After that, he turned around and left. His soldiers looked at each other before disappearing into the depths of the universe with him. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He was not used to the Cardinal Heaven's sudden departure. Compared to this, he hoped that the Cardinal Heaven would kill him. The 2 of them were mortal enemies, and he did not want to be involved in any other karma. Hong Qin's Sacred Lord flew up to him with a strange expression. "Are you really Hongming Heaven?" Hong Qin's Sacred Lord asked hesitantly. The legend of the post-primeval sovereign three heavens was known to everyone in the boundless universe. He had also grown up listening to this legend. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and asked in return, "Is it very important?" Hong Qin's sacred lord was silent. The Sword Emperor and the other great sovereigns flew over quickly, and so did the other generals. All of them looked excited. During the battle, they did not pay attention to the communication between Zhou Xuanji and the Cardinal Heaven. But since the Cardinal Heaven could retreat, it meant that they had won. Zhou Xuanji looked at all the great sovereigns and ordered, "Return and rest." After that, he waved his sleeves and brought Hong Qin's sacred lord away. He entered spiritless mode and headed toward the stars' territory. Zhou Xuanji's face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. Don't think too much. Hongmeng Heaven and Cardinal Heaven are not that close. It's just that your identity is special. He knew that he could not kill you even if he tried his best, so he retreated. Hong Qin's sacred lord saw through Zhou Xuanji's thoughts and comforted him. He paused for a moment before continuing. Your growth is too fast, which is already a threat to him. Now that he has not recovered to his peak, he must have been greatly affected. So he retreated to cultivate. In the near future, the northern endless universe might welcome peace. Zhou Xuanji felt that it made sense. After all, the Cardinal Heaven only asked about his identity after attacking for a long time. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "It's good if it can be peaceful. We need time to develop. But I'm more worried about other threats." He had never forgotten someone. Hunyuan Heaven. Chapter 995. Zhou Xuanji and Hong Qin's Saint Lord returned before the news of their victory reached the stars' domain. They returned to their respective residences and began to recuperate. Zhou Xuanji's body had been destroyed by a Cardinal Heaven expert once, which injured his soul. He needed some time to recover. Soon news of Zhou Xuanji and Hong Qin's Saint Lord repelling a Cardinal Heaven expert came back, which caused a huge commotion in all the domains of the Sword Dao divine ability. They did not know the details, but it was a fact that a Cardinal Heaven expert had retreated. Instantly, all the domains of the Sword Emperor Divine Court were in jubilation. Zhou Shaoxian barged into the Stars Palace and asked Zhou Xuanji if it was true. She had always felt that her father was the most talented, but she could not believe that he could fight against a Cardinal Heaven expert so quickly. "It's not that exaggerated. It's just that he could not kill me. Moreover, he was injured before, so he chose to retreat in order to preserve his strength," Zhou Xuanji said, shaking his head with a smile. Having heard this, Zhou Shaoxian was still excited. She was familiar with the legends of the post-primeval sovereign three heavens. They were definitely the most powerful cultivators in the endless universe. Even legends could not kill Zhou Xuanji. How powerful was Zhou Xuanji? Zhou Xuanji saw through her thoughts and said unpleasantly, "I'm not that powerful. If you don't cultivate well, you can only watch when I'm killed one day." Zhou Shaoxian stuck out her tongue and left excitedly. She was probably boasting to others again. Did I spoil this girl too much? Should I throw her into the training island? Zhou Xuanji thought as he rubbed his chin. He shook his head. It was just a thought. After that, he turned his attention back to the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra and the Fated Pearl. In the previous battle, the two powers fused together to block the Cardinal Heaven expert's attack. He was thinking that if he could perfectly fuse these two powers, wouldn't he be able to surpass Cardinal Heaven? He could not help but think of the owner of the boundless fire god, the ancient sovereign. At that time the universe was very small, but that sovereign had power that surpassed the legends of today. It was really incredible. Zhou Xuanji thought as he took out the Fated Pearl. In the void of the universe, a Cardinal Heaven and a blurry figure stood opposite each other. Hongmeng Heaven has already reincarnated? The blurry figure asked with a grave tone. Cardinal Heaven nodded and said, "His aptitude and luck are even more terrifying than before he reincarnated. He has a powerful treasure on him, so even if he only has the cultivation of an 8 Courts Supreme, I can't kill him." As he said this, his expression was very ugly. Isn't this a good thing? With the three of us gathered, we can teach our juniors a lesson. We'll tell them how mighty we were back then. The blurry figure calmly replied. He was Hunyuan Heaven. Cardinal Heaven experts gritted their teeth and said, "He is my enemy." Hunyuan Tian waved his hand and said, "Tell him to go to the east or west." That doesn't work, you can go. In any case, you can't take down the north. Upon hearing this, the cardinal heaven expert's face turned even uglier. After thousands of years, he didn't even control half of the northern limitless realm. How ironic. Let's just leave it at that. I'm about to dominate the southern endless lands. The juniors here are very difficult to deal with. Their strength is about to catch up to us at our peak. With these words, Hunyuan Heaven vanished from the spot. Cardinal Heaven experts took a deep breath and tried hard to adjust their emotions. He turned around, turned into black smoke and disappeared. After the battle between Zhou Xuanji and Sovereign Heaven, the Northern Territory welcomed peace. The Sword Emperor Divine Court became the only faction that wasn't invaded by Cardinal Heaven factions. More and more lifeforms joined the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Zhou Xuanji would select some great sovereigns every once in a while. He had set up 12 divine lords, 36 court sovereigns, and 108 great generals of the Divine Court. The Divine Court Great General commanded an army of over 100 million, while Tingzun commanded the Divine Court Great General. The 12 divine sovereigns were all existences that were extremely close to the imperishable realm. Each of them was a person of virtue and prestige. Hongqin's sacred monarch was also one of the 12 divine monarchs. The creation of various deity positions caused the cohesion of the Sword Emperor Divine Court to gradually increase. Zhou Xuanji had Yuanchang guide everyone's fate in various domains and court realms. Yuanchang had his subordinates spread the stories of the divine lords, court sovereigns, and great generals of the Divine Court to strengthen their fate and connect them closely with the people of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. If this continued, the god monarchs would become stronger and stronger. However, they would not be able to cut off the Sword Emperor Divine Court. There are pros and cons. Of course, Zhou Xuanji was the one who was affected the most. He didn't reject it and used the fated bead to suppress his luck. For a time, the spirit qi in all the domains that belonged to the Sword Dao divine ability was increasing. Peace had arrived. Everyone worked hard to cultivate. Why did Zhou Xuanji not let their guard down and promote the superstar competition again? Yuanchang did it himself. When the rules of the superstar competition were passed down, all the domains were in an uproar. All the geniuses were rubbing their palms. Seeing that the environment inside the Sword Dao divine ability had stabilized, Zhou Xuanji let Zhou Tianyuan out to explore. Maybe this kid could pass on his bloodline. On this day, Zhou Xuanji helped Jiang Shui break through. Jiang Shui had already become the sovereign of laws. She was getting closer and closer to great sovereign. Xian Xianghua had long become a great sovereign. After all, her exterminating divine eyes were connected to Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine eyes. Just the sovereign of laws is already so powerful. How strong is a great sovereign? Jiang Shui opened her eyes and sighed. Her eyes were filled with excitement, but she was very restrained. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "When you get used to it, you will yearn for a higher realm. Even a great sovereign will be the same." Humans were like this. Sometimes greed was also a kind of motivation. Jiang Shui nodded and said, "Sister Xian has established the Tanhua sect and is heading to the edge of the Divine Court. Do you need to pay attention to it? After all, the Cardinal Heaven hasn't been defeated yet." Zhou Xuanji replied, "Don't worry, I can see her. The Sword Emperor Divine Court needs 100 flowers to bloom. Let her join." The more sects there were, the more paths of cultivation there would be. After all, there was no master-disciple relationship. Who would be willing to pass on their skills? Jiang Shui nodded. She felt that it made sense. She was just worried that Xian Xianghua would be in danger. But since Zhou Xuanji had been paying attention to Xian Xianghua, she was relieved. Why don't we let little Xian go out and establish a sect? I always feel that she has no goal now. She is very lazy, Jiang Shui suggested. Zhou Xuanji thought about it and said, "Okay, but don't let her spread it. I don't want her to use my name." What he meant was that he could teach his sword techniques. Jiang Shui smiled and immediately disappeared from the hall. Zhou Xuanji thought of Zhou Tanhua again. With a wave of his right hand, he directly moved the kid to the hall. Zhou Tanhua was still meditating. He opened his eyes subconsciously and was stunned to see Zhou Xuanji. He quickly got up and was about to salute, but Zhou Xuanji directly spoke and expressed his thoughts. He hoped that Zhou Tanhua would also go and establish a sect. Zhou Tanhua furrowed his brow and said, I am not interested in power. But now, if I tell you to go, then go. What are you planning by staying in the mansion and cultivating every day? Zhou Xuanji rebuked, glaring at him. Chapter 996. The future Sword Emperor Divine Court will definitely be huge and complicated. I want you to establish a sect so that you can enter the lowest level of the Divine Court and see the suffering of the masses on my behalf. Zhou Xuanji stared at Zhou Tanhua and said seriously. He did not wish for his descendants to gather at the peak of the Sword Emperor Divine Court in the future. If there came a day when he was no longer around, his descendants might be replaced by someone else. This kind of lesson was common in the mortal world. It could almost be said to be a historical law. Zhou Tanhua said helplessly, Well, I'm only responsible for establishing the sect. I'm not responsible for leading the sect to prosperity, okay? He heard the word you in Zhou Xuanji's words. It seemed that his sister had also been given this mission. He knew that Zhou Shaoxian would be very excited. She was in charge of strength, and he was in charge of inheritance. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, Get ready. You can go at any time. Remember, don't tell others that you are my son. Zhou Tanhua understood what he meant and got up. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and sent his son away. This boy's personality is quite steady. No wonder he was born when my Dao heart was as calm as water, Zhou Xuanji said as he shook his head and smiled. Every time he saw Zhou Tanhua, he would want to tease this kid. Then, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. After the northern lands achieved peace, Cardinal Heaven also settled down. It was frighteningly calm. Zhou Xuanji would occasionally wander around the Sword Emperor Divine Court to see how his subordinates were doing. His days were becoming more and more stable. Although it wasn't exciting, he still enjoyed it. They couldn't just keep on fighting and killing. Suddenly one day, he realized that speechlessness had disappeared. He asked Yuan Cheng and Jin Cheng, but neither of them knew where he had gone. Your Highness, that brat is a member of the East Endless Kingdom's royal family. Previously, when the North Endless Kingdom was in chaos, he came. Now that the North Endless Kingdom is at peace, he has left. I'm afraid there's something fishy going on, Yuan Cheng said meaningfully. He had never been able to see through speechless, so he was wary of him. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Back then, when he had dealt with Shen Yanqing, the East Endless Royal Clan had helped. At that time, Shen Yanqing was Hongming Heaven. Now Hongming Heaven was Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but think more. Jin Cheng nodded and said, He has always been very strange. He doesn't like to interact with people, but he likes to inquire about the authority of the various heavenly officials, causing many people to have objections. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Continue to recruit soldiers and send them to the various corners of the Divine Court. Also, pay attention to the space-time turbulence. Jin Cheng cupped his fists and accepted the order. Zhou Xuanji looked at Yuan Cheng and said, The training island has been moved to the side of Long Tsong's territory. Go take a look and check it. I don't want Cardinal Heaven to interfere. Yuan Cheng nodded. You may leave. Even though it's peaceful now, danger still exists. Don't forget to cultivate. Also, pick 10,000 geniuses with outstanding talent from each domain. I will personally teach them the Tao, Zhou Xuanji said as he waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. Preach the Tao? The two of them immediately became excited. Now, Zhou Xuanji's preaching of the Tao was a popular topic in the stars realm. If he could personally preach the Tao, it would be a good thing for the Sword Emperor Divine Court's future. Under the red clouds on a floating island, Wu Yan stood under the tree, and in front of him sat the leader of the Eastern Endless Kingdom, Zhongji. Zhongji waved his fan and said with a smile, From what you said, you seem to be very satisfied with Zhou Xuanji and have great expectations for him. Wu Yan nodded and said, He's a Hongming Heaven, but I feel that he can surpass the previous generations of Hongming Heavens. Zhongji looked at him in astonishment. He did not expect him to have such a high evaluation of Zhou Xuanji. Then what do you want to tell me this time? Zhongji asked casually as he lifted the small wine flask on the stone table. Wu Yan replied, I want to ask you what your plan is for him, so that you can choose your own heart. Zhongji raised his brow. and the smile on his face disappeared. He glanced at Wu Yan and said meaningfully, Wu Yan, I gave you your name and I gave you your life. Are you going to abandon me and leave? I can get someone else to help Zhou Xuanji. Do you believe that Zhou Xuanji won't think about you? Facing his master's threat, Wu Yan was still very calm. No matter who you get, they will not be able to control him, Wu Yan said calmly. He hid some things from Zhongji, such as Wu Yan Fire God. Wu Yan Fire God's background was even greater than the Eastern Boundless royal clan. He felt that this would be a variable for Zhou Xuanji, and a variable for him as well. He preferred to be Zhou Xuanji's subordinate instead of being Zhongji's puppet. You need to polish yourself, Zhongji said with a smile. He waved his hand and stored Wu Yan away. His face turned cold as he snorted coldly. Hongmeng Heaven. You want to surpass Hongmeng Heaven? You overestimate yourself. After that, he got up slowly and looked toward the horizon. It's time for the royal clan to come out. The Eastern Boundless world should be unified by me. Zhongji said in high spirits with a smile on his face. Star's Palace. Zhou Xuanji walked toward his throne slowly. He looked a little tired. He had just preached the ancestral voice to hundreds of thousands of geniuses. He even activated the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra to enhance its effect. It had to be said that this consumed a lot of his mental energy. It was as though he had fought a powerful enemy. What kind of divine ability have you mastered? A Cardinal Heaven's voice came from behind Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji looked back. Why is this guy here? He frowned and went on the defensive. The Cardinal Heaven expert, who was still wearing the black robe, said softly, Don't be nervous. I'm not here to deal with you. We both belong to the North Limitless Realm. We have to deal with the outside world first before fighting internally. He began to size up Star's Hall. What do you mean? The other three factions are preparing to deal with us? Zhou Xuanji asked. Although he didn't like Cardinal Heaven experts, he was still far-sighted. That's right, Guju Jiao of the Western Boundless Land has already begun to mobilize his army, and is preparing to break through the lawless region and kill his way into the Northern Boundless Land. You've captured his son, so he wants to use this opportunity to swallow up the Northern Boundless Land and the Eastern Boundless Land, said Cardinal Heaven with a faint smile. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. Gu Juejiao already knew about Gu Tianlin? He thought that he had fooled them flawlessly. I'll deal with Gu Juejiao. You deal with the Eastern Endless Royal Family. His sharp eyes locked onto Zhou Xuanji. The Eastern Endless Royal Family had also come? Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why did both sides attack at the same time? He couldn't help but think about Wu Yan. Could Wu Yan's disappearance be related to today's chaos? The Cardinal Heaven continued to speak. I have yet to recover my power. The North Limitless Realm is very weak now. I need your power. If I lose, you will face an even more powerful enemy. After we wipe out the enemies and reach our pinnacle, we will fight to the death. How about that? Zhou Xuanji nodded slowly and said, Okay, I agree. He didn't doubt that the Cardinal Heaven would lie. He had expected it. The Cardinal Heaven smiled and said, I didn't misjudge you. Get ready. I will use my training island to inform you. After saying that, he disappeared. Training island? Zhou Xuanji's face twitched. This guy was still hiding something. Chapter 997. Zhou Xuanji called over the 5 sword emperors, 12 divine lords, 36 court sovereigns Yuan Cheng and Jin Cheng. He told them about how the Cardinal Heaven experts had sought him out to form an alliance. There was an uproar in the hall. East Endless and West Endless want to deal with us? Damn it, kill them. It's finally peaceful, and now there's going to be a war. As expected, the chaos of war isn't limited to our boundless north. The other 3 boundless realms all have ulterior motives. A great era is truly coming. Who knows, there might even be someone who can dominate the 4 boundless realms, someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the primes. That's definitely our Lord, the Sword Emperor. His aptitude is unparalleled. The divine officials began to discuss, and the topic soon turned into flattering Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smiled and raised his hand as he said, We're going to attack Eastern Infinity. What do you guys think? Yuan Cheng took a step forward and said, We can publicize this matter. and use this opportunity to expand the Sword Emperor Divine Court's strength. At the same time, we can increase our chances of victory. His opinion was approved by all. Regardless of how they felt before joining the Sword Emperor Divine Court, they now had to consider the Sword Emperor Divine Court. They were bound together for good or bad. I'll leave this matter to you. The 36 High Court Masters can mobilize their troops and head towards the border of the Endless East to build the teleportation formation. Zhou Xuanji began to make arrangements. He did not feel any psychological burden towards Dong Wujin. Although he had received help from the Eastern Infinity royal family, Wordless had already left. Just nice, he wanted to ask what the Eastern Endless royal family meant. He felt that something was amiss. If it was because of the war, there was no need to transfer Speechless away. Speechless could also stay behind to persuade them. Perhaps the disappearance of Wordless was due to another contradiction. After the time it took for a jaw stick to burn, the news of the endless battle had spread throughout the Myriad Stars domain and spread to other domains. None of the living beings were afraid of this, because they had been cultivating with the goal of war as their goal. After cultivating for so long, many geniuses were waiting to shine on the battlefield and shine brightly in the Sword Emperor Divine Court. For a time, even the creatures who weren't chosen as court soldiers rushed towards the northern boundless border. Zhou Xuanji was waiting in the Stars Hall. He called Shen Yanqing over. Shen Yanqing rubbed her fists and sneered. Very good. I've been waiting for this opportunity. Let me kill Zhongji. The son will pay his father's debts. Her face was full of murderous intent. When she recalled the battle that year, she gnashed her teeth in hatred. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, how many imperishable stage cultivators does the Eastern Endless Kingdom have? Now, the standard by which he measured the strength of a force was the number of imperishable realm powerhouses. There are a lot of them. The royal family is still standing. Who knows how many old things are hidden inside? Shen Yanqing shrugged and replied. Seeing her nonchalant expression, Zhou Xuanji teased. Why? Are you strong enough to ignore how many undying realm experts are there? Shen Yanqing rolled her eyes at him and said, what can I do? Don't tell me you can turn into many imperishable realm experts? Right now, the Northern Limitless Kingdom is already inferior to the Eastern Limitless Kingdom, let alone the Western Limitless Kingdom. Previously, the Cardinal Heaven experts killed too many of the Northern Limitless Kingdom's experts. Now they're reaping what they sowed. She had a mocking smile on her face and seemed to be very happy. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile and said, then go and prepare. The East Boundless Kingdom will arrive soon. Shen Yanqing nodded and turned to leave. When there was no one else in the hall, Zhou Xuanji took out the fate bead again. After a long period of practice, he was already able to easily fuse the fated pearl and the constitution-defying creation scripture. He had an idea. That was to integrate the fated pearl into the sword and drive it with the sword, erupting with the greatest power. But his legendary swords couldn't bear the power of the fated pearl at all. This gave him a headache. Wait, the sword might not be a real sword. Zhou Xuanji suddenly had an idea. He immediately used the sword fusion technique and condensed a sword of light with his divine energy. Under the command of his will, the two fated pearls drilled into the sword of light. Boom! The sword of light exploded, and Zhou Xuanji was almost overturned. The entire Star Hall was also shaking violently. It could collapse at any time. Fortunately, he had reinforced the Star Hall, isolating it from time and space. From the outside, the Star Hall was motionless. No, I have to take it slow, Zhou Xuanji murmured. He wasn't discouraged. Instead, he was in high spirits. He felt that this method was feasible. Once it succeeded, it would be a divine ability more powerful than the Sword Emperor Absolute. After all, even Cardinal Heaven experts couldn't break the fated pearl. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes and began to contemplate. In the next 10 years, the Sword Emperor Divine Court and the Cardinal Heaven forces began to set up defenses. The news of the war spread throughout the North Boundless Realm. Countless lifeforms flocked to the Sword Emperor Divine Court, and there were also people who joined the Paragon Heaven banner. However, the number of people joining the Sword Emperor Divine Court was far less. The Sword Emperor was like the sun in the sky, while a Cardinal Heaven expert was like a demon that could destroy the world. It was an easy choice. 5 years later, the war began. Zhou Xuanji received news that the Eastern Boundless Royal Clan had charged out from tens of thousands of spacetime holes, wanting to take advantage of the chaos and charge into the inner regions of the Northern Boundless Kingdom. Zhou Xuanji created 100,000 doppelgangers and sent them to various battlefields to monitor the situation. He didn't make a move himself. Instead, he continued to study the divine art. The Sword Emperor Divine Court was strong enough, so it wouldn't be directly destroyed. Moreover, the spirit chi of each endless universe was different. The living beings of the East Endless Universe would not be able to adapt to the North Endless Universe, and their battle strength would be greatly reduced. It was the same for the living beings of the North Endless Universe if they went to the East Endless Universe. This was why the four directions had been able to coexist in peace for countless years. This was also the reason why no one could unify the four directions. It was a pity that on the seventh day of the battle, Zhou Xuanji had to move. 10 imperishable stage cultivators appeared at the front line. They worked together to fight against Rainbow Qin Saint and a Divine Lord. The situation was dire. Zhou Xuanji activated the godly void state and rushed to the battlefield. In the Crimson Universe, spacetime cracks were everywhere. Countless corpses floated in the air. The explosions caused by the divine arts were like fireworks. It was extremely spectacular. Rainbow Qin Saint and the Divine Lord were surrounded and attacked by 10 figures in red robes. These figures were all in the shape of men. Their faces looked similar as though they were twins. Zhou Xuanji immediately took out the suppressive sword and charged forward. Humph! He snorted coldly as a silver radiance radiated from the surface of his body. His aura grew tremendously, shaking the surrounding starry sky. He raised the suppressive sword and slashed forward. The dazzling sword light shook the Crimson Universe. The 10 imperishable stage cultivators raised their right hands at the same time. Their divine energy fused together and created a gigantic barrier to block Zhou Xuanji's sword chi. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He couldn't absorb his opponent's divine energy. On the contrary, his divine energy was being absorbed by his opponent. Interesting. He dashed forward swiftly and activated the Sword Emperor Absolute technique. Boom! The 10 imperishable stage cultivators were already affected by the spiritual chi in the northern territories. Under the situation where Rainbow Qin Saint and the Divine Lord were restrained, they couldn't block the Sword Emperor Absolute technique easily. Their bodies swayed and scattered immediately. Rainbow Qin Saint and the Divine Lord immediately moved to Zhou Xuanji's side. Their faces were pale. Clearly, they were severely injured even to the core. Chapter 998. You are the Sword Emperor? An immortal cultivator asked coldly. His sharp gaze fell on Zhou Xuanji as if he wanted to see through him. Zhou Xuanji gave a smile that did not seem like a smile as he asked, "You are from the Eastern Endless Royal Clan? Where is your patriarch Zhongji?" Zhongji. On the surface, he was the strongest expert in the Eastern Endless Continent, comparable to the ancient peerless geniuses. However, Gu Juejiu was even more famous. He was hailed as the most promising existence to surpass Gu Zun 3 heavens. He was also the most likely existence to unify the four directions. Dealing with the likes of you is not worthy of my patriarch's hand. Another imperishable snorted. As his voice fell, the 10 imperishable experts raised their hands at the same time. Boom! They emitted a dazzling light, and their bodies quickly merged together to form a stalwart figure. Was this a fusion? Zhou Xuanji's gaze was strange, but he did not panic. Instead, he took a step forward. I'll let you guys have a taste of my new divine ability. He smiled proudly and raised his right hand. The oppressive divine sword shone with silver light. The light stretched and it was incomparably divine. Hongqin Saint Monarch and Sir God felt his aura and their expressions changed. My lord, this aura, the Divine Lord said with a trembling voice. He could not even complete his sentence. Hongqin Lord couldn't help but reveal a look of anticipation when he recalled the previous battle with the Cardinal Heaven expert. He must have become stronger. Zhou Xuanji quickly fused a faded fate pearl into the Sword of Light. At the same time, his soul was chanting the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra to help him maintain the sword. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and the light on his body began to flicker, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Sword Emperor. Remember, the one who killed you is our 10-aspect Divine Luo. The 10 imperishable realm experts roared, their might shaking the universe. The living beings who were fighting all turned around and gasped when they saw his silhouette. What a terrifying aura! 10 aspects divine Luo did not reveal his true face. His whole body exuded a scorching red light. He raised his hands and a large blade condensed in his hands. He directly rushed towards Zhou Xuanji. The terrifying figure, which was several million zhang tall, was extremely frightening when it sprinted. Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change. He put down the sword of light and furiously roared as he slashed out. Bang! A strong light flashed, and all living beings subconsciously closed their eyes. An indescribably terrifying pressure enveloped all the creatures, making them feel as if they were in a cold cellar. Their souls were suffering from extreme torment, as if they could explode at any moment. Even Qin Shengjun, who was as strong as a rainbow, was shuddering in fear at this moment, unable to open his eyes. Numerous shrill cries sounded out in succession, adding a sense of horror to the battlefield. After the radiance faded, Zhou Xuanji could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. This sword almost sucked him dry. He looked over but could no longer see the figure of 10 aspects divine Luo. Hiss! Hongqin sacred monarch and divine monarch gasped. They knew that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful, but they did not expect him to be so powerful that he could kill 10 immortal cultivators with a single strike. Indestructible! This realm represented immortality and indestructibility. Logically speaking, no matter how strong one's power was, it was impossible to destroy both their bodies and souls. They could not understand how Zhou Xuanji did it. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he was pleasantly surprised in his heart. The fated Fate Pearl's power had indeed surpassed the imperishable level. Not only the fated pearl, but also the constitution-defying creation scripture. This was a powerful cultivation technique that had appeared before the birth of the boundless universe. Zhou Xuanji turned around and looked at the dumbfounded Eastern Infinity cultivators and cried, "Those who surrender will be spared." As soon as he spoke, many cultivators began to flee. Zhou Xuanji gave Hongqin's sacred monarch and divine monarch a look, and the two immediately understood. Zhou Xuanji activated the spiritless state and quickly flew back to the Star Hall to recuperate. The battlefield was in an uproar. Too powerful. Our Sword Emperor is invincible. No wonder Cardinal Heaven was willing to share Northern Infinity with him. Ha ha, I told you. Eastern Infinity can't even fight their way in. I heard that the Sword Emperor is only 10,000 years old? 10,000 years old? Impossible. You can't reach this level of power even if you're 100 billion years old. No matter what, our Sword Emperor Divine Court will definitely reach the pinnacle under his leadership. After returning to the Star Hall, Zhou Xuanji sat down to recuperate his aura. He felt a little regretful. If that strike contained world internalization, wouldn't his cultivation soar? It was a pity that he couldn't use the profound meaning of world internalization in that strike. What should I call this strike? Zhou Xuanji pondered as he recuperated. Just as he was thinking, the news of him killing 10 Xiangshan Luo began to spread. First, it spread to every battlefield. On the Sword Emperor Divine Court side, everyone who heard it felt their blood boiling. The Eastern Infinity cultivators were shocked. 10 Xiangshan Luo was a legend in Eastern Infinity. His status was even higher than Hongqin's sacred monarchs in Northern Infinity. Such a powerful cultivator was killed instantly by the Sword Emperor? How could it be? Their first reaction was disbelief. But when their own spies came back with the news, they were all frightened out of their wits. Immediately, the Sword Emperor's fame spread far and wide. The news reached the Cardinal Heaven's ears. Sitting in the palanquin, he couldn't help but frown and mumble. This brat is already so powerful? Impossible. He had heard of 10 Xiangshan Luo's power. Eastern Infinity sending 10 Xiangshan Luo already showed his determination. He began to calculate with his fingers. The next second, his frown deepened. How did he do it? Could it be that he has already awakened the power of his previous life? Cardinal Heaven experts had complicated expressions on their faces. There was unwillingness, shock, regret, and anger. He viewed Hongmeng Heaven as his lifelong enemy. How could he allow Hongmeng Heaven to surpass him? However, he had no choice. Right now, the more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the better it was for him. In the end, he could only let out a sigh. Sigh. In the endless east under the scarlet sky, Zhongji and Bai Yinzi sat opposite each other. How long will it take for your royal family to seize the northern limitless territory? Bai Yinzi asked. Zhongji replied with a smile. It depends on how weak Beiwujin is right now. I've sent out 10 aspects Shenluo. Unless a cardinal heaven expert personally takes action, it will be very difficult to defeat 10 aspects Shenluo. After all, the demonic emperor Tang Xuanwu and other experts were all wiped out by a cardinal heaven expert. Bai Yinzi narrowed his eyes and lamented. Even 10 aspects Shenluo was sent out. How ruthless. He changed the topic and said, after this is done, don't forget the agreement between you and our lawless zone. I need information on the lawless fire god. No fire god. Hearing this name, Zhongji's eyelids twitched slightly. He smiled and said, don't worry, once there is news, I will inform you immediately. By the way, how did no fire god escape? Bai Yinzi shook his head and sighed. This incident alarmed our Saint Altar. You should know that guy's power. It would be fine if he was in the lawless zone, but I'm afraid that he has already escaped into the endless universe. Zhongji frowned. He began to worry that no fire god had already sneaked into Eastern Infinity. If that was the case, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the upcoming war. At this moment, a figure appeared beside them and half knelt. Report. 10 aspects Shenluo has fallen in battle. The person said in a deep voice, sounding a little panicked. Chapter 999. 10 Shenluo had fallen. Zhongji and Bai Yinzi heard this and their expressions changed drastically. How could it be? Zhongji slammed the table and cried out with a deep voice. Speak! Who killed him? Could it be a cardinal heaven? Wasn't a cardinal heaven heavily injured and had yet to recover? It's the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor killed 10 Shenluo instantly with just one slash. Over 100 million soldiers have been captured. The informant replied with gritted teeth. His body was trembling as he spoke. Within Eastern Boundless, everyone thought that it was a sure thing to swallow up Northern Boundless. But it was a bad start. That was 10 Shenluo. Sword Emperor. Is he that powerful? Bai Yinzi asked with a frown. He had also paid attention to Zhou Xuanji, the new overlord of Northern Boundless. To him, Zhou Xuanji was too young. He might not even be able to protect his Sword Emperor Divine Court. How could he kill 10 Shenluo? Someone must have done it secretly. Not only him, but Zhongji thought so too. Leave. Zhongji waved his hand and said with an unsightly expression. Previously, he promised to take down Northern Boundless to see how weak Northern Boundless was. Now his face was swollen. After the informant disappeared, Zhongji fell into silence. Bai Yinzi got up and said with a mocking smile, it seems like the royal family has not come out for a long time. After that, Bai Yinzi disappeared. Zhongji poured himself a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. He took a deep breath and said faintly, Sword Emperor, you can do it. No matter who is supporting you, I will take down Northern Boundless. In the Star Palace, Zhou Xuanji did not know that Zhongji and Cardinal Heaven were shocked by his battle achievement. He was still recuperating. He decided to call the slash he used against 10 Shenluo Annihilation Judgment. Using Annihilation Judgment consumed a lot of his energy. He was considering how to reduce the consumption of this divine ability. If he could use Annihilation Judgment continuously, it would be perfect. At this moment, he sensed someone outside the palace. With a thought, that person appeared in the palace. Sovereign Hongqian. She took 2 steps forward and asked, did you really kill 10 Shenluo by yourself? Zhou Xuanji looked up at her and asked, why? I'll lie? Could it be that everyone thought he was boasting? Countless living beings on the battlefield could see it clearly. No, I just want to confirm something. When I received the inheritance in the Graveyard of Gods, I saw the 10-aspect deity Luo in the inherited memories of the Kunlun 5 permanents. The 10-aspect deity Luo doesn't refer to them. It is also a kind of inheritance. In other words, the 10-aspect deity Luo isn't just the 10 you killed. Autarch Crimson Dust said seriously, a hint of worry in her eyes. Zhou Xuanji understood her meaning. It was likely that the previous generation's 10 aspects divine Luo would come to find trouble with him. Don't worry, this is unavoidable, Zhou Xuanji said as he shook his head. He did not panic. Once he was done creating the annihilation judgment, he wouldn't be afraid of any strong enemy. Seeing how calm he was, Crimson Dust understood that he was confident. Let me give you a word of advice. I'm going to the front lines as well. I can't always enjoy your care, Autark Crimson Dust said with a nod, then turned and left. Zhou Xuanji did not stop him. Mortal's sovereign was very independent. He had experienced war before. This was also good, at least it could make her feel at ease. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and began comprehending the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. Although the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra was not divided into realms, it gave Zhou Xuanji an unfathomable feeling. It was as if there were endless mysteries waiting for him to discover. Autark Crimson Dust's words gave him a sudden idea. Inheritance. Would there be an inheritance in the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra? After all, this was a supreme energy technique or divine ability that was born before the endless universe. It was still uncertain whether the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra was created by the Fire God Lord. Maybe it had a longer history. It might even be related to the origin of all of this. And so, Zhou Xuanji began to revise the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra again and again. Within the chaotic domain of the universe, countless living beings stood in rows, preparing for battle. They held the cardinal heaven flag in their hands, and excitement was written all over their faces. With a legend leading them, they had no fear for the upcoming war but only anticipation and excitement. Behind the boundless army, the cardinal heaven stood proudly on the top of the tower, waiting for the arrival of the enemy. Suddenly, a massive black hole appeared in the chaotic space in front of them. Space-time lightning lingered at the edge of the black hole. Horrifying giant demons flew out of the black hole. They were in different shapes and had powerful auras. Behind them was an uncountable army of living beings. Ha ha ha! Cardinal Heaven. I wanted to challenge you for a long time. The person who defeated you today is called Ancient Juegio. I will surpass your post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens and become the next ancient sovereign. A wild and domineering voice came, impacting the hearts of all the cardinal heaven's subordinates. A powerful aura enveloped the chaotic universe. The war is here. The cardinal heaven laughed mockingly. Who do you think you are? You think you can stand shoulder to shoulder with Ancient Juegio just because your surname is Gu? Then I'm the Origin Lord. He immediately waved his hand, and the entire army charged forward with a roar. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes suddenly and frowned. This aura, he mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with shock. He immediately thought of a name. Ancient Juegio. So powerful. Such an aura was even more powerful than that of the fire god. Even a cardinal heaven did not give off such a horrifying aura. He frowned and began to worry about the cardinal heaven. Could the current cardinal heaven really defeat Ancient Juegio? He did not want to be pincered by Ancient Juegio and Zhongji. If that happened, he would die a horrible death. I need to hurry up and become more powerful. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes. Recently, he had vaguely grasped the inheritance in the Unconstitutional Creation Sutra. There seemed to be something hidden in the ancestral voice of the Unconstitutional Creation Sutra. He could grasp it occasionally, but it would slip away whenever he did. The more it was so, the more he wanted to understand it. 6 days later, Yuan Cheng appeared outside the Star Hall. Zhou Xuanji let him in. My lord, the Cardinal Heaven and Ancient Juegio are fighting, Yuan Cheng said worriedly. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, why? Is the situation not good? Yuan Cheng replied. Ancient Juegio was very powerful at the beginning and suppressed the Cardinal Heaven with ease. But when the Cardinal Heaven was about to be defeated, he went into his tower. Next, a powerful Cardinal Heaven that was not inferior to Ancient Juegio came out. The two fought to the point where they were both injured and had to stop. Zhou Xuanji relaxed his brows. Wasn't this a good thing? He was afraid that the Cardinal Heaven would be defeated. Such a powerful Cardinal Heaven must be plotting something for them to allow us to develop. Yuan Cheng expressed his concern. He was worried that the Cardinal Heaven would target them in the future. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, let's talk about the future in the future. If we can defeat East Wujin, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. As for the Cardinal Heaven, let me deal with him. Seeing that he was so confident, Yuan Cheng became excited immediately. Yuan Cheng continued. There's one more thing. I heard from the captive that Wu Yan was crippled by Zhong Ji. No one knows if he's dead or alive. Chapter 1000. Crippled. Why? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. Wasn't Wu Yan under Zhong Ji? Yuan Cheng shook his head and said, I'm not sure. This news seems to have been released by Zhong Ji on purpose. It's obvious that he's setting a trap for you. Perhaps Wu Yan has already betrayed you and his heart belongs to you. Of course, it's also possible that this is just one of Zhong Ji's schemes and Wu Yan is still living very freely. He honestly told Zhou Xuanji about this, which made Zhou Xuanji feel quite satisfied. These two fellows had always been fighting openly and covertly, but this time they didn't hit him while he was down. Instead, they purposely concealed the truth. As a subordinate strategist, they were very qualified. Let's put it aside for now. It's impossible for me to sneak into the endless east to save him. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. Now that Bei Wujin was in danger, if he went to save Wu Yan, he would be putting the Sword Emperor Divine Court in danger. Yuan Cheng nodded. He also felt that this was the best decision. Wordless did not have much of a reputation in the East Boundless realm, but now that a captive had mentioned that he was in danger, it was clearly a trap. Zhou Xuanji said, Pay attention to the space-time around the Divine Court. Not only do you have to guard against Eastern Infinity, but also Western Infinity. The boundless universe was too vast, and there were countless universes within it. The enemy might charge in from an inconspicuous corner. However, there was one thing that was certain. If the other party wanted to win, they would have to destroy the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Only when the Sword Emperor and the Cardinal Heaven experts were defeated would they be able to truly control the North. Yes, Yuan Cheng accepted the order and left. Zhou Xuanji hesitated before sending out another 500 doppelgangers. The avatars quickly disappeared and headed to every corner of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. He felt that there might be chaos within the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Then, he continued to comprehend the Constitution defying creation scripture. The Sword Emperor Divine Court and the Eastern Endless Theocrats were at war, and the Cardinal Heaven experts were fighting against the ancient geniuses. These two pieces of news became the most popular news in Northern Limitless. A voice soon rang out. Fight for the Endless North. Even though it was quite simple, it was quite powerful, attracting countless creatures to slaughter their way to the front lines. Even many old monsters who had been in seclusion for a long time appeared. In an instant, the Northern Limitless realm reached an unprecedented level of unity. In less than a month, another piece of shocking news had appeared. The news that the Cardinal Heavens had released the demonic emperor, Tang Xuanwu, and the other Northern Boundless overlords to participate in the battle caused a huge uproar. Because of their disappearance, the forces of these overlords were shattered. Now that they had made a comeback, the creatures that had already switched allegiance to them fell into a dilemma. Fortunately, they were at war, so they didn't have to make a decision immediately. Yuan Cheng reported this to Zhou Xuanji. He was worried that the Sword Emperor Divine Court would lose power because of this. But Zhou Xuanji did not panic. He asked Yuan Cheng to spread the news and guide the public's opinion. Now, the Sword Emperor Divine Court and the Cardinal Heavens had to take the lead and fight against the enemy together. At this time, if they still wanted to divide their forces, then Northern Wujin would definitely perish. Yuan Cheng immediately ordered his intelligence force to spread these rumors in various fields. After hearing this, everyone felt that it made sense. North Endless was facing two sides. If they split up again, they would be defeated by the enemy one by one. The final result was the destruction of Northern Limitless. The turbulent situation calmed down again. The news reached the ears of the Cardinal Heaven experts. He couldn't help but sigh. This kid really knows how to use principles to set up a trap. After experiencing this war, could those living beings still be able to separate themselves from the others? The friendship of life and death was enough to solidify all living beings into an iron plate. He shook his head and looked at the pagoda in front of him. His pagoda was different from before. Its color was constantly changing. One moment it was black, the next moment it was golden, and the next moment it was red. It was extremely strange. Don't worry, you'll be out soon. Cardinal Heaven stared at the pagoda and said softly, boom. A loud sound came from the pagoda. It seemed like a terrifying beast was imprisoned in it. Cardinal Heaven's eyelids twitched. Seems like it's not enough. I need to refine it again. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth and sucked the pagoda into it. In a silver-white palace, the ground was like the surface of a lake. Gujuegyo sat paralyzed on the crystal throne. His hair had turned white, and his face was very pale. He was panting slightly, giving off the feeling that he was seriously ill. At this moment, an old man appeared at the bottom of the stairs. The old man looked at him and held a giant horn with both hands. Master, the medicinal ingredient you wanted is here. Gujuegyo reached out and sucked the horn into his hand. Then, the horn melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and turned into countless light spots that drilled into his body. Phew! He let out a long breath and calmed down instantly. He slowly sat up straight and his eyes became cold. Cardinal Heaven, I didn't expect you to cultivate such a sinister magical power. It seems like you're really crazy. What sinister magical power? The old man asked doubtfully. It was the first time he had seen Gujuegyo so severely injured. He wants to imitate Sovereign Gu. Gujuegyo replied. As he said this, he gnashed his teeth, and his eyes were filled with hatred. The old man opened his eyes wide and looked terrified. Is he crazy? The old man cried out furiously and immediately panicked. Go find Hunyuan Heaven personally and tell him about this. As for what kind of magical power it is, Hunyuan Heaven knows, Gujuegyo ordered. The old man nodded and left immediately. Gujuegyo sat paralyzed on the crystal throne again. He looked up at the light above and muttered to himself. Where did Cardinal Heaven learn it from? Could there be an even greater conspiracy behind this? Wait, why did Cardinal Heaven revive? Who revived him? And where did the legend of him revive come from? Ever since the war began, Zhou Xuanji had not been at peace. Every 10 days or half a month, he would personally summon Jin Chang, Yuan Chang, and the 12 divine lords to determine the situation of each battlefield. Most of the out-of-soul clones he sent out had already been destroyed. Zhou Xuanji rubbed his forehead and stretched his body. Recently, he had been studying the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra, which was extremely taxing on his mental energy. What was that sentence? Could it be some kind of incantation? Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself in confusion. He was thinking back to the sentence he had just comprehended. This was a passage formed from ancestral sound characters. When it was cut out and read, he felt a great fear and trepidation. This feeling was very abrupt because he felt very comfortable reciting the ancestral voice before. It was just that he would feel very tired afterward. He began to recite the sentence again and again. It was difficult to understand. Only those who knew the ancestral voice could remember it, but they could not understand what it meant. Even Zhou Xuanji, who had learned the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra, could not understand its meaning. As he recited it again and again, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of him. The crack began to grow larger. Zhou Xuanji felt a little scared, but he still persevered. He had to understand it, or else his heart would itch like a cat scratching it. The crack grew larger and larger, and strands of strange red chi seeped out from it. Roar! A low and horrifying roar came from it, which made Zhou Xuanji raise his brow. Could it be a sealing incantation? Chapter 1001. Zhou Xuanji was hesitant. The spatial crack in front of him was giving off an evil aura, and he was worried that it would bring disaster. But he could not be at ease if he did not check it out clearly. That ancestor could not have left a fatal move in the unconstitutional Creation Sutra to harm his descendants, right? He continued to chant the ancestral voice. The spatial crack grew larger and larger. Soon, a blood-red arm reached out from it. The muscles on the arm were bulging and looked horrifying like a ghost's claw. Zhou Xuanji saw a pair of cold eyes in the spatial crack. It was like an evil god peeping into the light from the abyss. Zhou Xuanji looked into his eyes, and the uneasiness in his heart disappeared. It was a marvelous feeling. Somehow, he was sure that the other party would not harm him. There was a trace of anticipation in his eyes, waiting for him to open the seal completely. Boom! The spatial crack opened up, and a blood-red figure jumped out. He landed on the ground with his limbs touching the ground like a lizard. He had a head of wild and lush blood-red hair. 2 giant pythons coiled around his upper body, one purple and one black. His pants seemed to be made of the black fur of some creature. It was thick and covered with tiny patterns. He had a tail behind him that looked like a dragon's tail, but it was forked at the end. A gust of hot wind swept up as he swung it. Zhou Xuanji stared at him in surprise. This guy's aura is so powerful. I feel that he is not inferior to the cardinal heaven cultivators he met before. The dragon-tailed creature looked up and revealed a hideous face. His face was covered with centipede-like scars. "Greetings, master." He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said with a deep voice. He got up slowly and half knelt before Zhou Xuanji. "Master?" Zhou Xuanji understood immediately. "What's your name? What's your relationship with that person?" He asked with a smile. "My name is Blood Dragon Ghost. I was subdued by dedicated Heart Sovereign. He once saved my clansman, and I swore to serve him forever. After he fell, I followed his will and merged into the unconstitutional Creation Sutra to assist the next master." The Blood Dragon Ghost replied seriously. The Blood Dragon Ghoul answered seriously. He began to size up the Hall of Stars and sniffed the air around him. Dedicated Heart Sovereign? The master of the uncontrollable fire god? Zhou Xuanji felt that the Blood Dragon Ghost did not lie to him because he could control its life and death. This feeling was marvelous. His instincts told him that if he recited the ancestral voice in reverse, the Blood Dragon Ghost would be destroyed in both form and spirit. "Are there other existences like you in the Constitution defying creation scripture?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. The Blood Dragon Ghoul was very strong. If there were a few more of them, wouldn't this battle be settled? However, he felt that it was unrealistic. The older one was, the stronger one would be. The Blood Dragon Ghost shook its head and said, "I'm not sure, but I'm very strong under my master. There shouldn't be anyone stronger than me." He stood up slowly and looked at the door of the Myriad Stars Hall. He frowned and said, "This aura. Someone is cultivating the Tao of extermination. Path of annihilation? What was that?" Zhou Xuanji was confused. Just when he was about to ask, the Blood Dragon Ghost disappeared suddenly. "Master, I'll go check out the situation. Wait for me here." He was very fast. Before he even finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji could no longer sense his aura. Zhou Xuanji could not help but frown. Would that guy hurt innocent people? He couldn't track the Blood Dragon Ghost right now, so he could only wait patiently. One day later, the Blood Dragon Ghost returned and landed on the ground. His left arm was drenched in blood, and his expression was extremely ugly. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, "What happened to you?" He was a little frustrated. He had high expectations for the Blood Dragon Ghost, and was waiting for it to help him slaughter his enemies. He did not expect it to end up like this on the second day after it came out. What a slap in the face. I found that guy. He was indeed cultivating the Tao of annihilation. This guy is playing with fire. The Blood Dragon Ghost said with a deep voice. He waved his right hand, and the face of a cardinal heaven cultivator appeared before him. "What's the Tao of annihilation?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He was thinking about something else. The Blood Dragon Ghost could not even defeat a cardinal heaven cultivator. How could it fight against Zongji and the ancient geniuses? One must know that the cardinal heaven cultivator had not reached his pinnacle. That's the cultivation path created by the primogenitor. It will destroy everything including fate. The Blood Dragon Ghost said with a deep voice. His eyes were filled with hatred. Zhou Xuanji was still confused. How could a cardinal heaven cultivator die with such a Tao technique? I took a look when I went out. There are traces of the Tao of annihilation in the current space-time. Someone must have used the Tao of annihilation at some point in time. The current space-time is much weaker than the one I had back then. The Blood Dragon Ghost continued as it sat on the ground and began to recuperate. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. What did this mean? What's the point of using the path of extermination? Become stronger? Zhou Xuanji asked. The Blood Dragon Ghost replied. Destroy everything, eliminate everything and create our own era. The era of the Prime Venerables. Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of this. Cardinal Heaven had always been an ancient sovereign, so it was indeed possible for him to learn the Tao of extermination. You're talking about the primeval age, but not all ancient existences were destroyed after the primeval age. Why is that? Zhou Xuanji said hesitantly. If ancient sovereign really did what the blood dragon ghost said, there would not be the legend of the Kunlun origin court. The blood dragon ghost opened its eyes and replied, maybe he didn't want to dominate the universe. He had no choice but to exterminate the universe. That's why he didn't kill everyone. Zhou Xuanji came to a sudden realization, but new doubts appeared. What had Gu Zun encountered that forced him to use the Tao of annihilation? At the same time, he was in awe of the progenitor's unfathomable profundity. What kind of existence was the primogenitor master? Felt like he was omnipotent. How could such a powerful being fall? Who could kill him? Or was he like Pengu in Chinese mythology, sacrificing himself to create a new world? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. The blood dragon ghost asked as it recovered, Master, what's your relationship with that guy? If he's an enemy, you can take this opportunity to kill him. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. What? A cardinal heavily injured? His expression changed drastically. Seeing this, the blood dragon ghost could not help but feel uneasy. Could he be your good friend? The blood dragon ghost asked carefully. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and told it about Bei Wujin's predicament. The blood dragon ghost was embarrassed. It did not expect to injure its new master's ally the moment it came out. It's okay. Leave the ancient genius to me. The blood dragon ghost smiled and tried to hide its embarrassment. Zhou Xuanji stared at it and said unpleasantly, Aren't you injured too? The blood dragon ghost replied proudly, My greatest ability is my recovery ability. No Taoist technique can cause permanent damage to me if it lands on me. Zhou Xuanji thought about it and could only nod. He tried to chant the ancestral voice incantation to summon the blood dragon ghost. Next, a spatial crack appeared behind the blood dragon ghost and sucked it in forcefully. Chapter 1002. Zhou Xuanji was overjoyed to see that he could keep the blood dragon ghost. Then, he released the blood dragon ghost. The blood dragon ghost looked at him with resentment, but it didn't say anything. Mastering the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra would allow him to completely control the blood dragon ghost. Naturally, the blood dragon ghost wouldn't dare to have any objections. Based on what you said, you have a good relationship with the hidden heart revered. How could he bear to let you be like this? Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion. The blood dragon ghost seemed to be cursed by an enemy. The blood dragon replied, It's incredible to be able to learn the Constitution Defiance Creation Sutra. It's impossible for people without a heart of justice to learn it. The hidden heart deity once told me that the next master is absolutely trustworthy and won't mistreat me. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Could divining sovereign calculate to this extent? He suddenly thought of the fated fate pearl. Could it be that the fated fate pearl would consider a person's heart during the process of recognizing its master? If he was cruel and heartless, he would be rejected by the fated pearl? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He began to admire the dedicated heart sovereign. Was the Constitution-defying creation scripture created by Sovereign Qian Xian? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. He was very interested in secrets that were even older than Gu Zun. The blood dragon ghost said everything it knew. I'm not sure. Hidden Heart Sovereign seems to be related to the founder. I even suspect that he's not dead because I didn't see him fall with my own eyes. However, he left behind a will saying that he passed away. Speaking of this matter, a look of regret appeared on his face. What kind of person was Sovereign Dianxin? What was his cultivation like? Did he surpass the imperishable realm? Zhou Xuanji asked non-stop. He is a very strange person. Sometimes, he is kind and benevolent, and he can't bear to see any living being suffer. Sometimes he is very evil and likes to scheme against people. Moreover, he doesn't kill people. Instead, he makes them suffer a fate worse than death. The blood dragon ghost sank into its memories. Its eyes alternated between nostalgia and fear. As for his cultivation, no one knows. In any case, I have never seen him lose. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji felt that Hidden Heart Sovereign was even more mysterious. If the devoted Mind Lord is still alive, where is he? And the progenitor? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Could it be that the unknown regions of the boundless universe hid those ancient powerhouses? Why didn't they show themselves? For a time the Hall of Stars was silent. The blood dragon ghost did not disturb Zhou Xuanji because he needed to rest. The battle in the north was still going on. After Gu Juejiu was injured, he settled down. Cardinal Heaven experts also began to recuperate after being attacked by the blood dragon ghost. The creatures under the two of them were fighting non-stop, and the flames of war spread across dozens of domains. Compared to them, the Sword Emperor Divine Court and the Eastern Boundless Imperials were engaged in a fierce battle. All sorts of battle reports spread through the Sword Emperor Divine Court. More and more heroic figures were born, becoming famous after a single battle. More and more creatures rushed to the battlefield. The reason why the news of the battle had spread so quickly was because of Yuanqing's intentional arrangements. The idea naturally came from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was not afraid of other geniuses rising up to shake his position, because he was confident. In the boundless universe, fame and fortune were equally important. Zhou Xuanji gave them a chance to become famous. As for the benefits, killing enemies could be exchanged for resources. Under such rules, the Sword Emperor Divine Court grew stronger as they fought. Wherever the situation on the battlefield was bad, more living beings would head there. To them, the stronger the enemy, the easier it was for them to become famous. Zhou Xuanji did not fight personally again, unless he encountered a powerful imperishable stage cultivator. Ordinary imperishable realm experts could be handed over to Hongqin Saint Monarch or other god monarchs. The gap in the battlefield could not be widened, and the Eastern Boundless Imperials could not invade the Northern Boundless Imperials. Eastern Boundless Imperials belonged to the expedition, and Zhongji could not allow this situation to continue. He sent someone even more powerful than 10-aspect deity Luo, Emperor Lu. This person was like an Azura in the Eastern Boundless Imperials. He had killed countless living beings until he was subdued by Zhongji. Zhongji sent him to bring disaster to the Northern Boundless Imperials. Once he entered the battlefield, he started killing immediately. He even killed Eastern Boundless living beings without any fear. The news spread to the Star Hall. "My lord, that Emperor Lu is ridiculously powerful. The evil emperor of the Northern Boundless Imperials was defeated by him 100 million years ago. What should we do?" Yuancheng said in panic. He was like an ant on a hot pan, extremely anxious. What made him panic the most was that Zhou Xuanji was still smiling, and did not fear Emperor Lu at all. "My lord, the enemy this time is completely different from the 10-aspect deity Luo," Yuancheng continued to say. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "What are you panicking for? Without a powerful enemy, how can we strengthen the cohesion of the Sword Emperor Divine Court? Continuous victories would only make people slack off. The pressure of adversity could instead unite people." Yuancheng said helplessly, "Now is not the time to unite. The enemy is really powerful. Even 10 Rainbow Qin Saint Lords are not his match. Why could he not make sense of it?" He suddenly felt that Zhou Xuanji had become arrogant. It was not a good thing to face Emperor Lu with such a mentality. Zhou Xuanji suddenly chanted the ancestral voice, and Yuancheng was stunned. A spatial crack appeared out of nowhere. Next, the blood dragon ghost stepped out from it. A horrifying murderous aura filled the entire Star Hall. Yuancheng looked at the blood dragon ghost in a daze. Although he did not recognize the blood dragon ghost, the blood dragon ghost's aura was too powerful, which made him shudder. Even Emperor Lu could not instill such fear in him. "My lord, he is?" Yuancheng asked with a trembling voice. He did not even dare to look into the blood dragon ghost's eyes. Zhou Xuanji instructed, "He's called the blood dragon ghost. He's my general. Bring him to Emperor Lu." Just when Yuancheng wanted to ask more, the blood dragon ghost moved before him. The blood dragon ghost grabbed him and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji smiled and closed his eyes. Half a day later, the blood dragon ghost and Yuancheng returned to the Star Hall. Yuancheng was still in a daze. The blood dragon ghost walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, "It's done. I was wondering how powerful he would be. He's still far from the cardinal heaven you mentioned." After that, he walked to the side and began to meditate. "Too powerful. He's really too powerful," Yuancheng mumbled to himself. He suddenly became excited. "Sir," he cried out to the blood dragon ghost, "you must be a legendary being. What's your real name?" Recalling the battle just now, he felt like he was dreaming. The blood dragon ghost ignored him. Yuan Cheng looked at Zhou Xuanji and said in amazement, "This sir can also use godly daze mode." Emperor Lu could not even withstand a single palm strike from him. If not for his playfulness, we would have returned long ago. Godly daze mode? Zhou Xuanji glanced at the blood dragon ghost, who chuckled but still did not speak. "Okay, you can leave now." Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said. He suddenly wanted to learn from the blood dragon ghost. Yuan Cheng held back his excitement and asked, "My lord, do you want to create a legend about him?" With such a powerful cultivator, the Sword Emperor Divine Court's morale would be greatly boosted. It would also attract more creatures to join them. Zhou Xuanji nodded. The blood dragon ghost had already made its move anyway, so it could not be hidden anymore. Yuan Cheng heard him and immediately left in excitement. He had already thought of many ways to create an image of the blood dragon ghost as an invincible cultivator. Chapter 1003. The news of the ghostly blood dragon killing the Fire Emperor quickly spread throughout the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Then it spread to the entire North Boundless and East Boundless. Emperor Lu was a super powerful being that had been famous for a long time. To think that he would be instantly killed by a mysterious being. Soon the news about the blood dragon spread. Sword Emperor's battle general, blood dragon ghost. There were only these two messages. It was enough to raise the spirits of everyone in the Sword Emperor Divine Court. With such a super expert overseeing things, what was there for them to be afraid of? How many experts does the Sword Emperor have? Our North Limitless is not weak to begin with. Now that we have a virtuous lord, there will naturally be almighty beings appearing. Ha ha ha, Dong Wujin must be dumbfounded. First it was 10 aspect Divine Luo, and now it's Emperor Lu. Is Zhongji going to act personally next? The Sword Emperor is truly amazing. He has endless trump cards. Right now, I want to know what those dogs of East Wujin are feeling. All the domains were discussing this matter. The shocking feat of the ghostly blood dragon had also attracted more creatures to the battlefield. The Sword Emperor Divine Court grew stronger as the battle progressed, and the morale of the Eastern Boundless Royal Family started to drop. Not long after, the Eastern Endless Royal Family began to retreat. The Sword Emperor Divine Court could be considered to have obtained victory in the first wave of the war, and everyone rejoiced. The news reached the ears of the Cardinal Heaven experts. He sat in his bedroom, gnashing his teeth. So that guy is Zhou Xuanji's man. The anger of a Cardinal Heaven expert could not be appeased at the thought of the blood dragon ghost attacking him. But on second thought, he was curious why the blood dragon ghost would help Zhou Xuanji. That fellow had recognized that he cultivated the Tao of extermination at a glance. This was a secret that even Hongmeng Heaven did not know. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji had an unimaginable backer? An almighty being from before the primeval era? The heart of a Cardinal Heaven expert sank. He was a little flustered. He had always been in awe of the existences before the primeval sovereigns. The more you know, the more you are afraid of. That shouldn't be possible. After Prime Sovereign, those undying existences won't come out again. The eyes of a Cardinal Heaven expert flickered as he tried to comfort himself. He waved his right hand, and a figure flew out of the pagoda in front of him. It looked exactly like him. Let's take a look at the Sword Emperor Divine Court and see if there are any strange auras there. That Cardinal Heaven expert immediately disappeared from his spot after giving the order. Ever since he summoned the Blood Dragon Ghost, Zhou Xuanji did not stop studying the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. He felt that the Constitution-defying Creation scripture was an endless treasure. In addition to summoning the Blood Dragon, there must be a stronger method. Usually, he would put the Blood Dragon into the unique space of the scripture of defiance of the Constitution. Although he could control the life and death of the Blood Dragon Ghost, this guy's temperament was abnormal. He could tell at a glance that it was evil. If it went out and did anything wrong, it would be torture for him. He wanted to nip the potential tragedy in the bud. As the war began, some creatures from the Kunlun Origin Court, Jiangsu Court Realm, and Zhanlong Court Realm were released to roam the Sword Emperor Divine Court. Zhou Xuanji paid special attention to these creatures, especially those from the Kunlun Origin Court. After all, he came from the Kunlun Origin Court. He didn't want the living beings of the Kunlun Origin Court to drown in the vast endless universe as soon as they came out. Even though the Sword Emperor Divine Court already had order, there was still darkness everywhere. It was worth mentioning that Zhou Xiaoxian and Zhou Tanhua's sects were already on the right track. Naturally, Zhou Xiaoxian was the one with the fastest growth. She already had more than 10,000 disciples. Zhou Tanhua only accepted a few people, and his requirements were extremely strict. Zhou Xuanji had no objections to this. Both options had their pros and cons. As long as they could carry out their ideas, it would be a good thing. Zhou Xuanji did not want them to have no goals in life under his protection forever. This was especially true for Zhou Xiaoxian. At the very least, Zhou Tanhua's goal was to cultivate bitterly. Under the red clouds on the floating island, Zhongji's expression was extremely ugly. The spy kneeling beside him was shivering, not daring to raise his head. The atmosphere was terribly oppressive. Zhou Xuanji. Zhongji gnashed his teeth, his eyes filled with rage. Before, he had treated Zhou Xuanji as a chess piece, so he had sent Wuyan to help Zhou Xuanji. But he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be able to stand against him in such a short time. It could even be said that they were suppressing him. At least in the battle, he did not gain any advantage at all. Instead, he increased Zhou Xuanji's fame. Right now, the name of the Northern Limitless Sword Emperor wasn't just limited to Northern Limitless. Even the other 3 Limitless sects were discussing it. Northern Limitless, who was fighting amongst themselves, actually held the upper hand against Eastern Limitless and Western Limitless pressure. A Cardinal Heaven expert was already a legend. But what about Zhou Xuanji? Kunlun Origin Court Supreme? The Kunlun Origin Court had long lost its legendary status. Go down, Zhongji said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the spy immediately disappeared. Bang! Zhongji slammed the table, instantly shattering it. He was furious. He really wanted to kill his way into the battlefield himself. But if he did this, wouldn't it be telling the endless universe that the royal family had no one and that he could only do it himself? He was furious and aggrieved. No, I must restrain his arrogance, Zhongji said, gnashing his teeth. He suddenly thought of someone and immediately disappeared. On the star stairs of the star's domain, Zhou Xuanji strolled forward. As he walked, he looked down at the star spectator domain. Xin Yanqing followed behind him. Tell me, what opportunity did you get? What's the origin of that blood dragon ghost? Xin Yanqing pestered him and kept asking questions. She had been active on the battlefield. After learning of the existence of the blood dragon ghost, she immediately ran back. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, I already said that it's a trump card. Can I say more? When did this girl become so thick-skinned? I'm worried about you. How powerful is Emperor Lu? Even I'm not sure if I can kill him. But your subordinate killed him in an instant. I'm worried that you will be used by him, Xin Yanqing said seriously. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Don't worry, he has been sealed by me. I have the means to control him. Xin Yanqing couldn't help but fall into deep thought after hearing this. What kind of ability can control such an expert? She looked deeply at Zhou Xuanji. She suddenly felt that she couldn't see through him. When did this kid become so unfathomable? If there's nothing else, I advise you to leave. I won't say anything. If you want to deal with me one day, wouldn't I be digging my own grave if I said anything? Zhou Xuanji snorted. It was rare for him to come out for a walk. He didn't want his mood to be ruined by her. Xin Yanqing stepped forward and walked side by side with him. She said with a strange smile, Shall we make a big wave? Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and asked, What do you mean? You killed Emperor Lu. Zhongji will definitely fly into a rage. Next, he will definitely think of other ways to deal with you. It's better for us to directly attack the royal family and catch them off guard, Xin Yanqing said with a smile. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. Zhongji certainly didn't expect that they would attack the royal family at this critical juncture. Zhou Xuanji hesitated and asked, Then who will be in charge of the Sword Emperor Divine Court? Xin Yanqing said with a smile, Don't you also have an outer soul doppelganger? Can't you just pretend to be your main body? Chapter 1004. Zhou Xuanji carefully considered Xin Yanqing's proposal. He felt that it was feasible. At this juncture, the Sword Emperor Divine Court's momentum was at its peak. The ones who were anxious should be the Eastern boundless royalty. From another person's point of view, there was no need for him to take the risk. Because of this, he was able to catch them off guard. He thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, go back and prepare first. Wait for my notice." When Shen Yanqing heard this, a smile blossomed on her face, and then she disappeared. Zhou Xuanji continued to advance, and at the same time, he removed the space-time restrictions around him. Even if there was no one around, he had to be careful so that no one could hear his plan with Shen Yanqing. He spread out his divine sense and observed the situation of the various realms within the multitude star domain. The current domain of stars was many times stronger than before he took over. There were too many living beings coming and going, and it had already surpassed the cultivation gathering places like the Thunder League and the Yen League. Cardinal Heaven experts were resurrected in the myriad domain demon lair, and the surrounding worlds were destroyed, including the Thunder Alliance. Zhou Xuanji looked at the lives of the creatures as he walked about. When he reached the end, he retracted his divine sense. This flight of stairs isn't long enough. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement before disappearing from the top of the starry sky stairs. 2 days later, he and Shen Yanqing quietly left. He had left an extra soul doppelganger in the Hall of Stars. For the sake of authenticity, he had poured the same level of divine energy as his main body into the doppelganger. In the divine state, Shen Yanqing sighed. "Your use of this kind of magical power is getting stronger and stronger, but in terms of speed, I'm not as good as you." She looked at Zhou Xuanji closely. Although Zhou Xuanji rarely participated in battles and did not go out, she felt that he was becoming more and more powerful. His unfathomable demeanor really made her curious. "It's all right. Compared to true experts, I'm still far from it. Compared to those before the ancient sovereign, I'm not even worth mentioning," Zhou Xuanji said as he shook his head and smiled. Shen Yanqing narrowed her eyes. Was this kid pretending, or had he really seen the people before the primeval era? Zhou Xuanji could now sense everything outside the space-time kaleidoscope. This way, he could perfectly control the direction he was heading. When they arrived at the lawless area, Shen Yanqing began to lead the way. Zhou Xuanji was very curious about what she had done in the past. This time, she did not hide anything and talked about her glorious days as she led the way. Before Shen Yanqing, there was another Hongmeng Tian. Together with Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven, Hongmeng Heaven had left behind the legend of the three heavens. When she was born, the Cardinal Heaven experts had already fallen. It was a mysterious, chaotic era, and there were very few historical legends left behind. The people who survived from that era all became the current overlords. Among them were Gu Juejiu, ancestral Buddha, Zongji, evil emperor, etc. Shen Yanqing was formed by the heavenly Tao of a universe. After awakening her identity as Hongmeng Heaven, she began to rise. She challenged the strong along the way, and her prestige dominated the world. It was worth mentioning that Shen Yanqing had the title of Lesser Supreme Heaven back then. When it came to this matter, Shen Yanqing couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. "How did you feel when you met a true Cardinal Heaven expert?" Zhou Xuanji asked teasingly. In his heart, he was thinking about the history of the boundless universe. What he was most curious about was why Gu Zun had used the Tao of Annihilation. Did he encounter something at that time, or did he go berserk? The two of them chatted at a very fast pace. Under the leadership of Shen Yanqing, they did not encounter any danger and easily sneaked into the eastern endless sea. The space barrier of the lawless region was like an empty shell to the godless state. After entering the eastern endless sea, Zhou Xuanji felt that the divine energy in his body was a little chaotic. The reason was that the spiritual qi of the eastern endless sea was different from that of the northern endless sea. This difference had nothing to do with strength or weakness. It was just an essential difference, just like humans and demons. The eastern endless sea is very big. It has always been ruled by the royal family, and the base of the royal family has never changed. I have been there before and I still remember the way. Even if I die, I will not forget it, Shen Yanqing said with a smile. Her smile was so cold. She was still brooding over the hatred of the past. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and wiped his face. Immediately, his face changed into another face. Shen Yanqing raised her brow and asked with a smile, "Are you afraid of being recognized?" "Of course not, I just want to create a misunderstanding." Zhou Xuanji said with a mysterious smile. He wanted Zhongji to think that there were other experts hiding in the Sword Emperor Divine Court. This time he wanted to completely display the instincts he had comprehended. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji had the opportunity to observe the Eastern Endless Court. There were too many similarities between the two endless worlds. If it weren't for the spiritual qi, Zhou Xuanji would have thought that he was still in the Northern Endless Sea. After a long while, the two finally arrived near the Eastern Endless Royal Clan. Zhou Xuanji looked up. The end of the universe was filled with extremely strong sunlight. It was like a huge sun that had expanded countless times. Countless red clouds overflowed from it. At the same time, many creatures flew into it. Before stepping into the Eastern Endless Royal Clan, Zhou Xuanji had already felt the power of the royal family. The vast aura gathered together like a holy land in the endless universe. People couldn't help but want to worship it. See if you can use Godly Void State to jump in directly, Xin Yanqing asked expectantly. Godly Void State could pass through everything. If she could take them directly into the royal family, it would save a lot of trouble. Zhou Xuanji immediately took her into Godly Void State. He tried to break through the royal family's world restriction. There was a loud bang. The space-time kaleidoscope shattered. Zhou Xuanji and Xin Yanqing fell into a red cloud sky. They quickly stabilized their bodies and looked around. Sure enough, we came in. Next, we will act separately. You can do whatever you want, Xin Yanqing said excitedly. After that, she disappeared. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He then concealed his aura and went to look for Wu Yan. If Wu Yan was really punished by Zhongji because of him, then he had to save Wu Yan. Although Wu Yan's background made him conflicted, Wu Yan had never harmed him until now. Not long after he took action, the sound of an ancient bell rang out, followed by a series of explosions. The floating islands in the distance exploded one after another. Vaguely, Xin Yanqing's wild laughter could be heard. This guy. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile. He was still wondering why Xin Yanqing wanted to act separately. He didn't expect her to go straight to the destruction. He used Godly Void Speed and quickly moved through the royal family's world. Xin Yanqing swept in all directions. On the other side, Xin Yanqing was surrounded by hundreds of immortal experts. These experts were all furious. They didn't ask anything and directly started fighting. Xin Yanqing raised her arms as strands of red qi coiled around her body, forming a huge tornado that blocked all the divine ability attacks. It's you. Zhongji's cold voice came. He descended from the clouds. His face was as cold as frost and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He recognized Xin Yanqing at a glance. She was the devil who had bullied the royal family. Xin Yanqing hated them and so did Zhongji. In order to destroy Xin Yanqing, the royal family had paid a heavy price. Zhongji's mother had died in that battle. Chapter 1005. You've come at the right time. Your father is dead, so you'll pay for him. Xin Yanqing stared at Zhongji and said in a cold voice with a sneer on her face. Zhongji looked down at her and laughed mockingly. For so many years you have been hiding, being a disciple of so many people. Working so hard just for revenge? Do you deserve it? What right do you have to fight against us now? Xin Yanqing raised her arms. In the red tornado, her face became wild and ferocious. Kid, what do you know? Your royal family won't be able to see me reach the peak. As soon as she finished speaking, a bright red light burst forth from her body. A series of terrifying roars came from her body. Zhongji's expression changed as he yelled, "Get into formation! Kill her!" Boom! Hundreds of immortal powerhouses lined up in a formation. Their divine power gathered together to form a huge golden wheel above Xin Yanqing's head. Almost instantly, a terrifying golden beam of light descended from the sky, covering Xin Yanqing. Boundless pressure spread and shook the imperial family world. Space twisted and countless red clouds circled around, forming ring-shaped air currents. Zhou Xuanji, who was searching silently, looked back. Sensing the power of the formation, he could not help but frown. Could she bear it? He hesitated for a moment before summoning the blood dragon. An evil aura spread out, and the blood dragon ghost stepped out of the spatial crack. Master, which pitiful worm needs me to kill this time? The blood dragon ghost grinned hideously as it involuntarily glanced at the battle in the distance. He immediately understood. Zhou Xuanji ordered. Other than that woman, kill everyone else. The blood dragon ghost smiled and immediately disappeared. Zhou Xuanji continued to search for Wuyan. The royal family's world was very big, and it was so big that Zhou Xuanji could not search every corner in a short period of time. Soon he heard the laughter coming from behind him. It was even wilder than Xin Yanxing's. The blood dragon ghost had already begun its massacre. Who the hell are you? Zhong Ji's roar echoed throughout the imperial world. The blood dragon ghoul laughed sinisterly. You're the blood dragon ghoul ancestor. Zhou Xuanji wanted to laugh. At this moment he suddenly sensed wordless aura. It was very weak. The aura came from a giant upside-down island below. The island was entangled by thousands of large chains, and there were many iron doors on the rocky walls. There were guards behind each iron door. Zhou Xuanji charged in forcefully with the sword fusion technique. There was a loud bang. One side of the massive island exploded, and Zhou Xuanji dived in like a ghost. The guards along the way could not stop him at all. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Speechless Cell. He frowned, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. Wordless was chained to the wall. His arms and legs were gone, and his head was drooping. His body was covered in bloody holes, and there were golden worms crawling in each of the holes. Zhou Xuanji could sense that Wu Yin's real body was not fake. He asked softly, "Why is it like this?" Hearing this, she raised her head silently, her eyes as clear as before. "It's nothing. I just chose to follow my heart," Speechless replied. Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, "You chose me, why does Zhongji treat you like this? Since you came here you must have become stronger." Bang! The iron door collapsed, and Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand. His divine energy destroyed the insects on Wu Yin's body and broke the iron chains. "You can't take him away." A hoarse voice came from behind Zhou Xuanji. He turned and saw an old prisoner sitting in the cell behind him. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were ragged. His body was quite thin, and his aura was almost non-existent. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "What, you don't want to escape?" The old prisoner slowly raised his head, revealing a face that looked like old tree bark. He said calmly, "I came here voluntarily, why should I escape? Didn't you notice that the guards here are very weak?" Zhou Xuanji smiled. He understood what this fellow meant. So this old prisoner was the expert guarding this island. Even though he could not sense the old prisoner's aura, the old prisoner gave him a very dangerous feeling. He's an ancestor of the royal clan, a god born from the primeval sovereign era. Please don't act against him. Wordless voice came, sounding incredibly weak. Zhou Xuanji gave a smile that did not seem like a smile and said, "If I want to take you away, who can stop me?" Wordless fell silent. The old prisoner looked at him and said, "Junior, don't be too conceited. Even though I haven't gone out for a long time, no one in the boundless universe is a match for me." So powerful? Zhou Xuanji did not panic, and his body gradually gave off a silver light. He was already prepared to fight. "Junior, are you sure you want to act?" the old prisoner said coldly. He slowly stood up, and an awe-inspiring aura exploded out. Zhou Xuanji teased, "Can't you sense everything outside?" The old prisoner replied, "The royal clan is more powerful than you think. Even if the previous Hongmeng heaven came, he would not be able to escape death. She didn't tell you how she died back then, right?" Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and sword chi condensed into a sword of light in his hand. Back then, she was high-spirited and thought that she was invincible in the boundless universe. In the end, facing the powerful beings of the royal clan, she was utterly defeated and could not fight back at all. In the end, she killed herself here, her body and soul destroyed. The old prisoner continued to speak. Zhou Xuanji was indifferent. His soul was already chanting the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra. Two faded fate pearls replaced his eyes, and his aura suddenly changed. "This is..." The old prisoner's eyes widened, looking dumbfounded. Wu Yin was also stunned. Zhou Xuanji gripped Annihilation Judgment, his killing intent rising. He stared at the old prisoner and harumphed, "Since you want to stop me, then let me see the power of the ancient sovereign." Rumble. The massive island trembled as if it would collapse at any moment. The old prisoner deeply breathed in and asked in a low voice, "Just who are you?" Zhou Xuanji did not say anything and slashed out. At the same time, he used universal attraction and pulled Wu Yan behind him. The massive island exploded, and a berserk shockwave swept across the entire royal clan's world. Zhou Xuanji quickly flew out with Wu Yan. He looked back and saw the old prisoner, covered in blood, flying out as well. The old prisoner was not angry and instead looked at him in surprise and cried out, "The power of the Primordial Lord! You're the Primordial Lord's descendant?" Primordial Lord. Wu Yan's expression greatly fell, and he looked at Zhou Xuanji in shock. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "What do you mean? Your aura is exactly the same as the Primordial Lord's. You're the Primordial Lord's descendant," the old prisoner said with a trembling voice, so excited that his entire body trembled. Zhou Xuanji said coldly, "So what if I am?" The old prisoner deeply breathed in and replied, "I'll bring you out of here." He came to Zhou Xuanji's side in an instant. Such speed! Zhou Xuanji's pupils dilated, and he instinctively wanted to resist, but it was too late. The old prisoner grabbed him and Wu Yan and jumped out of the royal clan's world. Zhou Xuanji was dazed and found that he had come to avoid absolute time. Massive waves crashed in his heart. Could this old thing also have the exalted invasion sovereign physique? Chapter 1006. The old prisoner looked at Zhou Xuanji and deeply breathed in. Wu Yan quickly grew 4 limbs and blocked in front of Zhou Xuanji. He stared at the old prisoner and said, "Senior, don't kill him. Those insects were his seal." After Zhou Xuanji got rid of them, he regained his ability to recover. "Little bastard, get lost. I won't kill him," the old prisoner said unhappily. With a wave of his right hand, Speechless uncontrollably moved to the side, making way for him. Zhou Xuanji could tell that this guy no longer intended to kill him. It seemed like his identity as a descendant of the founding lord had an effect. Could it be that the bloodline of the founding master was cultivating the constitution-defying creation scripture? The hidden heart supremacy was a descendant of the founding lord? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that there are still descendants of the founding master? The current endless world is a joke. It has gone against the founder master's will. What is your goal? The old prisoner asked as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji replied without hesitation, "Unify the endless universe. And then, to challenge a higher realm. After unifying the world, how will you manage the 4 directions? By the law, supreme beings and mortals share the same responsibility." The old prisoner frowned. He no longer said anything, entering a state of contemplation. Zhou Xuanji did not disturb him. He turned to look at Wu Yan and asked, "How are you?" Speechless nodded. "I'm recovering." He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Can I still serve you in the future?" Zhou Xuanji laughed. He looked at Zhou Xuanji meaningfully and was speechless. "Why did you choose me? Why did you betray the royal family and suffer so much torture?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Speechless answered without hesitation, "You have a brighter future. Compared to the other overlords, you are more benevolent and righteous. You are the only overlord who cares about the suffering of the people at the bottom." Hearing this, the old prisoner looked up at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. "Are you bootlicking?" He felt that Speechless was exaggerating. There were definitely people who were more benevolent than him. It was just that they were not strong enough. In the boundless universe, the law of the jungle was the eternal and unchanging rule. No, it's not that hard to find a benevolent heart. What's rare is that a genius with outstanding talent and a strong providence can be benevolent, Wu Yan said seriously. He paused for a moment and continued. The boundless East royal family has existed for countless years, but they've never unified the boundless universe, and even the boundless East royal family occasionally has internal strife. East Infinity can even be said to be the courtyard of the royal family. Members of the royal family can do whatever they want, but in the multitude star domain, no matter how high one's position is, as long as one dares to violate the rules, they will be punished. Hearing him speak so extravagantly, Zhou Xuanji could not help but doubt himself. Am I really that good? Zhou Xuanji had risen up from the bottom. Perhaps it was because he had not lived long enough, but he would always consider the lives of those at the bottom. Sometimes Yuan Cheng even felt that he was too benevolent and righteous. He felt that he should be strict with those at the bottom and not give them too much freedom. Only then would the Sword Emperor Divine Court be orderly and strong, especially during times of war. "Junior, I'll bring you to a place," the old prisoner said, causing Zhou Xuanji and the others to look at him speechlessly. He could see the alertness in the two's eyes and said helplessly, "If I wanted to kill you, why would I beat around the bush?" Zhou Xuanji nodded. Just when he was about to speak, the old prisoner grabbed his shoulder. Next, the world spun around him again. This time, the dizziness lasted for a long time. Zhou Xuanji was confused. What divine ability was the old prisoner using? It felt even more profound than godly blankness. A long while later, the dizziness finally disappeared, and Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. There was a massive door in front of him. Above him was a boundless blue sky, and below him was a sea of clouds. Looking up, they could not see anything other than the massive door in front of them. "This is the forbidden ground of the royal family?" Wu Yan cried out in shock. He took 2 steps forward with excitement on his face. Zhou Xuanji could not help but size up the massive door. The massive door was silver in color and was carved with many patterns of white rocks, as though it was recording a story. There was nothing behind the door. It just stood there alone, desolate and boundless. Zhou Xuanji looked at it for a long time but could not sense anything wrong. Although the door contained restrictive mechanisms, it was not connected to other worlds, and it did not contain any powerful energy. "Put your hand on it." The old prisoner stood beside Zhou Xuanji and said softly. Zhou Xuanji did not hesitate. He walked up to the massive door and placed his hand on the stone surface. Wu Yan stopped and looked at him. However, nothing happened. The old prisoner frowned and reminded him, "Your aura is not right. Where's the aura of the primogenitor lord's descendant?" Zhou Xuanji heard him and immediately chanted the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra with his soul. His aura changed as well. The massive door began to tremble violently, and the patterns of white rocks on the door began to move. Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense some kind of energy surging toward the massive door from all directions. Interesting. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow in anticipation. What was hidden behind the door? Could it be related to the primogenitor lord? Many silver starlight flowed out of the door and gathered at the top of the door, forming a massive silhouette. Zhou Xuanji looked up but could not see the silhouette's face clearly. "The primogenitor lord has shown himself," the old prisoner said excitedly and knelt down shakily. Wu Yan was shocked too. He looked at the primogenitor lord's spirit and did not know what to say. "Primogenitor lord?" Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why was the primogenitor lord's spirit in this door? Could it be that the Eastern Infinity Royal Clan was related to the primogenitor lord? The Eastern Infinity Royal Clan was the race with the deepest foundation in the endless universe. Could it be that it was related to the primogenitor lord that allowed it to flourish for so long? Zhou Xuanji's thoughts began to wander. "Junior, you summoned me," the primogenitor lord's spirit said. The primogenitor's spirit spoke. His voice was actually the ancestral voice. If not for Zhou Xuanji having studied the ancestral voice thoroughly, he would not have understood it at all. At least the old prisoner and Wu Yan could not understand it. They could only look at the primogenitor lord's spirit in awe. "You are the primogenitor lord?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. The primogenitor lord was definitely the greatest legend in the endless universe. He was omnipotent and could create everything. Any impossible existence could be connected to him. "That's right. You cultivated my energy technique and met my spirit. This is your serendipity," the primogenitor lord's spirit replied. His tone was ethereal, and Zhou Xuanji could not tell what he was feeling. Zhou Xuanji turned to look at the old prisoner and Wu Yan. He realized that both of them had entered a state of enlightenment and were in a daze. So domineering. He could make someone like this just by speaking? Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. The old prisoner's cultivation was unfathomable after all. He was already terrifyingly powerful, but facing the primogenitor lord's spirit, he could not resist at all. "Who's in charge now?" the primogenitor lord's spirit asked, interrupting Zhou Xuanji's thoughts. He replied, "No one's in charge. The endless universe is divided into 4 sides and is in chaos. The primogenitor Lord Spirit continued, I'm asking about the Kunlun Origin Court. Chapter 1007. I will make the decisions in the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji replied. He was a little embarrassed to say this. It seemed like in the era of the primogenitor, the Kunlun Origin Court represented everything, and the Kunlun Origin Court sovereign was the highest lord. The founder's spirit said, so that's how it is. It seems like the Kunlun Origin Court isn't as good as before. Zhou Xuanji felt a little depressed. Could he not be so direct? He said helplessly, you can't blame me. I understand. When I created those two techniques back then, I had already foreseen this day. If the Heaven Stabilizer Master didn't exist, there would still be 8 directions endless, 16 directions endless, and even more. The founder Lord Spirit said calmly, his tone as always. Zhou Xuanji asked, do you have anything to say? It seemed like the spirit of the founder lord had not been summoned for a long time. That's right, if one didn't learn the Constitution-defying Creation Sutra, it would be impossible to summon the spirit of the First Lord. I can only give you a reminder. The spirit of the founder lord replied. Zhou Xuanji listened earnestly. Creation and destruction reinforce and counteract each other. You've learned the Constitution-defying Creation scripture, so there's bound to be someone who's learned the Tao of extinction. This is fate. The guy who summoned me last time was called Guzun. He killed the Sky Stabilizer Master, who had learned the Constitution-defying Creation scripture, and unified the boundless universe. The progenitor Lord Spirit slowly said, the path of extermination created the current world. Prepare to meet your destiny. Zhou Xuanji was not surprised because he already knew that Cardinal Heaven cultivators were cultivating the Tao of extermination. He asked, I really want to know if all of you have fallen. Is it hiding in another place? There were so many invincible existences, it was impossible for them to all die at the end of cultivation. When you unify the endless universe, you will understand everything. Believe me, sometimes the scenery at the peak isn't beautiful. The ancestor spirit said faintly. After speaking, he dissipated into countless silver stars, which then entered Zhou Xuanji's body. Zhou Xuanji quietly enjoyed these silver stars. These silver stars allowed his cultivation to increase rapidly. That's more like it. We can't come here for nothing, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. The spirit of the founder lord had said so much, but it was not as useful as these silver stars. At this moment, the old prisoner and speechless suddenly woke up. The primogenitor spirit is truly amazing. Just a single sentence from you is enough to make me fall head over heels for you. Speechless sighed, his face full of admiration. The old prisoner looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked excitedly, what did the primogenitor spirit say to you? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, I said some useless things. Old people love to reminisce. The old prisoner understood that he didn't want to say more and didn't press the issue. Just accept this gate. Even if it remains in the Emperor clan, it will only be a decoration in the restricted land, the old prisoner said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji could not help but look toward the giant door. Could it be that this door was a treasure? He activated the constitutional-defying creation scripture again, and used his divine power to lift the giant door. Very easy. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and stored the massive door in his palm. At this moment the majestic gate was like a small toy, no longer having the boundless grandeur from before. He inserted his soul imprint into the giant gate. With a hong sound, a powerful pressure erupted, stirring up a gale that made his clothes flutter. Master Emperor's Door. Zhou Xuanji immediately knew its name, and at the same time, he also obtained information about its origins. This was feedback from the main Emperor Gate. This door came from the beginning of the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji did not know who had created it. Let's take a look first. The process of recognizing a master required time. He flipped his right hand and put the main Emperor Gate into the supreme storage. He turned to look at the old prisoner and asked, Just who are you? The old prisoner replied, I'm a sinner of the Emperor clan. I've long since abandoned my name, and I'll follow you in the future. As long as it's not against the Emperor clan, I can help you fight against any enemy. Zhou Xuanji did not feel happy. Even though the old prisoner was very powerful, he was still someone from the Emperor clan. What if this fellow suddenly found his conscience and wanted to help his family? What would he do then? He could not have a grenade by his side. Forget it, we'll meet again in the future. Let's meet again. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and directly refused. The old prisoner became anxious and said, "Even if you attack the Emperor clan, I won't interfere. As long as you don't destroy the Emperor clan, it's fine." Zhou Xuanji gave a smile that did not seem like a smile and said, "If you lower yourself like this, I'll be even more afraid, all right?" The old prisoner felt incredibly awkward and did not know what to say. "Master, I think we can take him in. Previously, when the Emperor clan was attacked, he did not even help. If not for me being imprisoned, I would not even know of his existence," Wu Yan said seriously. The old prisoner nodded and said seriously, "Even though I'm a member of the Emperor clan a long time ago, I was also a servant of the Founder Master's bloodline. If not for the Founder Master's bloodline taking pity on me, the Emperor clan would not have fallen to where it is today." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji sized him up. According to what he said, wasn't he the ancestor of the Emperor clan? Wu Yan was shocked too and his eyes opened wide. Seeing his eyes, Zhou Xuanji knew that he would not give up. "Forget it. Follow me and bring us out first. I'm going to fetch my 2 subordinates." "You know where they are," Zhou Xuanji said helplessly. "It might be a good idea to let this old fellow deal with Gu Juejiu." The old prisoner nodded and left with them. Within the Emperor clan's world, a chaotic battle was getting more and more intense. The Blood Dragon Ghost and Zhongji's figures constantly intertwined, and they were locked in battle. Zhongji's hair was disheveled, and his face was filled with anger. He waved his palms and shouted furiously, "Blood Dragon Ghost, right? When I slaughter Bai Wujin, I will hold Zhou Xuanji's head as a sacrifice to you." The Blood Dragon Ghost was surrounded by a bloody wind. It was extremely fast, leaving behind a series of afterimages. "Are you a fool? You might die today, but you are still thinking about the future. No wonder you keep losing. What rank did that reptile called Emperor Lu rank under you last time?" The Blood Dragon Ghost laughed contemptuously. Those afterimages did not dissipate. They used various divine abilities and besieged Zhongji. Zhongji resisted while suppressing his anger. He glanced into the distance. Shen Yanqing was surrounded by the experts of the Emperor clan, but she was still not defeated. As long as no more enemies appeared, the crisis of the Emperor clan was nothing. He silently analyzed in his heart, but the Blood Dragon Ghost was too strong. He couldn't defeat it in a short time. "Do I have to ask the ancestor to make a move?" Zhongji gritted his teeth and thought with hesitation in his eyes. Boom! The sky was suddenly cut open, and 3 figures descended from the crack in the sky. They were Zhou Xuanji, Wu Yan, and the old prisoner. Zhou Xuanji held a sword of light in his hand. Annihilation Judgment. He slashed with his sword, and a powerful light burst forth. Many floating islands exploded one after another. Zhongji cast a spell with his left hand and used his divine energy to block most of the impact, but he still couldn't completely block it. Sons of the Emperor clan, today's calamity is not without reason. If you want to blame someone, blame your clan leader for invading Bai Wujin. Zhou Xuanji laughed deliberately. His voice spread throughout the entire Emperor clan's world. Chapter 1008. Zhou Xuanji's voice reverberated throughout the royal clan's world. Zhongji's face was extremely unsightly, but he did not refute Zhou Xuanji. In the Eastern Endless royal family, he was the absolute overlord. "You want to shake my prestige with just a few words? Impossible." Zhongji ignored Zhou Xuanji. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to get rid of the Blood Dragon Ghost as soon as possible before killing the other enemies. His eyes flickered with a bewitching purple light, and his long hair danced in the wind, giving rise to torrential flames. His entire body turned into a ball of blood-red flames. The Blood Dragon Ghoul sneered and turned into countless afterimages, besieging Zhongji again. Bang! Zhongji's blood flame suddenly exploded, turning into a sea of fire that swept in all directions. The afterimages of the Blood Dragon Ghost were scattered one after another, like candlelight being blown out by the wind. Zhongji instantly appeared behind the Blood Dragon Ghost. The blood flames on his body turned into long snakes that wrapped around the Blood Dragon Ghost. The Blood Dragon Ghost struggled with all its might, but it was unable to break free. Die! A purple light shot out from Zhongji's eyes and enveloped the blood dragon ghost. A white light pillar descended from the sky and engulfed the blood dragon ghost. With a deafening bang, the aura of the blood dragon ghost disappeared. Zhou Xuanji was still watching the show. Speechless, asked curiously, "You're not in a hurry?" He could no longer feel the aura of the ghost blood dragon, so he was sure that it was dead. "He won't die," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. The old prisoner stared at the blood energy in front of Zhongji thoughtfully. At the same time, the momentum of the battle on Shen Yanqing's side reached its peak. The momentum of hundreds of powerhouses gathered together, causing the whole world to tremble and face the danger of collapse. Zhongji turned around and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Pa! His right hand was grabbed by the old prisoner, and his palm was less than 10 centimeters away from Zhou Xuanji's chest. His expression changed as he glanced at the old prisoner. "It's you. What do you mean?" Zhongji asked in a low voice. He had seen the old prisoner before, but he wasn't familiar with him. As far as he could remember, he had only seen the old prisoner a few times. "Let them leave or else the imperial family will be destroyed in your hands," said the old prisoner coldly. Zhongji frowned and felt humiliated. He immediately released his divine power and prepared to resist. However, as soon as his divine power left his body, it was dispersed by an invisible force. How is this possible? Zhongji's eyes widened. He had felt strange when he saw the old prisoner before, but he hadn't felt any danger from the old prisoner, so he hadn't paid much attention to it. Now the old prisoner gave him a creepy feeling. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Zhongji, listen to his advice. He's your senior. If you give up on attacking Northern Infinity, I will not seek trouble with you. But if you insist, I will make sure that you will never have a day of peace." He spoke softly, but his murderous intent was clear. Zhongji felt humiliated. He suppressed his anger and asked the old prisoner, "Who are you? Why have you been in the imperial prison all this time?" The old prisoner replied, "I can be considered your ancestor. The imperial clan has existed for so many years and produced so many heavenly geniuses. When has it ever stood at the peak? Our royal family doesn't have that fate. Everything we have now was given to us by the progenitor." His words were so piercing to Zhongji's ears. Zhongji's anger had already filled his chest. He regarded the honor of the royal family as his pride. How could he allow others to trample on it like this? Moreover, this person claimed to be his ancestor, which was like a slap to his face. He even had an attitude of pity for him. Zhongji gritted his teeth and tried his best to resist. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the old prisoner's power. At this moment, the blood dragon ghost appeared beside Zhou Xuanji out of nowhere. He stared at the old prisoner with squinted eyes that were filled with hostility. He couldn't see through the old prisoner's cultivation, so he instinctively resisted. "Go and save her," Zhou Xuanji ordered. The blood dragon ghost hesitated for a moment, and immediately went to support Shen Yanqing. Zhongji's heart trembled. Why isn't that guy dead? Impossible. Just now Zhongji instantly felt that the world had turned dark. He could only watch the blood dragon ghost slaughtering his people. He stared at the old prisoner with bloodshot eyes and asked, "Since you are my ancestor, why are you allowing the enemy to slaughter your descendants?" The old prisoner replied calmly, "I'm not letting it go. I'm giving you a way out. You don't know what era it is now, and you don't know what kind of enemies you will encounter in the future. Brat, as the clan master, you have never experienced great storms. Your vision is too low." Puff Zhongji was so angry that he vomited blood. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Xuanji felt sorry for him. It was too tragic. "I'll ask you again, do you want to stop the war?" Zhou Xuanji stared at Zhongji and asked seriously. He actually wanted to kill Zhongji. But after thinking about it, if Zhongji was willing to compromise, it would be more helpful to him. Once he destroyed the royal family and killed Zhongji, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. Even Cardinal Heaven experts would not dare to cooperate with him anymore. Zhongji listened to the screams coming from afar. His face turned extremely ugly. He fell into a dilemma. On the one hand, it was his dignity. On the other hand, it was the life and death of his people. Damn, why haven't those old things come out yet? Zhongji roared furiously in his heart. He suddenly thought of a possibility, and his heart turned cold. Could this old man really be his ancestor? So the other ancestors didn't come out? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Sorrow rose from his heart. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, I admit defeat. I will no longer attack Eastern Infinity. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji calmly nodded. He immediately transmitted his voice to the Blood Dragon Ghost and Shan Yanxing. The Blood Dragon Ghost returned to his side instantly. Shan Yanxing was a little hesitant, but she had already vented her hatred and was happy. After thinking about it, she decided to listen to Zhou Xuanji's instructions. When she returned to Zhou Xuanji's side, Zhou Xuanji gave the old prisoner a look. The old prisoner retracted his hand, and Zhongji quickly retreated. He lowered his head. He was like a beast at the end of its road, exuding despair and hostility. Zhou Xuanji raised the corner of his mouth and left with Shan Yanxing and the other three. Zhongji trembled in the air. Anger filled his heart. Damn! I can't forgive. I can't. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself with great difficulty. The next moment, he suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was filled with hatred. Inside the space-time kaleidoscope, Shan Yanxing curled her lips and asked, Hey, are you really not going to kill that guy? You must eliminate the roots. Zhou Xuanji nodded speechlessly. It's useful to keep him. Zhongji will not target me in the short term. I can also take this opportunity to deal with Gu Juejiao. If I really kill him, will Gu Juejiao Cardinal Heaven Hunyuan Heaven, and so on let me continue to develop? Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He could feel Zhongji's hatred but he didn't care. The old prisoner said, As long as I am here, I will not let that kid hurt my lord. My lord? When did you worship her? The Blood Dragon Ghost questioned. He was very unhappy with the old prisoner. The old prisoner calmly replied, Does a subordinate have the right to talk? You. The Blood Dragon Ghost was furious. He wanted to attack. But with Zhou Xuanji beside him, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Chapter 1009. Not killing them is the right thing to do. The other overlords will think that the Lord is afraid. Under such circumstances, they will lower their guard against the Lord. Moreover, it is too difficult to destroy the royal family. There are many old ancestors hidden in the royal family. They did not act today, but it does not mean that they will allow the royal family to be destroyed. Wordless said, analyzing for Zhou Xuanji. Shan Yanxing rolled her eyes and glanced at the old prisoner, but didn't say anything more. Let's see if Zhongji can keep his promise. If he can't, we'll come again. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. His biggest gain from this trip was joining the emperor's sect. He wanted to go back and study it thoroughly. Since this door could contain the spirit of the founder, it was definitely extraordinary. The blood dragon stared at the old prisoner with an unfriendly gaze. The old prisoner closed his eyes to rest, no longer saying anything. They did not encounter any accidents during the journey from the Eastern Infinity Realm back to the Myriad Stars domain. After returning, Zhou Xuanji asked Yuan Cheng to take care of the old prisoner. The old prisoner, however, made an absurd demand. He asked to be admitted to prison. He liked the atmosphere of prison. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He did not stop him and allowed him to do so. Yuan Chengqin brought him to the largest prison in the astral domain and instructed the prison guards not to make things difficult for him. Zhou Xuanji did not tell them what he had done in the Eastern Boundless Realm. He gave some simple instructions before letting everyone leave. He took out the main emperor door and observed it attentively. The main emperor's door spun on his palm. Why did the founding master leave behind this door? Unfortunately, that old fellow refused to say. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself, feeling quite conflicted. He had spent a lot of time coming back, but the master emperor's door had not yet recognized him as its master. Just by looking with his naked eye and spiritual will, he could not see anything. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and patiently waited for the process. A month later, the Eastern Endless royal family retreated from the Northern Endless border. This news spread to all of the factions. Even though Zhongji didn't say anything publicly and even suppressed the incident in the royal family's world, the other factions weren't stupid. They all understood that the East Boundless royal family had been defeated. The entire area was shaken. The name of the Sword Monarch Divine Court spread throughout the various worlds. Zhou Xuanji gave the order for the entire Sword Emperor Divine Court to celebrate, and the Divine Court would pay for the banquet. As soon as this order was issued, all living beings rejoiced. After defeating the Eastern Boundless Imperials, the Sword Emperor Divine Court had built up their confidence and cohesiveness. Now they felt from the bottom of their hearts that the Sword Emperor Divine Court was no longer a rising star, but a true overlord of the boundless universe. Throughout history, apart from them, who had defeated the Eastern Endless Imperial family? At that moment, the Northern Infinity Realm was filled with all sorts of rumors about Zhou Xuanji. Meanwhile, within the Eastern Boundless Lands, the living beings were indignant, because in their eyes, the Imperial family did not put in any effort. Apart from 10 aspects Shenluo, the royal family did not send any famous powerhouses. Emperor Lu was not from the royal family. Not only that, Emperor Lu was notorious in the East Endless Land. His death did not incite any grief or indignation. What is the royal family doing? Are you scared now? He looks like the East Endless world is too peaceful. Peace causes people to slack off. Zhongji is not fit to lead Eastern Limitless. Sword Emperor is too amazing. It's said that the Sword the Arch could kill Zhongji with one sword strike and force the royal family to surrender. This is too shameful. The face of our Eastern Limitless has been completely thrown away by the royal family. All living beings discussed. Most of them were dissatisfied. After all, it was the royalty who took the initiative to attack Northern Limitless, but in the end the royalty retreated? What nonsense! If they wanted to fight, they had to win. Different voices could be heard within the royal family. That day, not all the clansmen were present in the royal family's world. Those clansmen who were outside immediately exploded when they returned. Just like that, Eastern Limitless fell into internal turmoil. The news of Eastern Limitless Land's defeat spread to Western Limitless. Gu Juejiao was furious when he heard this. That trash Zhongji was defeated? He promised me that he would take down Northern Limitless, but in the end he retreated first? Gu Juejiao was so angry that he laughed. Hundreds of figures stood in the bright hall, and they were all Gu Juejiao's generals and strategists. They were all frowning and seemed very anxious. Although they looked down on Eastern Limitless cowardice, they had to guess the current strength of the Sword the Arch Divine Court. Master, we can sow discord between the Sword the Arch and the Cardinal Heaven experts. If the Sword the Arch defeats Eastern Limitless, will the Cardinal Heaven experts still dare to cooperate with him? An elder stood out and said. Many people nodded in agreement with his words. Gu Juejiao said coldly, "No need. I can suppress them alone." Everyone in the hall was anxious and tried to dissuade him. "No, Master, although you are powerful, the Cardinal Heaven experts are legends. The Sword the Arch might have someone backing him up. We can't act recklessly. We must defeat them one by one." Zhongji was defeated because he underestimated the Sword the Arch Divine Court. That's right. We must have a plan. Hearing these comments, Gu Juejiao became even more furious. He stood up and roared, "You think I will lose? Pass down my order. Attack Northern Limitless. All sects, clans, races and independent courts in Western Limitless must contribute. Whoever dares to defy the order will be exterminated. Within 100 years, I want Northern Limitless to be as dead as the lawless region. Now, leave." A violent aura exploded and wreaked havoc in the hall. Everyone bowed and left in fear. They knew Gu Juejiao's temper very well. If they continued to dissuade him, they might die. But they did not understand why Gu Juejiao was so angry. They did not know that Gu Juejiao's son was in Zhou Xuanji's hands. On that day, the order to start the war was passed down in Western Limitless. All the factions received the news. They must take down Northern Limitless within 100 years. In the Star Hall, Zhou Xuanji held the Master Emperor's door in his hand and exclaimed, "Such a powerful enchanted artifact. Even imperishable stage cultivators might not be able to withstand its pressure." The Master Emperor's door had already acknowledged him as its owner. There was only one restriction in the door. It was a restriction that could release its true weight. Zhou Xuanji had never seen such a heavy enchanted artifact. After he deactivated the restriction, he sprawled on the ground, and the Star Hall sank with him. He was so frightened that he immediately deactivated the restriction. Such a weight was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. It could not only suppress one's body but also one's magic energy and soul. It was so heavy that it could suppress everything. What kind of material can be used to refine such an enchanted artifact? Zhou Xuanji was curious. He played with the Master Emperor's door and was reluctant to let it go. Suddenly Yuancheng and Jincheng's auras came from outside the hall. Zhou Xuanji stored the Master Emperor's door and opened it. Soon the two entered the hall. Gu Juejiu is crazy. He said that he will flatten us within 100 years. Jincheng said anxiously, his face full of anxiety. Zhou Xuanji was not surprised but smiled. Yuancheng said with a frown, although Gu Juejiu is arrogant, he's too crazy. He knew that we had just won a great battle and still dared to act so recklessly. Zhou Xuanji told them about the conflict between him and Gu Tianlin. The two were dumbfounded. They did not know about this. You mean that you have already killed Gu Tianlin? Yuancheng asked carefully. Chapter 10:10. Not yet. I left a remnant of his soul, Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. Gu Tianlin was still in his soul, the Kunlun sword, and he was often forgotten by him. If he did not mention Gu Juejiu, he would not even think of Gu Tianlin. Yuancheng sighed. Then it makes sense. Gu Juejiu will definitely come for you. Our crisis has just begun. Gu Juejiu and Zhongji were both endless overlords, but who was more powerful? Most living beings would answer Gu Juejiu. Gu Juejiu could be said to be the top cultivator in the endless universe. It's okay. Let him come. I will be waiting. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With the blood dragon ghost, the old prisoner, and Shen Yanxing, what was there for him to be afraid of? Gu Juejiu could not even deal with a cardinal heaven cultivator, and he wanted to destroy him? 100 years. Not even 10 billion years. Spread the news and prepare for war. Against Bei Wujin, the reward will be twice as much as before. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand in high spirits. He was not afraid of Gu Juejiu at all. Hearing this, Yuancheng and Jincheng's expressions changed drastically. Twice as much. Jincheng said first. The Sword God Court would collect taxes from all living beings, so that they could maintain their army and pay for their subordinates. Not long ago, Zhou Xuanji asked everyone to hold a banquet, and now he promised double the reward. This drove them crazy. Zhou Xuanji was the master and did not need to care about the specific operations below, but they did. Apart from paying attention to the war, they also had to think about generating income. Don't worry. As long as we win, more factions will come to worship us. If they want to worship us, they must pay a price. We are no longer the same as before, Zhou Xuanji said indifferently. Zhou Xuanji said nonchalantly. The Sword Emperor Divine Court did not just focus on fighting. They protected so many merchant alliance, and the merchant alliance would also provide resources and support. Yuancheng and Jincheng looked at each other and could only agree helplessly. After they left, Zhou Xuanji did not cultivate but disappeared from the palace. He was going to check on his children's situation. In the dim blue universe, Bai Yinzi stood in the void with 3 massive stone steels in front of him. Many black lizard-like creatures were lying on the steels. Why didn't the elders of the royal family make a move? A majestic voice rang out from the stone tablet, filled with majesty. Bai Yinzi bowed and replied, a royal ancestor sided with Zhou Xuanji, so those powerhouses did not come. Speaking of this, he also felt that it was strange. What were the imperial ancestral patriarchs planning to do? What was Zhou Xuanji hiding? Is it the one locked up in prison? A hoarse voice came from the other stone tablet, asking Silver. Bai Yinzi nodded and asked curiously, who is he? Nothing more than a traitor, Vast Expanse replied. The more Bai Yinzi listened, the more curious he became, but he didn't dare to ask. Help Gu Juejiu with all your strength and flatten Bai Wujin. No matter who is behind Zhou Xuanji, destroy him along with Cardinal Heaven experts. That traitor's cultivation is not bad. Later, we will give you an artifact to suppress him. The hoarse voice ordered, and Bai Yinzi's pupils shrank. He understood that the other party was angry. The reason was not Zhou Xuanji but that traitor. You vermin also want to betray your master? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The hoarse voice laughed disdainfully and was filled with murderous intent. Bai Yinzi was terrified and could not help but mourn for Zhou Xuanji. Surrounded by a sea of clouds, Zhou Tianhua was preaching to several of his disciples on the top of the mountain. He was talking about his sword Dao, and his disciples were listening very seriously. He didn't notice that someone was staring at them from above the clouds. It was his father. Zhou Xuanji looked at this scene and fell into a deep sigh. Back in the mortal world he had also talked with Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others like this. Time really flies, Zhou Xuanji sighed. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, he suddenly felt a little confused. Is it really meaningful to keep getting stronger? It seemed that every time he thought that the strongest existence was actually a frog in a well. There was no end to the path of becoming stronger. Even someone as strong as the Ancestor Master was only left with the Ancestor Master's spirit. Zhou Xuanji's thoughts drifted away. After a while, the outer soul avatar he had left in the star's palace sent him a message. He immediately moved back. He sat on the throne and let Shen Nianxing come in. Shen Nianxing walked up to the stairs with a solemn look on her face. What's wrong? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. This time, Shen Nianxing didn't break in directly, but lingered outside the palace for a long time. Looking at her expression, it seemed that something was wrong. I feel that something is wrong. My cultivation is dissipating. It seems that a calamity is coming, Shen Nianxing sighed. Her eyes were filled with worry. She looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, Do you have this feeling? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, Why should I? It may be related to the destiny of Hongmeng Heaven. It is said that Hongmeng Heaven is actually a curse, Shen Nianxing said seriously. Zhou Xuanji found it funny. What kind of curse can affect their cultivation? Shen Nianxing cried out, Yes, there is. I had this feeling before I fell, so I was very annoyed. I fell into blind self-comfort and finally went to the royal family's world. Zhou Xuanji comforted her. Don't think too much. Did Gu Juejiu give you too much pressure? Shen Nianxing glared at him. She took a deep breath and said seriously, Anyway, I reminded you. After speaking, she turned around and was about to leave. Wait, you came here for this? Zhou Xuanji called out to her, feeling puzzled. Shen Nianxing looked back at him and said helplessly, Otherwise? Could it be that I have other enemies? Now you have more enemies than me. She turned her head away and quickly left. For some reason, looking at her back, Zhou Xuanji felt that something was wrong. This girl's state isn't right. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but ponder. Could there really be a curse in Hongmeng Heaven? After half an hour, Yuan Chang came looking for him. Master, an army from West Endless has appeared at the border of the Sword Emperor Divine Court. The war is coming. Yuan Chang said anxiously. The other party was an ancient genius. Even if they had already defeated East Endless, he was still a little unconfident. Then let's go to war. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand. He was already prepared. Yuan Cheng nodded and asked, Can we invite the Blood Dragon Ghost? It is said that West Endless has a powerful army this time. I don't know who it is, but with the Blood Dragon Ghost, the casualties can be reduced. The Sword Emperor Divine Court was developing rapidly, but the number of creatures was far from reaching the level of an overlord in all directions. Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment before summoning the Blood Dragon Ghost. The appearance of the evil Blood Dragon Ghost made Yuan Chang beam with joy. Remember, don't be playful and listen to Yuan Cheng's arrangements. Zhou Xuanji stared at the Blood Dragon Ghost and said seriously. The Blood Dragon Ghost glanced at Yuan Chang and nodded reluctantly. After the two left, Zhou Xuanji was about to take out the Master Emperor door when a murderous aura appeared in the hall. He frowned and said coldly, Who is it? Come out. Just as he spoke, a figure descended from the sky. Astonishingly, it was silver. Chapter 10:11. May I know who you are? Zhou Xuanji asked. He raised his right hand and activated Annihilation Judgment. A sword of light appeared in his hand. Since Bai Yinzi had barged in, she definitely didn't come with good intentions. Before the battle, he wanted to know Silver's identity. Bai Yinzi sized Zhou Xuanji up and praised, You are more powerful than the rumors say. He had been paying attention to Zhou Xuanji for a long time. But before, he did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously. He was only curious as to why Zhongji would pay so much attention to such a junior. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and waited for him to reveal his identity. I'm from the lawless region, my name is Silver. Zhongji and I are good friends, I'm here to take your life. Do you have any last wishes? Bai Yinzi's face turned cold, and she said in a cold voice. Killing intent instantly filled the entire Stars Hall. No access zone? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. After knowing that his opponent was Zhongji's good friend, he immediately wanted to kill him. Let's fight outside, Zhou Xuanji said coldly. He had already activated the sword fusion technique, and his aura grew tremendously. Bai Yinzi had no objections, and the two of them directly jumped out of the Hall of Stars. They arrived at the Void region at the peak of the boundless universe. A silver radiance burst out from Zhou Xuanji's body. He turned into a man of light and slashed with his sword. Silver took out a silver whip and swung it quickly. Countless silver crystals appeared in the void and surrounded Zhou Xuanji. Bang! Countless silver crystals burst forth with light, illuminating the entire void. Imperishable realm. Zhou Xuanji sensed many formless energies wrapping around him. He wanted to swing his sword but found that he could not do so. He furrowed his brows in surprise. What kind of power is this? The binding force was actually getting stronger. As soon as he mobilized his divine power, he would be restrained, and as soon as he stopped, the restraining power would stop increasing. The most terrifying thing was that this restraining force would only grow and not weaken. The silver suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Zhou Xuanji's head and lashed out with his whip. Zhou Xuanji immediately used the sword Emperor Extinction. Berserk divine power exploded, shattering everything. Silver was not shaken. It continued to suppress the long whip and hit Zhou Xuanji's body. Zhou Xuanji's soul almost left his body. Zhou Xuanji's eyes flickered, and he immediately used his soul to shout the Constitution-defying creation scripture. In an instant, the surrounding light began to spin around him, including the silver crystal chips. Bai Yinzi frowned, a bewildered look on her face. In front of the Constitution-defying creation scripture, the realm of immortality was like an empty shell. Imperishable reversal. Zhou Xuanji held Annihilation Judgment in his hand and slashed. The sword flashed, and Silver Z subconsciously blocked it with her silver whip. A terrifying explosion rang out, and Silver was blasted away. What kind of power is this? How is this possible? Bai Yinzi's expression changed drastically. His cultivation was clearly not on the same level as Zhou Xuanji's, so how could Zhou Xuanji suddenly explode with such power? What was hidden in this kid's body? Bai Yinzi was even more interested in Zhou Xuanji. He decided to leave Zhou Xuanji's corpse intact so that he could study it. Zhou Xuanji turned around and slashed at him again. Boom! Annihilation Judgment slashed at Silver with incredible speed. It was so fast that Silver Fairy couldn't dodge in time. She instinctively raised her whip to block. He was sent flying again. This time he was furious. He was actually sent flying by a junior. Shame! Zhou Xuanji frowned. He did not expect that even his most powerful divine ability could not hurt Bai Yinzi. As far as the eye could see, the universe was collapsing. All kinds of auroras appeared like illusions. Under the brilliance, it was filled with killing intent. Silver Fairy suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji, frantically waving her whip. The silver whip seemed to be tens of thousands of feet long, setting off countless afterimages. It was extremely spectacular. Zhou Xuanji relied on the light on his body to resist his attack. The Constitution-defying creation scripture was running at high speed. The faded pearl appeared in his eyes, helping him strengthen. But even so, Silver Fairy's silver whip was getting closer and closer to his face. If this continued, he would be hit in less than 5 breaths. With Silver Fairy's power, it was enough to blow up his body. At this moment, a figure passed by Zhou Xuanji's side. He caught a glimpse of it. Xin Yanqing. She bypassed the rapidly waving silver whip like a ghost, raised her right hand, and grabbed Silver Fairy's face. Silver Fairy's eyes widened. It was too late to resist and was dragged into the depths of the void by Shan Yanqing. Boom! Silver Fairy burst into a dazzling light, forcing Shan Yanqing back. Hongmeng Heaven. You are still alive. Are you his backer? Silver Fairy stared at Shen Yanqing and asked in a deep voice. Shen Yanqing's face was as cold as frost. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. She didn't answer him and also took out a long whip. A long whip exuding the mortal chi. Mortal whip. She lashed out and the whip disappeared into thin air, instantly hitting Silver Fairy's body. Silver Fairy was whipped until a layer of red chi was emitted. A look of horror appeared on his face as he cried out, "How can I have mortal chi? Creating something out of nothing. Have you recovered to your peak?" Shen Yanqing still didn't answer him. She continued to swing her whip, lashing out thousands of times in one breath, causing a majestic red mist to bloom behind Silver Fairy. The mortal chi leaving the body meant that Zhou Xuanji's luck was being extracted. Silver Fairy was horrified. He wasn't immortal. He didn't have mortal chi at all. However, Shen Yanqing forcefully gave him mortal chi, and used it to attack him to extract his luck. Once his luck was exhausted, he would die without a doubt. Hongmeng Heaven. Do you know who I represent? Silver Fairy asked angrily. Her words were full of threats. Shen Yanqing asked expressionlessly, "You want to deal with Zhou Xuanji? That's not how you do things." She changed the topic and asked, "Could it be that that guy is going to appear again?" At the mention of that existence, fear flashed in her eyes. "It's good that you know," Silver Fairy said with a cold snort. He could see through Shen Yanqing's fear. Zhou Xuanji was surprised. It was the first time he had seen Shen Yanqing so afraid of someone. How many undying old monsters are hidden in the lawless region? I can let you go, but how can I make your master give up hunting Zhou Xuanji? Shen Yanqing asked in a deep voice. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "What are you afraid of? Who is behind him?" He had seen the power of the lawless fire god, so in his heart, the lawless region was more powerful than the four directions. Shen Yanqing ignored him and locked her eyes on Silver Fairy. Silver Fairy shook her head and said, "You should be clear that his decision can't be changed by others." Hearing this, Shen Yanqing's murderous aura suddenly increased. "I advise you to give up on him. The post-ancient sovereign Three Heavens is only famous for all living beings. In their eyes you are nothing at all," Silver Fairy said meaningfully. Shen Yanqing's eyes flickered. Silver Fairy looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "I advise you to come with me. Otherwise, everything you care about will no longer exist." Zhou Xuanji smiled disdainfully and said, "Do you have the ability to kill me?" As his voice fell, he directly summoned the blood dragon ghost. Miao Shu House. Chapter 10-12. As soon as the blood dragon ghost appeared, its hostility soared into the sky. He immediately looked at Bai Yinzi and asked with a cold smile, "Master, are you going to tear him apart?" Bai Yinzi was moved. The aura of the blood dragon ghost was very strong. It made his hair stand on end. After all, the blood dragon ghost was an existence that could fight against Zhong Ji. Zhou Xuanji responded softly. Zhou Xuanji replied softly, and the blood dragon immediately charged toward Bai Yinzi. Boom! Bai Yinzi was sent flying by his claw. His right sleeve was torn apart, and two shocking bloodstains appeared on his arm. Bai Yinzi was furious. He immediately lashed out with his whip. At the same time, he once again erupted with the indestructible realm. A silver light swept across. Countless silver crystals floated above the sea of silver light. The blood dragon ghost smiled disdainfully. At the same time, it displayed its indestructible realm. With him as the center, the blood-colored sea raged, rushing toward Bai Yinzi's indestructible realm. The two indestructible realms collided. All kinds of illusions emerged one after another. Zhou Xuanji felt a sense of oppression that made his soul tremble. He narrowed his eyes and watched the battle seriously. Shen Yanqing flew to his side and sighed. "Brat, you are too unlucky. You are targeted by the lawless region. Run as far as you can." Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and said in a bad mood, "Look at your cowardly look. Weren't you in Hongmeng Heaven before? You are not afraid of anything." Hearing this, Shen Yanqing didn't get angry. She took a deep breath and said helplessly, "The monsters in the lawless region are really strong. There are many ancient creatures that have survived since the ancient sovereign period. Bai Yinzi's backer is very mysterious but also very strong. I once entered the lawless region by mistake and ran into him. I almost died. Fortunately, he didn't care about me." Zhou Xuanji was puzzled. He asked, "From what you said, that guy should be indifferent to fame and fortune. Why does he want to kill me?" Xin Yanqing shook her head. She didn't know either. But she understood one thing. Zhou Xuanji was in big trouble. Seeing that she couldn't explain it clearly, Zhou Xuanji could only turn to look at the blood dragon ghost and Bai Yinzi. The battle between the two was extremely fast. The two indestructible realms kept exploding and regenerating. They seemed to be moving through the two colored waves. They were locked in a fierce battle. The blood dragon ghost's claws were his sharpest weapons. With just his claws he could tear apart all of Silver's divine abilities. "This guy is too hard to deal with." Bai Yinzi gritted his teeth. If it weren't for Shen Yanqing scattering so much luck, how could he have been forced to this point? A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. If that was the case, then don't blame me. The silver suddenly exploded and turned into a cloud of silver mist, surging and fluctuating. Rumble thunderclouds appeared out of nowhere, and countless lightning bolts flashed, intertwining with the silver mist. The blood dragon ghoul stopped, and its expression changed as it exclaimed, "This aura! It's you!" The silver mist surged and condensed into a blurry giant face. "Blood dragon ghost, it seems like this kid really obtained that inheritance." A voice rang out. It was a voice filled with the weight of history, causing the hearts of those who heard it to sink. The blood dragon ghoul gritted its teeth and said, "Stinking reptile, why aren't you dead yet?" The giant face replied, "If I don't surpass my predecessors, why should I die?" Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning containing the power to destroy the world struck the blood dragon ghost. Like iron chains, they wrapped around the blood dragon ghost's limbs and neck. The blood dragon ghost struggled, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free. He laughed furiously and said, "Reptile, after so many years, you are very powerful. You know my identity and still dare to mess around. Aren't you afraid that my previous master is still alive?" Hearing this, the giant face fell silent. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He didn't expect this person to know the blood dragon ghost. Could it be that he was from the same era as Sovereign Qian Xian? If this was the case, no wonder Shen Yanqing was so flustered. However, from the tone of the blood dragon ghost, the giant face was obviously a junior. Just as Zhou Xuanji was thinking, the giant face spoke again. "Sovereign Qian Xian is dead. His will has long dissipated. It is impossible for him to be alive. If you stop me again, don't blame me for being rude." The blood dragon ghost grinned sinisterly and said, "Then come." It roared fiercely as its body began to expand, quickly turning into a giant that was tens of thousands of meters tall. The muscles on its limbs were exaggerated, and its tail wantonly waved, breaking the lightning chains. It immediately rushed toward the giant face. Countless lightning bolts suddenly descended, trying to stop it, but it was forcibly broken through. The blood dragon ghost charged at the giant face and punched. Blood chi crisscrossed like a twisting dragon. The giant face suddenly opened its mouth, and a black beam of light shot out from its mouth. It expanded rapidly, trying to drown the blood dragon ghost. In the face of this pressure, Zhou Xuanji once again felt the feeling of weakness. Who is the giant face? Why does it want to kill me? Is it coveting the Constitution-defying creation scripture? The blood dragon ghost was constantly pushed back by the black beam of light shot out by the giant face. It seemed that the blood dragon ghost was no match for the giant face. With a thought, Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and the main emperor door suddenly flew out. The main emperor door flew toward the giant face, flew over the blood dragon ghost's head, and stopped above the giant face. The giant face looked up at the main emperor door and didn't care. He focused his attention on the blood dragon ghost. As long as the blood dragon ghost was eliminated, Zhou Xuanji would be in his pocket. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly removed the restriction on the main emperor door. In the blink of an eye, the main emperor door returned to its majestic height and suddenly descended. Boom! The giant face was directly crushed by the main emperor door, and the black beam of light that was attacking the blood dragon ghost dissipated. Xin Yanqing's eyes widened in shock. The blood dragon ghost was also shocked. Their gazes fell on the main emperor door with a strange look in their eyes. "I seem to have seen this door somewhere before." Shen Yanqing frowned as she muttered to herself. She had been to the Eastern Infinity Royal Clan, but she had never been to the Royal Clan's forbidden area. The Blood Dragon Ghost looked at the main Emperor door thoughtfully. At this moment, the silver mist was also dispersed by the main Emperor door. The mist gathered again and condensed into Bai Yinzi. Bai Yinzi didn't notice the main Emperor door below. Instead, he looked at Zhou Xuanji and the Blood Dragon Ghost and said, "You have already seen him. Shouldn't you give up struggling?" Zhou Xuanji looked at him and shook his head. Bai Yinzi was furious and said, "If that's the case, then I will." Boom! The main Emperor door suddenly rose. It was extremely fast and directly smashed into Bai Yinzi, destroying both his body and soul. Not even a trace of his soul was left. The Blood Dragon Ghost and Shen Yanqing were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. How is this possible? What kind of treasure is this? The Blood Dragon Ghost asked in a trembling voice. His eyes almost popped out. He didn't feel the majestic power from the main Emperor door. He couldn't understand how the main Emperor door could have such lethality. Zhou Xuanji took back the main Emperor door and said calmly, "It's just a little thing. Let's go, it's time to go back." He wasn't happy because the crisis had just begun. The main Emperor door could suppress everything, but its shortcomings were also very obvious. As long as he avoided the main Emperor door, the main Emperor door was just a decoration. Shen Yanqing flew to Zhou Xuanji's side and asked, "Where did you get this artifact?" She looked a little excited. Could it be that there is someone behind Zhou Xuanji? Chapter 10:13. I can't say. I'm about to fight with Gu Juejiu. I'll have to trouble you then. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. The main emperor's sex history could not be revealed. If he used it well, he could create the impression that the progenitor lord was his backer. However, the progenitor master was illusory. Would the enemy believe him? Shen Yanqing took a deep look at him and no longer persuaded him to escape. She still could not see through him. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed like she was helping Zhou Xuanji along the way. But she knew that her help was just icing on the cake. Zhou Xuanji had relied on himself to turn the tables in many life and death situations. The more she thought about it, the more she thought about it. She suddenly looked up at Zhou Xuanji with a trace of fear in her eyes. Zhou Xuanji recalled the Blood Dragon Ghost. After returning to the star's domain, he separated from Shen Yanqing. He quickly arrived at the prison where the old prisoner was being held. He used his divine power to seal the cell, and then sat in front of the old prisoner. "Congratulations on killing an enemy, my lord." The old prisoner chuckled. In the dim prison cell, it was impossible to see his face clearly. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Why didn't you attack earlier?" The old prisoner smiled and said, "Didn't you solve it?" From his words, it was obvious that he had witnessed everything that had just happened. "Lord, there is no need to worry. If the other party could directly attack you, you would have died long ago. They are just bluffing. The existences in the lawless region are indeed powerful, but there is one thing we can be sure of. They are unable to enter the boundless universe." The old prisoner continued. "The ancient sovereign opened up the boundless cosmos and created a brand new era. The creatures of the past were unable to enter. This is the greatness of the ancient sovereign." So that was how it was. Zhou Xuanji felt strange. But why is Shen Yanqing so worried? Could it be that Shen Yanqing did not know about this? Although they can't come in, they will think of a way to kill you. You need to be prepared, the old prisoner said faintly. Zhou Xuanji asked, "How is your strength compared to Bai Yinzi's?" The old prisoner replied, "He is just a junior." Zhou Xuanji sized him up carefully, and suddenly felt that this old guy was a little unfathomable. As expected of the ancestor of the endless East royal family. They targeted me because of my identity as a descendant of the primogenitor? Zhou Xuanji asked. What he was implying was to defy the constitution and create a sutra. The old prisoner didn't know about the constitutional defying creation scripture. He nodded and said, "That should be the case. The bloodline of the founding master isn't known by the masses at all. They only know the founding master. Someone must have purposely concealed it." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. This meant that the person behind Bai Yinzi was not targeting him but the primogenitor's faction? "You have become my subordinate, but you have not done anything yet. Next time, no matter who comes, you have to act, understand?" Zhou Xuanji looked into the old prisoner's eyes and said seriously. The old prisoner nodded and said, "Leave it to me." Zhou Xuanji got up and was prepared to leave. "Master, remember one thing. You are a descendant of the founding lord. If anyone dares to threaten you, don't be afraid and don't bow down." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He didn't know what kind of magic potion the founder master's bloodline had fed him. They were like brainless fans. Zhou Xuanji disappeared quickly. He returned to Stars Hall and took out the main emperor door. He was pleasantly surprised by the power of the main emperor's gate. He wanted to see if he could figure out the other uses of the main emperor's gate. Meanwhile, in the lawless region within the dense fog, the three gigantic stone steels trembled slightly. The ancient voice that faced Zhou Xuanji previously came. "What a great sword, Emperor! That heaviness is indeed the power of the founding lord." Right after the voice spoke, the three stone steels stopped moving. They remained motionless and fell into silence. A while later, "The power of the founding lord. So the founder master's bloodline really exists," a hoarse voice said. Another voice came with a sinister laugh. "It's getting more and more interesting. The founder master's inheritance has been fighting for a long time. And now it's starting again. It's time for us to act," the ancient voice said. "Then send someone to support Gu Juejiu. Gu Juejiu thinks highly of himself. It's time for him to show off for a while." The words implied that Gu Juejiu was a chess piece. Arrogant. High and mighty. Boom, the Stars Hall trembled. And Zhou Xuanji immediately stored the main emperor door. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his expression was complicated. "It's too heavy. The Stars Hall can't bear it at all." Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He was curious about what kind of power the main emperor door was hiding. Or was the main emperor door made of extraordinary materials? He took a deep breath and temporarily gave up on his curiosity about the main emperor door. If this continued, it would not matter if he smashed through the Stars Hall, but he was afraid that he would destroy the Stars domain below. He swung his right hand, which was a little numb. Just when he was about to return to his throne, a horrifying aura engulfed the Stars domain. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He recognized this aura. Gu Juejiu. That guy did not come to the Stars domain but was fighting somewhere else. His majestic aura spread far and wide. Is he provoking me? Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile. His impression of Gu Juejiu was no longer as curious as before. This guy was just a brute. Other than Gu Juejiu's aura, he vaguely sensed the aura of a cardinal heaven. The two of them were fighting again. It was strange. Wasn't Gu Juejiu targeting him this time? How did he fight with a cardinal heaven? Could it be that a cardinal heaven thought that he was Gu Juejiu's target? Zhou Xuanji thought with a strange expression. Thinking about it, cardinal heaven did not seem so stupid. He was not inferior to Gu Juejiu in terms of arrogance, but he was smarter and more patient than Gu Juejiu. If Gu Juejiu was a cardinal heaven, he would never cooperate with Zhou Xuanji. He would only fight him to the death. This time, the pressure from the battle between Cardinal Heaven and Gu Juejiu was even stronger. Not only Zhou Xuanji could feel it, but all living beings could feel it. Zhou Xuanji returned to his throne and continued to cultivate. In the graveyard of gods, in a world of ice and snow, Shen Yanqing was sitting on the altar motionless. She suddenly opened her eyes and asked softly, "Why are you back?" As soon as she spoke, another Shen Yanqing appeared in front of her. Looking down at her, Shen Yanqing asked faintly, "Do you want to go out?" The real Shen Yanqing was overjoyed and asked, "Can you resurrect me?" She was Shen Yanqing's soul, but her body had been occupied by her previous life. "Yes, I will return your body to you. After going out, go find Zhou Xuanji. I will pass the location to you through memory," Shen Yanqing said seriously. "From now on, I am Hongmeng Heaven and you are Shen Yanqing." Shen Yanqing was extremely excited. She finally didn't have to endure loneliness anymore. She came back to her senses and asked hesitantly, "Why are you doing this? Could it be that you are in trouble?" Hongmeng Heaven replied calmly, "Yes, not only me, but also the later ancient sovereign three heavens. I need to hide here to take refuge. Zhou Xuanji is the next Hongmeng Heaven, but he has a powerful backer. You can go and worship him." Xin Yanqing nodded. Her eyes were filled with excitement. When she thought of Zhou Xuanji, the look in her eyes became complicated.